Welcome, Mr. Schlingensieben. Good.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Good morning. Is this Mr. Carmichael?
It is. I apologize for my tardiness. We had a little incident this morning in my neighborhood, so I'll see you in about an hour and 15 minutes. I'll be here on WebEx. Thank you.
I got your text, and we're perfectly fine with it. So just be careful out there in the fog. Hopefully, it's lifting by now.
It is slowly lifting. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, we'll see in a little bit. Okay, with that, we're going to go ahead and get it started. Appreciate everybody coming back. There's been lots of questions about this Thursday. I know it's on the schedule. I am not planning on having a meeting Thursday if we can help it. The only reason we would is if something does not get covered or completed here today, which I don't foresee that. So at this time, we are not planning on meeting on Thursday. So just kind of put that in your notes. We've got a few new faces in here. We got a new person running the staff, it looks like, by the name of Jack. Yeah. There you go. So would you guys like to just go around and introduce who all we have here so that people out in Cyberland know who's sitting at the staff table? Go ahead, Kate.
I'm Kate Smeltzer, and I am a legislative analyst for KLRD and the facilitator, I suppose.
I'm the committee assistant for Chair Delperdang.
Go ahead, Nick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nick Myers with the Revisor's Office.
Jesse with the Revisor of Statutes Office.
Hi, I'm Heather O'Hara with the Legislative Research Department.
And Luke Drury with Legislative Research Department.
All right. And
Noah Bechtold with the AV Department.
And we've got Jack.
Jack Sartorius. I'm here shadowing.
All right. Well, welcome to the staff. Welcome to everybody out there in the audience. And we're just going to kick off day 3 as a continuation from what we've heard last couple of days, or I'm going to say what was it? 2 weeks ago, I guess. We already had day 1 concerning it was transmission focused. Heard a little bit from SPP, Department of Energy, and others. Day 2 was reliability and siting. And we had a pretty good discussion with Nick on eminent domain. So that I appreciated you doing that. And today is going to be more of just energy focus and energy plans as we move it forward. And we'll get more into that here. But any questions from anybody here before we get started? Go ahead, Mr. Schellenberger.
Thank you. I had to ask for some information relative to our all-in at the Southwest Power Pool. I don't know if anybody remembers that, but I do.
Yeah, I know. When they were talking, correct?
Right. I asked the staff if they could find out what our all-in costs, what Kansas pays all in to the Southwest Power.
Okay.
And maybe they don't have it, but we can re-up the ask.
Go ahead, Nick.
Yes, and I do remember that question, and we will reach out to the Southwest Power Pool and try to get an answer for you. I'm wondering the answer might not just be as simple as just one straight number. We might get a lot of information back, or it might take some rounds.
Appreciate you bringing that back up. Okay. Doesn't look like anybody else has a question at this point. So first off, we're going to start out with Kate doing an overview of state energy plans. And Kate is with the Legislative Research Department. Appreciate you being here and helping put everything together. And you have the floor.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. All right. Good morning, committee. My name is Kate Smeltzer, and I am a research analyst for KLRD. I'm here to provide a brief overview of state energy plans in the United States and a brief history of energy plans in Kansas. Before I begin, I wanted to explain the format of my memo. I've listed goals and elements that are shared amongst different states and provided an example for you. And with that, we're just going to go ahead and jump right into existing state energy plans. Currently, there are 43 state energy plans, or active state energy plans, or SCPs. Often, multiple strategies may be suggested in order to accomplish the overall goal of each state's energy plan. And though each plan varies by state, there are certain goals and elements that are shared amongst certain state plans. Some examples include SCP planning process, finance, economic development, and framework, state energy plan objectives and context, recommended policies and actions. And real quick, I wanted to point out, I'm not sure if it is on yours, but it's on my piece of paper. There's a bullet point for expand the suite of incentive programs. That actually aligns with Mississippi's state energy plan. That might have just been a printing error, but if it's on your sheet, just know that is not an overall goal that is matched by other states. Moving on, so continuing goals and elements that are shared, grid evolution, energy assurance plans or EAPs, and emergency planning, transportation and land usage, clean energy and renewable portfolio standards, conservation and energy efficiency, and a review of resources available in the state and research and development. We're going to go ahead and move on to page 3 and discuss state energy reports real quick, and I'll give everyone a chance to get there. So state energy reports, several states have mandated the submission of an annual or biannual energy report to from their respective energy office or designated entity to their respective legislative body regarding the following topics: information on the performance of the energy industries and resulting analyzation, development and evaluation of energy policies and programs based on that information, information and data regarding energy costs, energy sectors, markets, technologies, resources, and facilities, updates and information on energy efficiency, conservation, and correlation between energy use and effects on the environment, and local, state, regional, and federal regulations, policies, and planning activities related to energy. And then moving on to page 4, I'll give everyone a chance. We're going to switch gears to Kansas Energy Plan history and just jump around in there. So in 1991, Governor Finney established through proclamation the Kansas Energy Policy Committee that created the state's first energy policy. The committee consisted of 80 volunteer members, which was then split into 2 further subcommittees and then split further into smaller task forces. The committee published the 116-page Kansas Energy Policy Committee report in 1993 and addressed all aspects of Kansas energy in context with national and global issues. And in October of that year, a governor's conference on the report, or on the policy, was held in Topeka to discuss many topics that were identified in the committee's report. So we're going to go ahead and skip to 2002. In 2002, Governor Graves issued an executive order which established the State Energy Resources Coordination Council, or the SERCC, to do the following: collect and compile information pertaining to the availability, production, and use of energy in Kansas, formulate an initial comprehensive state energy plan, and advise the governor and legislature of energy trends in production and consumption and any other tax or revenue implications. And then last page, page 5. In 2003, the SERCC submitted its first report, the 2003 Kansas Energy Plan. And in 2004, Governor Sebelius, by executive order, reformulated the SERCC into the Kansas Energy Council, or the KEC. The governor charged the KEC with formulating and coordinating a comprehensive state energy plan and making recommendations regarding long-term energy policy to the governor, legislature, the Kansas Corporation Commission, and other appropriate entities. The KEC was staffed by the Kansas Geological Survey in cooperation with the KCC and produced the Kansas Energy Plan each year in which the KEC was in existence. And in 2006 and 2007, the governor issued multiple executive orders to reformulate the composition of the KEC. In 2008, the governor issued 2 executive orders to reformulate the composition of the KEC a final time. and the KEC members instead advocated for elimination or overhaul of the KEC. The governor then issued Executive Order 0813, which dissolved the KEC and transferred KEC's responsibilities to other established entities. And lastly, in 2009, the Kansas Energy Report was published for the final time, and it was based on the policy and program recommendations approved by the KEC during the update of the 2008 Kansas Energy Report. Whew. And with that, Mr. Chair, I will stand for any questions. And I need a pen, so 1 second. Thank you, Jack. All right.
Thank you. Questions, committee?
Mr. Chairman, I do have a question.
Yes, sir. Mr. Carmichael, you have the floor.
Thank you. I know it's a slightly off topic, but up until about 8 years ago, we had an organization known as KETA, the Kansas Energy Transmission Authority. Can anyone there update as to what its purpose was and what its status is? Because I think, quite frankly, we legislatively killed it.
I don't have any information on that at the moment, but I'd be happy to look into that further. But I think Heather might have some info.
Go ahead, Heather.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Heather O'Hara with Legislative Research. KETA was primarily formed to study transmission issues, and they actually put forward a transmission line to start with. And then later on, after they kind of got out of the transmission line business, then it was mostly oversight and studying transmission issues and grid load in the state. They would receive regular updates from various energy companies at their meetings, which they met quarterly. They were actually abolished by the legislature. I want to say it's 5 or 6 years ago now. There was legislation to bring it back, but that did not have a hearing. That was the next year after it was abolished, and then since then, no action has been taken.
And I appreciate that, and thank you for indulging a question that was slightly off topic. My recollection is that when we did have KETA, that KETA had a vote on the SPP. Does anyone know if that was the case?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure that they had a vote. I'd have to defer probably to the KCC on that, but they did attend those meetings and did have input at those meetings. I was fortunate to go as a staff member to one of those regional meetings in Santa Fe right before KETA was dissolved, and it was always interesting to see the interaction between the KETA members and various KCC like folks at those meetings. So I know there was definitely some of the KETA members definitely were sad to see that input leave, but that was the will of the legislature.
And this legislator was sad to see that happen as well. Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Okay. Kate, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just confirm that my understanding is that KETA did not have a vote, but did attend the meetings and receive the information and have opportunity for discussion.
Okay. And then Kate, I'm intrigued going back through the history like you did. Well done on the research, but did anything really become of these things? I mean, you've gone kind of through some of here's what they were, here's when they came about, but are we just trying to reinvent the wheel again? Are we spinning our wheels up here?
That's an excellent question, Mr. Chair. I didn't look too much further into, I mean, I do know some of these working groups are no longer in existence, but beyond that, I would need to look further into it for you. Happy to do so if you think.
I would appreciate that later on.
Sure.
We can cover it this next year when we're back up there on regular. So.
Happy to do it.
We have another question from Senator Francisco.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. So I do know that the Energy Program Division of the KCC did operate some significant programs. Certainly the energy efficiency program where people could get a test, door test or balloon test or something of their house and get particular information about what could be done and help in funding that. So would some of that be covered under the topic of overview of the State Energy Office? Or could we ask staff to provide a little more information on that program?
Senator Francisco, are you questioning funding specifically for projects? Sorry.
I was talking about the projects
Okay.
that the Energy Office oversaw. So they were, I mean, I think they were actually making or having some opportunities for energy conservation in Kansas. I know that the money for that program was abruptly halted and invested in an ethanol facility that was closed just a few years later.
I might defer to another conferee if they have that information. I certainly don't, but I'd be happy to find it if no one else does.
And I was assuming you wouldn't have it right now, but that it could be provided to the.
Yes, absolutely.
Any further questions for? Okay, well, appreciate your presentation here and the history. So, welcome to the committee, Senator Warren. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. WebEx is a wonderful thing. So I was joining you on WebEx this morning, but thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry for a few minutes delay.
No problem. I guess this next question would be to the staff for IT. Do we have Chaz Allen online at this point? Okay, Chaz, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine. So,
perfect.
Are you just talking, or do you need a video for slides?
No, I've got slides, but I'll just speak to it and just go through it. Nobody likes looking at slides. Well, I'll start off. Last week somebody told me I'd be speaking to the Kansas Legislature. I told them, what am I going to do that for?
Yeah.
And two, my only connection to the Kansas Legislature is I work with Senator Warren's husband on NASCAR issues between Kansas and Iowa Speedway.
Yeah, I appreciate you filling in. Things got changed around quite rapidly this last week. So if we would, and we can see you fine when you talk, but you might give us a little background on what you've done and who you are, and then just feel free to jump on into it.
Yeah, so of course, my name is Chaz Allen, and my experience is basically with investor-owned telecoms, and then got into the world of politics, was mayor of the city of Newton, and I was the mayor when Maytag decided to leave, and we had to replace about 3,000 jobs, which we did with renewable energy, TPI and Trinity, which is TPI's wind blade manufacturer, and Trinity was a tower manufacturer. So somehow I built a building and everybody perceived me as this energy person. And then I went on to be in the state Senate for 4 years, and where I served on Commerce and Ways and Means and did work in some of the policy issues for energy. So I have an utmost respect for what you guys are going through, because we had 2 issues at the time. You probably have 100 coming at you right now with energy. And it's a big deal, because last session, our commerce chairs in the Senate and the House were getting hit by so many things we were for, things other people were for, that they said, hey, wait a minute, what do we have right now? And that's what we're studying this summer, is going back through our regulatory system, how you're regulating the investor-owned utilities, to understand, are we doing it right with all the new things coming? So you're not in a unique position when I hear these issues about planning and things like that. It's happening all over the Midwest, at least, because I know that Kansas and Iowa are not a California or a New York or a state of Washington. We're pretty Midwestern sense people to get the right thing done. But I think my task going into 2024, since I've sat in your chair, is I have to inform people. I have to inform you as if I'm informing myself 5 years ago, because I didn't know all the things I do now, and how complicated, because you're either for or against, but usually the right answer is the nuance in between that. And that's what you're faced with. I know you are. And please, if there's something you want to ask me, please speak up or raise your hand. I'll answer any questions as I rattle through this.
No, you're doing just fine. What can you give us an example of investor-owned telecom?
Well, Verizon, GTE back in the day, Iowa Telecom. I tell everybody back in the day I was selling minutes. Well, now I'm selling megawatts. And it's the same regulatory scheme.
There you go.
But I represent the 4 investor-owned utilities, and next, which is Alliant Energy, Black Hills Energy, ITC Midwest, which you have ITC Great Plains in your state that builds transmission lines, and then Mid-American Energy, which is a Berkshire Hathaway company. And we provide pretty much 80 to 90% of the natural gas and electricity to Iowans. The other percentages are made up by municipal utilities and the rural cooperatives. For the most part, for 100 years, you know, we were challenged with, we provide safe, reliable, and affordable energy. Well, 20 years ago, renewable was added. So now we're adding renewable energy into that mix. And back in the day, you'd have a thermal plant, coal plant, gas plant, transmission lines from that one point to a distribution system inside of a community, and the power got distributed. Well, now with the advent, I know Kansas is a big wind state. With the advent of wind, you have more transmission lines, more distribution, things like that. And the other complexity of our network now is our lines for so many years were one way. You send energy one direction to a house. Now they're becoming two-way, taking energy off people's houses and putting it back on the grid. And that's made a complexity, if you will. And it's also security. There's security issues related to that. So as I served, I realized I thought state and federal policy were driving the renewable energy, and they are. The policies that come from you, the policies that come from Washington have driven renewable energy. But as I've taken on this job, what I'm seeing is a lot of our customers, our big customers, are driving for renewable energy. They want renewable energy to show their customers, their investors, all that they're trying to reduce their carbon footprint. And I'm talking about customers like John Deere, 3M, Pellicorp, Vermeer, Arcosa, Midwest companies that, you know, support our ag business. And Iowa's been fortunate because we're not new to this. Iowa became the first state to have a renewable portfolio standard in 1983. And then by 2022, nearly 2/3 of the total electricity generated in Iowa came from a renewable source, almost all of it from wind. And we're the #2 power producer for wind outside of Texas. In 2023, Iowa had about 800 megawatts of in-state generating capacity fueled by renewable energy. Now, do you have that presentation in front of you though?
We can, if we can get IT to. Yeah, we've got it printed out. I didn't know if IT wanted to put it up on the monitors or not. So
I'm not a big tech person to share things. I don't want to blow up the system. I've got a map in here that shows where all the wind is in Iowa, and our northwest corner is the most productive, and our southeast corner is the least productive. And it's funny because when we're having a big electric day, the northwest has excess power that we really couldn't get to southeast Iowa until the MISO Tranche 1 transmission project. We'll be able to push that excess in northwest to the deficit in the southeast.
Would you like to put it up on? There you go. We've got it up.
Yeah.
Well,
let's go to it just disappeared. Hang on. Does anybody have any questions while I'm waiting on that?
Not at this point. Go ahead.
I'll keep going. But the map, it shows Iowa. Well, then I got a second map that has the United States, the wind corridor, and then it shows the second map on that page shows where all the wind is, and it follows that dark blue corridor. Next slide. Yeah, that one. If you notice, Kansas and Iowa are similarly situated in what I call the wind corridor. And then if you look at the map to the right, that's where all the wind has been built, is in that area there. And the next slide are proposed projects right now between Mid-American Energy has proposed a 3.9 billion wind prime, and that'll put up another 2,000 megawatts of wind, 50 megawatts of solar. But then they want to conduct feasibility studies on carbon capture, energy storage, and small modular nuclear. Alliant Energy was just approved to build about $1 billion worth of solar. And part of that solar is going to replace lost megawatts that were at a nuclear plant that's been terminated. And then the other will be down in southern Iowa, down in Creston at 150 megawatts. And then the battery project, there were 75 watts of battery that I think the interveners felt it was too expensive, and the board didn't approve that. So that's going forward. And I will remind you, as we do economic development in our communities, we're talking in some cases, millions of dollars, tens of millions of dollars in some cases. When the utilities come in, it's in the billions when they produce this stuff. So they make a big impact when they do put projects forward. Next slide. And then I'd share the MISO and SPP footprint. A lot of you're impacted because I think people's impressions are, well, we just provide for Kansas or we just provide for Iowa. No, for Iowa, we do have some of SPP, and any excess that we might have any given day will be pushed out into a state that has a deficit at that time. So, and I think SPP is very similar to that. So everybody, it's one of those things where if a state's short, they can get it to you, and some days you're short, then get it to you. So it's better than just one state, because we saw what happens when Texas went down and didn't have backup power. As a matter of fact, MISO was selling through Iowa to SPP to keep a lot of the states in SPP up and running that day during that storm. Next slide. The thing right now, infrastructure and grid security. We talk about grid hardening now. We have to spend money to harden the grid for weather events. But then also with the bad actors out there, cyber is a very important piece right now. We spend a lot of time hardening our cyber systems because of how critical our energy network is. I mean, it's one of the things that makes us not a third world country. You think you won't have the industrial revolution if you don't have electricity. You won't have the computer revolution if you don't have electricity. And I think people take for granted, I know I did till I got this job, that for the most part, gas and electricity, I spend about $9 a day if you take my gas bill and my electric bill. And I come home and my beer's cold, my stove works, I'm charging my phone, I can watch my TV, all of that for $9, where I can go to Starbucks and pay $5 for a cup of coffee that's gone by the time I get to work. And then the next slide, I guess I left this in the slide, but we're one of the only industries that really try hard to help you use less of our product. And from a state perspective, if the state doesn't grow, we don't grow. So economic development to us in all these communities is incredibly important, not only for those communities, but for us to maintain cheap and reliable, affordable energy by the state growing. So it's important to us. We have specific people in each of our communities we represent to help economic development in those small towns to help them grow. And then just the last ones, listen to your peers. Governor Kim Reynolds has been an incredibly popular governor. And Debbie Durham, she's our economic development chief. She's like a small package full of dynamite. And she really works hard around the state to get economic development. So those two have done amazing work in our industry. But like you said, I'm sure you're facing the same thing. The challenges that are coming from all the interveners, the challenges that are coming from land use, the challenges that are coming from the federal government pumping money into this. Brian, who is going to be here today, he's going to be missed. I think he's transitioned to another job because there's been so much that's come into our energy center offices from the IRA. We just got, I think we partnered with Kansas on a hydrogen thing that we weren't able to get, a hydrogen hub. But there's so many other things that are coming down, from grid security to hardening the grid to hydrogen. There's a lot changing. So I appreciate what you guys are doing, being on these committees right now as these things change, and good luck.
All right, I appreciate that. And just so you're aware, we have an individual in the audience that's smiling. She was highly involved with the hydrogen grants. So, Kimberly, welcome to the committee too. Anyway, committee questions for Chaz. Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for joining us. Appreciate the presentation and understand that there's a little difference in Iowa because you're split both between MISO and the SPP. But we really want to be talking about energy plans. And so what do you know about the Iowa energy plan? Or are you just in the research?
No, so that's a great question. That is something everybody's looking for right now. And we're working on both Mid-American and Alliant have gone in for a rate case. And in their settlement agreements, they've agreed to do a resource plan before their next rate case. So in other words, they'll inventory what they have and what future needs will be. And where it gets kind of wild. So back in the day, Kansas produced for Kansas, Iowa produced for Iowa. But today we produce for SPP as well as MISO. And as states policies, some policies have a little more liberal, some are more conservative. As they shut their thermal plants down, it's creating a deficit in some states that we're making up for in our state. And that's going to be the trick on planning is, are we planning Kansas and Iowa, or are we planning also with SPP and MISO?
Other questions? Okay, so there wasn't any further questions down here, but I've got a couple. Does the state of Iowa have specific plans laid out going forward, say looking ahead 10 years that we want to be at X amount of wind or X amount of solar, bringing in hydrogen, so forth like that?
I think hydrogen is going to be slowed down because we're not going to get the money for that. But I think the governor leaves it up to the utilities on what we're going to do. And I think wind is getting to the point where we've only got about one more project left. And then I think they're going to have to, that'll be saturated, if you will. But then solar's the new thing, but then you have your land use issues that people have with that. And sometimes it's not the landowner, it could be a neighbor. But there's no real specific goal for the state other than they want to see, they've incented for 20 years putting renewables up, which is predominantly wind. And that's all the policies were driven towards, is putting wind up.
What about as you put wind up in various parts of the states, are you having any issues with connecting into the grid and being able to have the facilities there, and who's paying for the facilities to push it through the state, for example?
So, that's the one thing, the tranche 1 MISO, we're getting that transmission line put up. That'll be that cost for that tranche 1, which is not just in Iowa, it's all over MISO. That gets spread out across all the 16 states as we push energy, different places. And I'm sure that's pretty similar to SPP.
What about from an Iowa perspective? Do you have any concerns with the SPP as they are wanting to head what I'm going to call the westward expansion, as far as who's paying for it, and how does that affect Iowa moving forward?
Well, it will affect us. I'm sure it will. It's one of those things where I know some of the southern states, we're putting so much wind into it in our area that they get frustrated with the added costs down in Louisiana and those places. So, but MISO has come up with a pretty good plan. And I don't know what the structure in Kansas is, but it's really important that Kansas is represented at SPP. So you have a voice as they start talking about these costs. And in our case, our utilities board is a 3-member board. One of them sits on SPP and one of them sits on MISO. And then of course we have different staffers that are on both MISO and SPP as well. So we know what's going on.
Okay. And then specific to Iowa, if you take SPP out of the picture just momentarily, do you know what your generation mix consists of? what percentage, how much do you have there for wind, solar, coal, et cetera?
I did. Tell you what, I actually had a slide. Let me do something here. I'm gonna look at, I can tell you what's going on today. I've got my MISO app that it tells me what's on the grid right this second.
Now I'm speaking specifically Iowa, because I know we can hit
Right.
the spp.org grid, but
I don't have it right now, but it's on one of my. I actually took that slide out of this deck when I was doing this. But so.
if you can't find it, that's okay.
Yeah, I'll keep looking. But is there another question while I'm looking at it?
Yeah, we have a question from Representative Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I noticed in your slides you don't talk much about cost. I know that's an item that's very much on the minds of Kansans. You know, and I did see a slide a while back that talked about prices were increasing faster in the heavy wind producing states, and they were talking about Iowa, Kansas, Illinois, Colorado, California, Minnesota. But in the last 15 years, have you done a study of, you know, those states that are producing all this low cost power seem to be taking a bigger hit on the cost side than states that aren't producing all that low cost power? Have you got a view on that?
Well, our biggest wind producer is Mid-American Energy, and they haven't been in for a rate case since 2013. And a lot of that is because when there's excess power on the wind grid, it gets sold into the MISO network. And that's able to keep the cost down for the Mid-American customers. They have something that's called, it's kind of a cost sharing mechanism that when they over earn, they're able to do two things: give the money back to the customers or pay down the depreciation on some of the heavier assets, the coal plants. So when they do get shut down, those are zeroed out and there's no stranded assets.
So your view is what? That costs are stable in Iowa? They have not increased that much in the last 15 years or since the wind has really ramped up?
Well, you've got two different business models on this. You have your traditional utility, which is Alliant, which is a more rural customer, and they are in for a rate case right now. And then you've got Mid-American, which is predominantly more urban, but also able to put their wind up there. It just depends on the business model, really. I mean, Mid-American's able to put the wind out and sell it into the MISO market, the excess, and keep their rates lower.
Go ahead, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Allen, for being here today. You in Iowa have had a renewable portfolio standard. It'll be 40 years this year, so since 1983. What advice do you have as far as best practice that has worked for Iowans over the last 40 years that could help here in Kansas if Kansas is looking at a state energy plan?
I think the best thing is, you know, we've never used eminent domain or anything for wind. We've left it to the landowners to decide whether they want it or not. And then we've been able to put it where they want it. And so it's worked to this point doing that. But like I said, we were at the forefront of it. So I imagine it's going to start tapering off here as we do other technologies.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Well, I do not see any more questions or hands up.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Carmichael.
Thank you. If I could follow up on Representative Turner's question, I was interested to hear that there hasn't been a rate increase for the major IOU in Iowa in 10 years. And the reason for that is the sale of excess generation to other states. If I recall correctly, Kansas, about 20% or so of our power, I was looking at numbers last night, is exported to other states, yet we sell it at the lowest wholesale rate in the region, something in the area of 3 cents a kilowatt hour. And I hope that our additional conferees will kind of explain to us why isn't Kansas able to sell its wholesale power in a way that would subsidize the retirement of debt, et cetera, in association with the coal generation? Why is it that Iowa's able to do this, but it seems like we're not? And I don't know if our present conferee could answer for Kansas, but it sounds like they're doing it right in Iowa.
Okay, I don't know if the present conferee can answer that. That might be something as the day goes on. It'd be a good question to bring up with some of the other conferees. But I appreciate the question. If any other questions, Mr. Carmichael? Okay, let's move on to Representative Laura Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Chaz, for being here with us today. You brought up an interesting perspective talking about energy and economic development. And I didn't know, I mean, you listed maybe one goal, but is there anything within the Iowa State Plan that ties energy with economic development, or maybe even providing reports from utility companies of the economic value they've added to those communities?
So there's a report that comes to mind that one of the companies puts out. It's called the Green Advantage. And if you're a big user, you can get a report that shows how much of your power came from renewable energy. And then they can use that report to show their customers that, hey, they've actually, one company's been able to make zero carbon steel because they're using full wind power. And then whatever they use in the steel that's carbon reduced, they can advertise zero carbon steel, which I thought was pretty cool. But you know who drives renewables is customers. Who's going to drive economic development? Some of these big companies that want to come to our state want to know they're getting renewable power. So it's going to be a driver of economic development that doesn't, like I said, I always put it on state and federal incentives. But what we're seeing now is customers are coming wanting to know how much power can I get from renewable resources.
And do you think your renewable resource plan that Senator Warren was discussing has helped bring big businesses or big corporations to Iowa?
Oh, absolutely. I think when you look at Google, Microsoft, and Facebook, regardless of what the politics around them are, they use a lot of power, and that's been another big thing to keep rates lower in that territory. Low cost transmission, and then big revenue for power.
Because you're getting lower electric rates for businesses or for the communities surrounding them?
For the communities, that helps drive. When you have big users like that, you're able to keep prices stable.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity for a follow-up question. We saw with the Uri event in 2021 or 22, I don't remember when that was, but it was important to have kind of a diverse portfolio of energy generation sources. How has Iowa prepared and planned to meet that next kind of big winter storm type Uri event in the future, that so you can address that?
So hardening the grid, meaning undergrounding some cable where we can. The derecho, you've got that, but then you've got the derecho that went through, like a hurricane that came across Iowa, wiped out a lot of stuff. But from the storm perspective, one of the things that happened, and there was two storms. There was a Valentine's Day storm, and then there was over a Christmas holiday where gas down in Texas or whatever, wells froze and things like that. We all know that story. Well, one thing, they don't market gas on the weekends or over the holidays. So we lost like 4 days of able to buy cheaper fuel during that storm. And we're going to Palm Springs next week to discuss just that. How do we get to the market so we don't pay super high price, lock into a contract on Friday that we can't get out of till Monday, and then a storm comes through and we have to buy all this power, and it translates to customers getting higher gas bills. So NARUC is really looking at it, and that's the organization that represents all the utility boards, public commissions, and they meet 4 times a year.
So it's a matter of the planning on the purchasing of utilities anticipating maybe an event, or that you're not stuck in the contract, I guess, from Friday to Monday. But then how do you've got a contract, how do you change it in the middle?
That's what they're trying to figure out. They're trying to figure out how this is supposed to work, because that was a unique event that happened over a holiday, and we couldn't, people were stuck in it. And I know from the Texas event, there were municipals that used their entire budget to buy fuel during that storm.
And probably in excess of their budget, I think. Prices really spiked because of that event, and we want to plan as best we can to avoid that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Chas, thank you for your presentation. I was wondering, on page 9, you was talking about in this map, it shows what SPP is, and then you talk about MISO. But you mentioned a couple of times selling into MISO. And when I look at that map, the majority of your wind is in that northwest that you was talking about and not in the southeast. So my question is there a different business plan between MISO and SPP that makes that advantageous for you guys to take, out of the SPP portion of your state and sell it into MISO? Just kind of,
I'm not really, I've pretty much, because SPP is only about 5% of what my power is in Iowa. And I don't know that much about SPP, but I would imagine, but I can't tell you for sure.
Okay, that map shows it's about half. That's what areas.
It's pretty rural up there. I mean, from a customer concentration standpoint.
Yeah, but that's also where your wind's coming from too.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
All right. Representative Berquist.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, sir, for your testimony and your information. You all, as Iowa, are part of MISO, and we're part of SPP, and we all play a role in each one of those larger pools. My question to you is, in regards to wind power, are you shutting down all of your coal-operated plants eventually, or are you working towards keeping a diverse energy load within your state, or are you just becoming a part of the wind picture for the whole MISO? That's the first question.
It's going to remain a diverse fleet because, as wind and solar are great when we have it, but they're not when they're not there. We have to have gas peaker plants or the 4 coal plants that we have right now. Yes, there's plans to, I think, shutter them at some point, but not until we're certain that we can do that.
One more question then. With the drive towards corporate demand or request for being able to prove themselves to be a greener or more renewable user, if that demand goes further and further, then we go further away from being accountable for the fact we have to have a base load. So what do you have to, what's your thought on that? And that is that we can't possibly let everybody be called 100% green or even close to 100% green until we have storage that's better for wind and for solar.
Right. I think, like I said, those plants will stay active until we're sure until there's more technology for like storage and things like that. And then, lost my train of thought there. But you can see some states that have made the decisions to close those thermal plants, or they put carbon caps on, and you get into the middle of summer and they can't turn their gas plant on because it's met the carbon cap. So we end up going through June and July without 1,200 megawatts of power because of a state's policy. That's where the issue arises when they talk about brownouts and stuff like that. And that's where we step in and they're able to produce wind to send to those states.
Hey, thank you for your thoughts. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions from anybody? Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chas, I'm still kind of wanting to visit a little bit on energy mix. If SPP has their energy mix and MISO has their energy mix, does the state of Iowa have an energy mix that they keep track of just for the state of Iowa?
Yes, we do. And that's the slide I took out of this presentation. See,
He's
And
still
now I can't.
still looking for that slide, right?
Yeah.
So while you're looking for it, Chaz, I was wondering, let's say that you get out of your percentages that you like to do, would be in, how do you move it one direction or another? Because this is a very complicated thing. Everybody's got their own mixes, and I just, once you have that, what do you do about it?
There are some very smart people in MISO and SPP to move that power around because they're doing it for 16 states. And though we've come close, we've always maintained our power, except obviously for those tragic events, you know, during Winter Storm Uri and those. But yeah, there we go.
Again, Mr. Allen, it's okay if you can't find that slide. I know we had talked about it.
I've got it right here on the IUB website.
Okay. Okay.
So this is as of 2021. Basically 32% came from coal, 55.2 came from wind, 9 came from natural gas, and then like 1% hydro and 0.3 of some others. But yeah, so wind is still the predominant producer, but there's still 32.8% of coal and 9% of gas that provided electricity to Iowans last year or in 2021.
Any more questions, Senator? Okay. I think that's all that we have for you. I do appreciate you taking the time, especially on short notice, to come visit with our group here. But it sounds like you're going through the same issues we are up there with trying to put a direction on it. So
yeah, I remember I had solar and a transmission issue, and that was it. And you guys have a ton coming at you.
Yes, we do. So, well, thank you, sir, and have a nice day.
You too. Thank you.
Okay. With that, committee, we're about 5 minutes ahead, and let's go ahead and take a break until 10:15. Thank you. Okay, next up is going to be the overview of the State Energy Office. And we've got a few people here we're going to be hearing from. Thank you. And Lynn, before you start, is Annie still in the room? Is Annie in the room? Where is she? There's she hiding. Why don't you grab her? Let's introduce her to everybody. I wanted to do that last time. I think so. About ready to whap this. Okay. Let's call it back to order here. So, all right. First, we're going to be going over the energy office and some items they're working on right now. I've got Lynn Reitz that's going to talk to us initially, but I wanted to call Annie Kuther up if we could. Annie Keither. Thank you. I don't know who all has met you or who has not. There's some new people on this committee since you've been on it, but you've been on this committee for the normal energy committee for years and years, but you've got a new role going on now. Could you?
Well, I was on the committee for 26 years.
That's a long time.
Yeah. Ranking Democrat for 22, I think it was. So yeah, did a little, got a little involved with some policy.
A little bit.
Yeah.
And what are you doing now?
I have been confirmed by the Senate Confirmation Committee to be a commissioner at the Kansas Corporation Commission.
Okay. So for those of you on the committee that may or may not know Annie, she is one of the 3 commissioners. So look forward to working with you this coming year.
Great.
And welcome and glad that you're here with us.
Thank you. Well, this is, gets my interest, as you well understand.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you
nice
go.
to see
All
you
right.
guys. Thank you.
I wanted to introduce you last time, and by the time
I understood I was not, you couldn't see me back there, which, as former Representative Bob Grant always said, Annie Keither, would you please stand up? And I
am standing up.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Annie. Lynn, you have the floor.
Lynn Retz with the Kansas Corporation Commission. I'm going to be talking to you about the State Energy Office, primarily focused on our programming from 2016 to date and some of the issues and projects we have on the horizon. I'd like to start out by addressing a question that Senator Francisco had regarding some prior programs. I think the programs you are referring to were ones that were developed under the Recovery Act dollars. So back in the 2008, 2011 timeframe, that does predate me. I could try to find you specific information as to the funding, what happened to those programs specifically, but none of those were active programs when I came into the Energy Office in 2016. So I'm going to go over kind of the 3 main areas of programs that we have in the State Energy Office and kind of give you the development of those programs again since 2016. Our first one is what I refer to as our Small Rural Business Energy Assessment Program. Our second one is energy education, which is a very large umbrella that includes a lot under energy education. And the third one is our Facility Conservation Improvement Program. You'll hear that referred to as FCIP. This is a map that shows you every place that we have been in the state since 2016 for all of our programs. Some of these pins will overlap because they're close proximity of where we've been. Some of them are not duplicated if we've been in the same location multiple times. There's just one pin in that location. Our educational events include across all of our programs that fall under energy education. Our K-12 benchmarking is the number of buildings that we have entered into the portfolio manager. And our KidWin includes 88 unique schools. In some of our smaller school districts, the middle school and the high school are housed in one building. We just counted that as one school. And our equipment loan program, we didn't start tracking the equipment that we would loan out until fiscal year 2019. So the first program we're going to go over is our small rural business energy assessments. And this map shows you every place that we have done a small business rural energy assessment across the state. And before I go any further, I need to acknowledge that the success of all of these programs is also in large part because we have a partnership with K-State Engineering Extension staff that have certifications in various areas and also an engineer on their staff. So they are the ones that actually go out and conduct these assessments. They are done for small rural businesses at no cost to the business. To be a rural community, it has to be less than 50,000. As part of that program, we started with K-State also helping the small businesses apply for USDA REAP grants. So since 2016, we've completed 175 small rural business assessments. The results of those assessments has been that $3.5 million in USDA REAP grants has stayed in Kansas. Our annual energy cost savings has been $1.4 million. And the megawatt and the kilowatt savings for those small businesses is 14 million. This next slide is in here. It's not complete. It stops at 2018 because I don't have verified data from USDA. But to give you an idea that prior to us and K-State helping small businesses complete the USDA REAP grant, USDA was returning grant funds that were available to Kansas to the national level. Since we have started helping with those USDA REAP grants for these small businesses, $0 have been returned to the national level. This slide gives you an idea of the industries that we have conducted these small business energy audits for. Originally, okay, I screwed it up already. I told him I was going to screw it up. So be ready. So on slide 8 is our energy assessment by industry. When I started in this program, it was already an existing program, but it was focused on grocery stores. We decided to expand that to any small rural business. So grocery stores are by far the largest number, but you're going to see in the next slide that over the last couple of years, other industries have been taking advantage of these small audits. This is by fiscal year, the type of industries that have taken advantage of the audits. The last couple of years, the two areas that have grown the most are agricultural producers and others. So grocery stores has diminished quite a bit over the last couple of years. These next two slides are for informational purposes. I won't spend a lot of time on them. They are in your slide deck, 10 and 11. We included the assessments by House District and Senate District. So you can see if you've had someone in your district actually take advantage of this program. Every year, I have to answer to Department of Energy because the Energy Office is completely federal funded. So as part of that, we have to account for the dollars that the feds give us based on each program that we have. And this year, in response to DOE's request for information on our small rural business, we broke it down benefits versus program expense. And for every dollar that we have put into this program, the benefits has been $5.30. That's compilation of the dollars from USDA REAP grants that have stayed in the state, as well as the business's energy savings. This next slide is a comparison of the actual benefits by fiscal year based on the REAP dollars that have stayed in the state. One of the areas of increase for these audits has actually been for renewable energy. So we have helped small businesses apply for USDA REAP grants, primarily around the area of solar. The next area is KidWin Challenge, and there's probably a lot of people in the room who are familiar with our KidWin challenges. And KidWin is a national STEM competition that is open to 4th through 12th graders. Here in Kansas, we hold 6 regional competitions and 1 state challenge. The teams have to participate in 4 activities, including they build a wind turbine that then has to go into a wind tunnel and performs in the wind tunnel. We have an in-person presentation where they have to present to a panel of judges, and they have to do a knowledge quiz and an instant challenge. These next couple of pictures are from some of our state competitions. This one, you can see the students actually putting their wind turbine into the tunnel, preparing for it to go into the tunnel and see how many joules it produces. This next slide is a team, because at state we project up on a big screen how their turbine is performing in the tunnel. This is a team responding to how well their turbine is performing. In addition to this being a STEM program, so science, technology, engineering, and math, there's a lot of other benefits that come out of it for the students, including the fact that they learn public speaking, they learn problem solving, they learn to work as a team, and actually the challenges of disappointment. Not everybody wins, and sometimes you see these students have catastrophic failures, and how quickly they can recover from those catastrophic failures is pretty amazing. If any of you have the opportunity to come attend a KidWin Challenge, I would invite you to attend. This map shows all of our participating schools in the KidWin Challenge. Here's a history of the KidWin Challenge. So just so you have an idea, in 2016 and 2017, we were not responsible for the KidWin Challenge. Late 2017, David Carter with K-State Engineering Extension staff contacted me and said they had an opportunity to take it on. Would we be interested? Fit into our other energy education programs. So I was like, why not? Let's give it a try. So 2018, we did 1 state challenge. We had 8 teams, or 17 teams, 8 schools, and 51 students participate. At the end of that, we were kind of like, yeah, we can do better than this. So from there, we went to 4 regional challenges and 1 state challenge. So in 2019, we grew from the 8 teams in 2018 to 22 teams, or 22 schools, and 44 teams, touching 150 students. At the end of that, we still didn't feel like we were reaching across the state enough. So we decided to go to 5 regional challenges in 2020. We grew to 34 schools, 54 teams, and 208 students. We had just finished our regional challenges when COVID hit, canceled state, national was also canceled. 2021, we recovered, but there were still some delays with COVID, some limitations and restrictions. So we had to hold 3 virtual competitions. State was by virtual, and so was national. So in 2022, we expanded to 6 regional competitions. Our participation was down from our 2020 numbers, but then in 2023, you can see we still held 6 regional competitions and had our best year yet with 55 schools, 94 teams, and 341 students participating. This slide is a slide I think everybody in this room should be proud of, considering that this is a national STEM competition. Kansas has come home with some top awards since 2018. And in 2018 and 2019, the Oxford Air Sharks from Oxford, Kansas took top performers. In 2018, they were in the class category of 4th through 8th grade. And in 2019, it was for 9th to 12th grade. 2020, as I said, was canceled. 2021 was virtual, but we still had 2 teams that took away awards from national as the Spirit of Kid Win and Rookie Awards. And then in 2022, we had 3 teams come back with awards, including the Hutch team as a top performer for the 3rd through 5th grade category. We had the Innovation Award and the Judges Award. And then in 2023, we took top performer in 3rd through 5th and 6th through 8th grade. So here's our schedule for 2024. We are still with 6 regional competitions: Manhattan, Overland Park, Burlington, Hutchinson, Dodge City, and Colby, with our state one in Salina this year. So the biggest change here was historically we've had our regional competition in Oakley. We've outgrown that facility, so now we're in Colby. Our state challenge has historically been here in Topeka, but some of the feedback from teachers has been to try to get it more centrally located. So we're moving it to Salina. And also we've outgrown the space here in the Topeka area. So energy education, like I said, is a pretty broad umbrella for us. There's a lot that goes on in energy education. If you go out to the KCC website or the K-State Engineering Energy Program website, you will see a lot of resources out there for teachers, students, homeowners, business owners. And we also have our equipment library out there on the K-State website. So here's a map of every place that we've been with energy education events across the state since 2016. And again, I did it again. So the map shows that all of the energy education across the various programs. Here it is broken out by event, and you can see our K-12 energy education is by far where we have the most energy education events, with our Kid Win challenges being next. And then this is our energy education events by fiscal year. These next couple of slides are from some of our events. This one in particular is a light challenge, for lack of a better term. So the light board has incandescent lights and LEDs. There's 4 of each. It's hooked up to the bike. You get on the bike. We first have it flipped to the incandescent lights. See how much it takes for you to generate all 4 of those incandescent lights to light up. Takes a lot of effort. Then we'll flip it to the LED, and you get to see just how much effort that takes or doesn't take to light up 4 LED lights. So it's kind of an interactive opportunity for people to actually see what it takes to generate electricity and how much effort. Next area is our K-12 benchmarking. This is another relatively new program. This was in collaboration with K-State. Again, there was a lot of talk around having schools being able to benchmark their school buildings and the performance of their school buildings. Well, we could have provided those assessments to the schools, but I decided I wanted to try to figure out a way to incorporate that into the classroom so that the students could participate in those activities and actually incorporate it into their curriculum. So K-State, through a lot of brainstorming, we were able to design a program. This is every place in the state that we currently are. This program kicked off in fiscal year 21. So it's designed for 6th through 12th graders. The students take on the role of being the energy auditors. And so they actually go around their school, they identify potential energy and cost savings, they collect and analyze the data, they determine their school's efficiency score, and they work as a team to try to collect and analyze all of the other data from, we've put together an energy treasure hunt for them. We provide them the equipment, they use infrared cameras, they use data loggers, they actually get to learn how to use the equipment, and then make recommendations on how to improve their school's energy efficiency. K-State retained a teacher part-time to help us develop the curriculum so that it would make it easier for the teachers to incorporate this into the classroom and teach the students how to actually conduct some of these activities. So they get to learn math, business skills. They do learn to calculate project costs, energy savings. They learn about simple paybacks. They learn about cost benefit analysis. And they also learn about how to interpret what I call the faceplate on some of the equipment, like the HVAC equipment. And then they also learn about public speaking because some of them have actually developed into their class, into their schools, making school announcements about energy efficiency. These next two slides give you a sense of what the portfolio manager looks like and the information that they have to enter into it, which means their school building size, what it's used for, occupancy, all of that. And then their score, their energy use score. Pictures of the kids actually using some of the equipment. And then our equipment library, like I said, that was developed prior to 2019, but we just started tracking usage of it in 2019. But we have such things available for, especially for teachers to request to use. We've got wind tunnels, tunnel kits, energy benchmarking kits, data loggers that will measure occupancy in the room, temperature, light levels, things of that nature. And we also have the bike and the light board that they can check out. So here's the map that shows our energy equipment loans. Again, this is just since fiscal year 2019. And then this shows you the loans that have been made across the various programs. KidWind is by far the largest one because they do take advantage of the wind tunnels. Breeze a charm. And then this is the number of loans by program year. So as you can see, over the years, we have increased each year on our loans. And then we've also been asking teachers to track how many people actually touch the equipment that we've been loaning out to them. So again, you can see there's been a marked increase on the number of individuals who actually use the equipment. The last program I'm going to cover is the Facility Conservation Improvement Program, FCIP. FCIP was originally housed in the Department of Administration under KSA 7537-125. It got moved to the KCC in 2007. This is a program that is available to any government entity, including K-12 and higher education, to actually implement guaranteed energy performance contracting, which is where we have pre-approved energy ESCOs that will go out to the entities, conduct an audit for them, an investment grade audit, make recommendations on various energy conservation measures. The entity then decides which ones they want to implement if they want to move forward with a guaranteed energy performance contract. The thing that makes this unique is the fact that it is the energy and operational maintenance savings that cover the cost of the project. Here's one facility that did a project that took place in about mid-2018. It included lighting, building infiltration, thermostats, and HVAC units. You can see 2016 and 2017 what their electric usage was for the year. Implementation of the project was 2018, and you can see the decline in their electric usage since then. This next one is a facility that, again, the improvements were made in about mid to late 2018. We take a snapshot looking at January of each year to compare their energy usage across that time period. Since they've implemented the energy saving measures, you can see that their energy usage has in fact declined. And then this is an example of a facility for all buildings, their annual electricity usage. And it was a project that was completed in mid-2016. And again, their usage has declined since implementing those measures. Now, the chairman had asked me to kind of go over the history of the State Energy Office. So in 1973, there was the State Energy Coordinator. It was with the governor's office. And then in 1975, the Kansas Energy Office was created. It was appointed by the governor with the advice and consent of the Senate. At that same time, they established the Governor's Energy Advisory Council. Then in 1978, the Energy Office was transferred to a standalone executive branch agency. They did maintain the Energy Council, but it was comprised of 10 individuals at that time. And then in 1983, the Energy Office was abolished and the duties were transferred to the KCC, where it has been since then. The next thing the chair had asked me to cover was the location of the state energy offices. So I had to go to the National Association of State Energy Officials to get this information, but this is as of 2023 to the best of our ability to collect that data. 26 are in standalone energy offices associated with the governor or in a natural resource agency. 9 are within the Economic Development or Commerce Department. 6 are within a combined agency with distinct energy and environment divisions. 4 are with environmental agencies. 4 are within PUCs, and 7 are within other agencies. Any questions at this point?
You have a question, Senator Francisco? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So with regard to the Kansas Energy Office, once the duties were transferred to the State Corporation Commission, what history do you have for us about the staffing of that office over time? How many people were there, and what? And I know this is hard because probably weren't part of that.
I could probably spend some time to track down the staffing levels over time. It has been anywhere from 1 to I think as many as 9 since it's been at the KCC. I think at the height of it was during the Recovery Act, when there was the influx of a lot of dollars coming into the energy office.
So at that point, and that was a good reminder that it was that, federal money that came in. And I believe that the Energy Office established a loan program that would be repaid. And so have all those loans been repaid by this point? I think the hope at one point was it would be established and then be a ongoing grant program because of continual use of those funds.
So there are still loans being repaid. My understanding that program was again ceased before I started because of some difficulties in how it was originally established and some challenges in how it was originally established. Those are federal dollars. DOE gets to determine what happens with those dollars. We cannot just repurpose them for anything that we want. There is a process that DOE would require us to go through.
And I understand that. And I think that was the reason that they were going to be repurposed for the same thing, a continuing opportunity for those energy audits and grants. But the money was transferred. But the program ended and the money was transferred, my understanding, for that building of the ethanol plant. So
a couple of things here real quick. So there was a lot of programs, a lot of funding coming in during the Recovery Act. The loan program was a separate and apart. It was started with those Recovery Act dollars. The ethanol ones, yes, there were funds transferred from the KCC to the Department of Commerce for 2 projects, is my understanding. And again, you're gonna stretch my knowledge here because this predates me, and so I'm kind of relying on what I've been able to reconstruct. So let me put that caveat here. So some of those funds were in fact transferred out. If you want the specific dollars amount, I could get that for you, but yeah.
Representative Berquist.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for information purposes, when I first heard you mention REAP, the Rural Education Achievement Program, is that correct?
It is the Rural Energy American program.
Rural Energy American Program.
Yeah.
The South Central Kansas, a 5-county region, is the regional economic area partnership. I just wanted people that might be listening on a Monday morning to this, that this doesn't relate to what we're over a 20-year period. That particular program has been an economic engine for the region. So just for clarification for anybody listening, but thanks for being here.
And Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Lynn, thank you for your presentation. First thing I wanted to let you know, I had the opportunity to meet the national winning team from Hutch and see their project, and it would make everyone in this room proud to be a Kansan. That's what I would tell you with what I saw there.
Without a doubt.
So I wanted to say kudos to Hutch on that kind of thing and that whole program. The second thing is you went through this. I had read somewhere, we get to read a lot of stuff. I'd read somewhere that we were ranked 49th in energy efficiency as far as states go. Have you ever heard that or read that? Does that ever concern you, or maybe you make a comment to that? I don't know where that comes from.
So the ACEEE.
Okay.
Where that comes from. There are several components to how that score is compiled. I would have to get you more specifics to really answer that question thoroughly. But there You're weighted on some transportation components, some housing components. Some of it requires legislative activity, and I would be more than happy to sit down and provide you the specificity on how Kansas has come to that score. It is something I look at every year.
Follow up. I'd find it interesting too. I don't know, as you've seen that number, if you had ever visited with other states that might have ranked very high in it and say, how did you do this? Because I think energy efficiency is an important component in what we try to do around here. So how we can get that up is something that I'd find interesting, because 49th doesn't excite me.
No, I don't think it excites very many of us, but there's a lot of things that go into those reports.
Yeah.
And how those scores are allocated out. And so I would be more than happy to sit down and talk to you about that.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Ms. Retz.
Good morning, Representative Carmichael.
Good to see you again. First, ACEEE, what does that mean? Or if you don't know what it means, who is
energy efficiency?
American Council for Energy Efficiency?
Yeah, economy. 30.
Who or what is that?
They are a nonprofit, I believe. Yeah.
My presumption is that they're not a crazy left-wing think tank, as far as you know.
Probably all a matter of perspective.
Excellent answer. In a different profession, Ms. Retz and I used to work together on a daily basis, and she's always good at answering my questions. Two other questions, though, did come to mind. When I hear State Energy Office or other descriptions similar to that, I think of a staff of economists and electrical engineers and maybe a czar in a corner office somewhere drawing a great big paycheck that are designing overall energy plans for the next 2 years, 3 years, 10 years, 20 years, and beyond. But I don't think that we, the legislature, have ever authorized that type of an operation. I mean, how many FTEs do you have, and how big a deal? I shouldn't say how big a deal it is, but is it like I'm thinking of, or is it something different here in Kansas?
So first of all, we have 3 authorized FTEs. We currently have about 2 FTEs with 1 position posted. As you can tell, I have focused our programs on primarily around energy education, and it has been focused on programs, not on the policy issues or the policy that some other energy offices focus on.
And not to be critical, we as the legislature made the decision about what resources the office would have and what its responsibilities are. That's not something you all do internally. We're the ones responsible for the office we have. So I'm not here to cast aspersions or blame, and I appreciate your answers. Thank you.
And I would say that the energy office is also completely federal funded. So everything that I do requires an annual application to Department of Energy, and I answer for those dollars to DOE.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Actually, I've got a question to follow up with Representative Carmichael's, but so you said today, right now, we have 2 FTEs? Because I was thinking it was pretty much you, and then your halftime there, halftime KCC.
So we have hired a new program energy director who's focused on the new programs, which I have a slide here to show you next. Because with the IIJA and the IRA, there has been an incredible influx of programs for us to manage through DOE and make applications for. So he's focused on those new programs, including the 40101D program, which is the grid resiliency grant application. Then we have a grant administrator to help with all of the logistics side of what you will see numerous grant applications, meeting the deadlines, meeting the reporting requirements, and making sure that those parties that we contract with are in fact meeting their contractual obligations.
And that was what I was getting at too. I want to make sure we are taking advantage of the grants that are out there, and we've got somebody actively going after it. So, and then also and I know that leads in your last slide before you jump there. If I can ask just your opinion, the same backing you up against the wall, but what size should that office be if you had anything you wanted to do? Is 5 a correct number? Is 9 where you said as high as 9, or what should we be doing for you is the question.
You know, that really is a hard question for me to answer. I know that size across the country, what you will see is anywhere from 1 to hundreds. Kansas is not the only state that has a state energy office staffed by 1 at any point in time. The hundreds is California, to put it in context for you, but a lot of them are, it's not uncommon to have a state energy office that's staffed with less than 10. Now, from my perspective at this point, considering all of the federal grants that are coming in, it's almost beneficial if we have the ability to contract for the specific services that we need. Because as Representative Carmichael pointed out, some of these applications are requiring very specific technical experience. Why hire someone on staff that will be here for a short window of time for the lifespan of these grants as a state employee when it makes more sense to contract out? On several of these new grants and several of the new DOE requirements, it's actually beneficial because while we say I only have approved 3 FTE, now, keep in mind, I have my back to 2 of my bosses and a couple of my energy division workers, but I lean on the utility staff. There have been several times over the last year where I have walked down the stairs to Jeff McClanahan's office and said, guess what, Jeff? We get to do a DOE grant. So when you talk about size and what's appropriate, it's hard to just pick a number and say that's appropriate. That doesn't exactly answer your question, but that's as far as I'm willing to go.
That's fine. I understand. Yeah, if you want to hit your last slide, I would appreciate it.
So this is, and it's hard to see on the screen, but in your handout is the Kansas Energy Office DOE grants, where we're at, what we've applied for, ones that are in the works. So as I said before, we are funded by state general funds. So that is our annual SEP, State Energy Program dollars. Since I've been in this position in 2016, those dollars have fluctuated anywhere from $650,000 to where it's at today at $820,000. Then under the IIJA, they gave us an additional flat one-time $5 million. We have 5 years to spend those dollars. And DOE has said you can spend it all in 1 year. You can allocate it out over years. You can wait till your 5th year and spend it all then. The intent behind that influx of dollars was for us to leverage other federal programs and to also build on existing programs. Under that particular grant, we've allocated additional funding to energy education. We have allocated in 2 new areas funding to provide some assistance to the electric cooperatives for fire mitigation planning, because under the 40101D, fire mitigation was one of those particular areas that funding could be used for. And we knew in talking to the co-ops that was a big concern for them was fire mitigation. So instead of taking dollars from the 101D, it made more sense for me to be able to work with them with this additional funding. The other area that we have gone into or will be going into is providing energy audits, energy assessments to small municipality water and wastewater facilities to help them with best practices and try to improve critical infrastructure, which is needed in a lot of these small communities. That will not get kicked off until 2024, in part because we've been trying to meet other deadlines along with other agencies that we would be partnering with in that program. Then we have the 40101D, that grant application. The dollars here is for 2 years. So we have federal funds for 2 years that amount to 13 million. The state match requirement is about 2 million. So we have a total of 15 million for grid resiliency projects across the state. Our notice of funding opportunity is currently open. It closes the end of December, and its utilities across the state can apply for those grant funds. Now, the nuance here is even once we review those grant applications and we decide we've got a good project, we're not the final approver. We then have to package that proposal up to DOE for them to say, yes, it meets the criteria. Excuse me. Then we have our energy efficiency revolving loan fund grant. That grant application was submitted in May. It is pending before DOE. We have our energy efficiency conservation block grant. That application was made in July and it is pending before DOE. We then have the 2 IRA rebate programs. Those grant applications are not due until January of 2025. As part of those 2 rebate programs, let's put it in context. For me to make that application, I have to have 5 completed plans. I have to have a community benefits plan. I have to have a consumer protection plan. I have to have a data access plan. I have to have a data security plan. I have to have a market transformation plan. And I have to have an education and outreach strategy plan before I make my application to DOE. So like most states, we are looking at having to retain a third-party contractor to help us with all of these plans. Next, we have the IRA contractor training. That grant application is due in January. We are currently working on that one, partnering most likely with other state agencies and workforce development. The next one is the IRA building code. That one has a letter of intent due November 21st. That one has some nuances to it from the perspective that it was originally designed as a competitive grant, and then DOE decided to turn it into a formula grant, but in name only. So some of those nuances is that grant is a reimbursable grant. Since I am federal funded, I can't use federal funds to obtain federal funds. The other part of that component is that particular grant is looking to encourage communities and states to move towards the International Energy Conservation Code of 2021. By statute, Kansas for industrial and commercial infrastructure is at 2006 standards. That statute additionally specifically prohibits the KCC from adopting and enforcing any energy efficiency standards for residential, commercial, or industrial structures. And currently, the state does not have a standard for residential. Some of what you hear is home rule, so you have to go to the community specifically for residential. So one of the areas that we are focusing on also with some of our additional funding was to actually do a survey to see where the communities are across the state and adopting their building codes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe Representative Williams may have been seeking recognition a few moments ago before me. I don't know if she still had a question, but I have some later.
I do have a question. Going back to the ACEEE, which was a great point, Senator Fagg, so thanks for bringing that up. With that, do you see our ranking improving at all with Evergy's new efficiency programs that they're implementing?
Yes.
And how big of an impact do you see that being?
Hard for me to say at this point.
Are we talking like little, tiny?
I would not even begin to venture to.
Okay, but you do see it as making an impact.
Yes.
Just you don't know if it's small or large. Okay, I just want to touch on that, as we're looking forward. Thank you.
Now, Mr. Carmichael.
Thank you. You had mentioned a few moments ago it may be advantageous to have the ability to utilize contractors for special project type applications. You just explained the need for 5 different fields of expertise in connection with one grant program. First, do you utilize consultants? Second, if you can't use federal funds to pay to get federal money, how do you pay for consultants? Third, do you have statutory authorization? Fourth, do you need more money? Can you help conceptually with these ideas and understanding? I think you're also the executive director. I know you always need more money, but go ahead, please.
We do utilize contracts when we need to, especially for specialty areas. At this point so far, again, I have had the benefit of being able to lean on our utility staff for a lot of things. I have also been able to lean into the partnership with K-State Engineering Extension staff because they have some additional resources that I do not have or readily accessible resources. So that has made that partnership invaluable.
Is there anything the legislature needs to do to facilitate the work?
Well, you could consider changing the building code statute 66-1227.
Take that issue to Commerce. Thank you very much.
Moving on to Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Lynn, for your testimony. And a few moments ago, I thought I heard you say that the Kansas Energy Office is completely federally funded by the U.S. Department of Energy. And then I think a few minutes later, you said you're funded by SGF, sometimes $650,000 to $820,000. Could you clarify?
It is all state. Back up. No state general funds come into this program. It is all federal funded. And since I've been there, the federal funds have been anywhere from $650,000 to the $821,000 that it currently is. So it fluctuates based on the DOE allocation.
The office plans, thank you for clarifying that. You said, I think the office plans to apply, actually, you've already applied for the IRA building code grant of $5.9 million, and that then would require the state, please clarify, would require the state to adopt 2021 International Building Code standards. Did I hear that right, or could you explain?
Yeah, so the building code one is, the letter of intent is due November 21st. So we have not applied for it. We have not given any indication that we will apply for it. In part because we are still trying to navigate the hurdles that were created by the fact that it is a reimbursable grant. It is not a upfront allocation grant, which means I have to spend the money up front. I have to meet certain benchmarking requirements before DOE would reimburse those dollars. That's where I'm saying, as being federally funded, I can't use federal funds to obtain federal funds. The intent behind that particular grant is to help eventually move states to the 2021 standard for the International Energy Conservation Code.
That sounds like a lot of policy in that grant would be involved. So would that be something you'd work with the legislature with, your office would, or how would that happen?
That is, it would require, I think the other thing with that particular grant is they have broken it up into phases. And phase one is primarily doing educational outreach with the legislature, with local communities about the benefits of building codes and having them more current. Phase two would be the one that would be a little more tricky because it would be based on getting entities moved towards the 2021 standard, is how the guidance is currently interpreted by DOE, always subject to change.
Thank you. And if I may, one more question, Mr. Chair, appreciate it. There's been a lot of questions about, well, do you need more staff at your office? And if the office is entirely federally funded, have you applied for more federal money to have more FTEs on staff? And if not, why not?
Again, with the federal funds, yes, you can use some of your federal grant dollars for administration costs. But with the breadth of these various grants, trying to identify what specific niche would you want, what skill sets would you want in staff for programs that have limited lifespans. Does it make sense to staff up to that level? Or does it make more sense to put as many dollars into the actual program, contract for the services that you specifically need for that window, so that then at the end of that, we're not sitting here trying to figure out what to do with
The FTE. So sometimes the model of contracting out for the particular program works for your office.
Correct. That would be my position at this point.
Great. Thank you for that clarification. And I've learned a lot today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Absolutely. Did you have a question, Senator? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Lynn, thank you for a complicated deal, with your staff and what you do. One thing I wanted to bring up, and this is something that happened to me, and it's a long time ago, but it always stuck in my mind. They had a program, the state did, and it seemed like that the big cities got all the money, because I seen the list, and the people in the country got nothing. And I always wondered if, like a news release in the rural papers, when you get a program up, do you do things like that that would be kind of getting the word out into that area? Because I could tell you a 30-minute story and I don't want to.
So again, with the partnership with K-State Engineering Extension staff, we have tried to, early on, like with the small rural businesses, David Carter went out and met with the rural grocery store cooperatives. We have put articles out into the various newspapers that would reach those communities. And we have also reached out to the local economic development centers across the state.
Okay, we got time for one more question. So, Senator Francisco.
Thank you. Actually, I had one very quick one, which is when you were talking about the building code dollars, was that November the deadline for that application, or just the first?
November 21st is the deadline for the letter of intent. So how DOE has designed that particular program, you have to do a letter of intent by November 21st, and then they will tell us when our application deadline is. So I don't have the application deadline yet.
Mr. Chair, I think that'd be a great item for discussion for this committee about whether we might choose today to encourage such a letter of intent. But my question about the building codes is, the legislature has been investing a considerable amount of money in housing development, particularly in rural areas. And my assumption is then that each of those rural areas would set the standards for the building codes. I'm also assuming it would be possible for the legislature to say, if we're going to invest in rural housing, if we want that housing to remain affordable, we could identify the building code that money had to be used under and could make much more efficient use of that money in much more efficient and affordable housing. Is that a possibility?
I would have to defer to your legislative staff on that one.
Nick's looking at me. If you want to, or else we can. Okay, that might be something we could chair and bring up later on here. So, okay, Lynn, thank you for being with us. I've had conversations this past week with both Evergy and KCC over the recent rate case, and I just wanted to get a update so that we are hearing it firsthand of where the case is standing and so forth. And we determined it was probably most appropriate to have KCC address it. So if I could get Justin to come up and talk to us a little bit and just give us the update. I know the case is still in progress and subject to change, but we're just looking for the update so that we can hear it firsthand. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. I was able to get the mic up high enough, Lynn, so thanks. Justin Grady, I work in the Utilities Division. I'm the Chief of Revenue Requirements, Cost of Service, and Finance. Appreciate the opportunity to appear. I think the one caveat that the chair mentioned is that this is still an open docket. It's a little unusual for us to appear to discuss specifics of an open docket before the KCC, but in this case, I think it's entirely appropriate. The record, of the proceeding is closed. It's before the commission for evaluation at this point, so it's not like, we're right in the middle of hearings or testimony or anything. So of course there are a couple of commissioners in the office, and I know the other one's listening online. So everything I'm going to discuss today is, public information that's fully within the record. So I think we're fine to have a conversation. I did, excuse me, I did put together a 2-page overview of the case that I'm going to speak from, and then certainly willing to provide any clarification or answer any questions that I can as time allows and as the chair prefers. So first bullet point there is just that the rate case was filed on April 25th, 2023. It is, the case that Evergy Kansas Central and Evergy Kansas Metro are separate utilities in the state of Kansas. They have separate customer bases and costs of service, different generating assets that serve them. They are entirely separate utilities that are owned by a common holding company, and so this was really 2 rate cases in one filed simultaneously. This is the first rate case that each of these utilities, the largest and the second largest electric utility in the state, have filed since their rate case or since their merger, and post the 5-year base rate moratorium that each was under as a condition of being allowed to merge. Evergy Kansas Central, the old Westar system, requested $279 million increase in base rates. Now that is offset by amounts that they are currently recovering in other line items. So in the retail energy cost adjustment and in the production tax surcharge. And there's a process to reset those surcharges. So really the net, what you referred or what you heard in the press releases and everything else is for Central, it was a net requested increase of $204.2 million, which is 9.77%. For Metro, the old Kansas City Power and Light service area, they requested a $25.1 million increase, offset by a $10.9 million reduction in the property tax surcharge, or a net increase of $14.2 million, which is 1.95%. So if you total those up for the state of Kansas, the overall request was for $304 million of new base rate revenue, or $218 million net. The case did garner a lot of interest from interveners and across a good portion of the state. And we knew it would. Evergy cases always do. There were 24 interveners in this rate case. That includes CURB, Of course, you know them representing residential and small commercial customers, Kansas Industrial Consumer Group, two different Kansas natural gas utilities, the United States Department of Defense was involved in the case, and they intervene frequently in Evergy cases to advocate on behalf of the Fort Riley installation and their other two military installations in the state. There was a consortium of municipal streetlight interests called the Safer Coalition, the Kansas State Kansas Chamber of Commerce, and the Wichita Regional Chamber of Commerce, several school districts and a community college, two different Kansas oil refineries, and two different environmental interest groups. So those 24 interveners, you know, sometimes they share consultants and witnesses, but there were 17 different witnesses that filed direct testimony on August 29th. And that's just of the intervener group. So staff and interveners filed testimony on August 29th. The case was given a 240-day procedural schedule pursuant to 66-117. You can see I have a couple of tables there about midway down on the first page that provide the different positions that the parties that were the direct active parties that were involved in the case that took a revenue requirement position. Not every intervening party that is involved in one of these rate cases files a revenue requirement recommendation. There's a good portion of the parties that are involved in these cases that don't really attempt to try to calculate an entire revenue requirement. They just advocate on in terms of the proportion of the total revenue that should be allocated to their customer base, or they might take a more specific rate design position once that total bucket of costs is allocated to the classes. And that's called the class cost of service. I think there were, I think it's accurate to say, I think there were 14 class cost of service studies of different varieties in the case. And then the commission did hold 3 public hearings. Those were held in Topeka and Overland Park in Wichita. And I have the link there in the document that I put together if you'd like to go back and watch those. Those are still available on YouTube. On September 29th, the parties, so, 1 month after everybody filed direct testimony, the parties did submit a unanimous settlement agreement to the commission. It was considered unanimous under the commission's regulations, even though not all parties. There were a few parties that were sort of holdouts that didn't sign the document, but they weren't so opposed to it to actually formally oppose the approval of the settlement agreement. And so it's considered a unanimous settlement agreement pursuant to the commission's regulations. The commission conducted an evidentiary hearing on October 9th, 2023. That hearing is also available. That was an in-person evidentiary hearing at our downtown or our offices in Topeka and our headquarters building. And that evidentiary hearing still exists out on YouTube, and there's the link there in the document, so you can go watch that and see what our hearing was like. And as we did mention, it is still an open case. The record's closed at this point. Everything's been filed, and that's under commissioner consideration right now. And a decision is due on or before December 21st, 2023, which is that 240th day from April 25th. So the next portion of this that I'll go through real quick are the key terms of the agreement. For Evergy Kansas Central, starting at the bottom of page 1, the base revenue requirement increase that the parties agreed to is $148.8 million, or $74 million once the line item surcharges are rebased. And so that's 3.54% increase. And if you recall, the requested net increase for Evergy Kansas Central was $204 million, or 9.77%. So that equates to approximately $4.64 a month for an average usage residential customer. There was a difference of opinion about depreciation rates in the case. I believe there were 4 different depreciation rate experts that were involved in the case, and the settlement agreement adopted staff's depreciation rates for purposes of setting rates. We're on the second page now, and that top bullet. The EKC revenue requirement also did include a levelized revenue requirement approach for the Persimmon Creek Wind Farm. That's a 199 megawatt operating wind farm, existing farm in northwest Oklahoma. The revenue requirement for that asset is it's fixed for the first 20 years of the operating license of the unit, and that calculation comes out at a levelized cost of energy at $21.37 per megawatt hour. And we also agreed to depreciate that asset over 25 years, which is the first time in Kansas that a wind farm has been agreed to be depreciated over anything longer than 20 years. The revenue requirement increase that we talked about also includes the rebasing of an 8% portion of the Jeffrey Energy Center, 176 megawatt portion of Jeffrey Energy Center. You guys, if you're familiar, it's a 2,100 megawatt coal-fired generating plant located about 38 miles northwest of Topeka, just north of St. Mary's. There was a previously merchant. I guess at this moment that 176 megawatt portion of Jeffrey Energy Center is currently held by Evergy in their non-regulated merchant business, which is a decision that goes back a few years ago, where that portion of the plant was involved in a sale leaseback transaction. And when Evergy attempted to put it back in regulated rate base a few years ago, the commission denied that request. And so as anybody in the energy industry knows, the last 3 or 4 years has been a pretty tumultuous, a lot of changes that have occurred. And so this is a different time frame now, obviously, and a different set of facts and circumstances. And so Evergy came back and requested inclusion of that Jeffrey 8% back in retail rates. And this agreement included that. The parties also agreed to a transitionary period or an agreement pertaining to Evergy's company-owned life insurance plan. That is a rate credit program that has existed since I think it's either 1983 or 1987. The date is escaping me right now. I think it's 1983. So basically, that involved Evergy making purchases of shareholders, and 40 years ago made purchases for company-owned life insurance programs for key officers and directors of the corporation, with all of the benefits from those life insurance programs, the actuarially determined stream of those benefits coming back to customers over a 40-year period of time. And that program was scheduled to end in March of 2025. And so with rates being set right now and potentially not being set again until after that time frame, there was a transitionary period or transitionary plan that needed to be developed. And so what was agreed to was that there would be an additional $96.5 million of benefit that would go back to customers over the next 3 years, and it would expire permanently on January 1st, 2027. There was no explicit rate of return on equity included in or rate of return on rate base included in the agreement, but there was a weighted average cost of capital of 6.8923%. It was adopted for regulatory accounting purposes, and there was a return on equity of 9.4% identified for the recently revised transmission delivery charge legislation that we passed last year. There was an agreement to cap the level of Evergy Kansas Central storm reserve to a targeted cap of $10 million. that storm reserve had grown to just a little over $30 million in the years that since it's been established. And there was an agreement to give back a little over $20 million back to customers and have a cap of $10 million on that storm reserve going forward. There is a provision to continue the critical infrastructure protection standards and cybersecurity tracker that allows Evergy to track what it spends for those critical dollars and put that into a regulatory asset to seek recovery of that in the future. The customer charge was reduced to $14.25 from $14.50. Evergy Kansas Central will be allowed to file an abbreviated rate case pursuant to the Commission's regulations. Areas to be included in that would be any Panasonic related distribution investment, Wolf Creek Decommissioning Trust Fund changes, and a new renewable generating resource as supported by Evergy's most recent integrated resource plan that was just filed with the Commission. There were voluntary time of use rates adopted, and then several tariff revisions to position these two operating utilities for eventual rate consolidation. Just in general, there were multiple decades worth of differences, obviously, with these two utilities, and they had different rate classes and different tariff designations, and that is typically, if rate consolidation occurs, the last time that we have an example of that was Westar North and South, the old KPL and KG&E system, and that took 20 years. People, I think, are hopeful that it maybe won't take 20 years this time, but it is definitely an extensive process, and this rate case was one step towards that potential eventuality. For Evergy Kansas Metro, we're at the bottom now. We're almost done. The agreement there was for Evergy Kansas Metro to have a base rate reduction of $22 million. And once you account for the rebasing of the property tax surcharge, that's actually a net reduction of $32.9 million or 4.53% decrease. And that comes out to $6.07 a month for an average residential customer. Again, staff's recommended depreciation rates were adopted, and the weighted average cost of capital for this utility is 6.8881%, with the same ROE of 9.4% for the transmission delivery charge. The parties agreed to use an average between their allocation methodologies of the 12 coincident peak and the 4 coincident peak allocation methodology. I can talk more about those if you'd like, but it basically is a way of evaluating the way that different customer groups or customer classes, or in this case, two different portions of a multi-state utility are contributing to the cost causation of the generating and transmission plant that Evergy Kansas Metro uses to serve both Kansas and Missouri. And so the parties, there are differences of opinion that go back to around that 1983 timeframe, where for the last 40 years, Kansas and Missouri have used different methods of allocating costs between the two states. And what has resulted from that is either an under recovery or an over recovery of the total utility costs of Evergy Kansas Metro. And so this agreement is in part is a hopeful step towards a compromise in that regard. There's also a provision that calls for the commission staff to participate in Kansas and Missouri discussions or cross-border discussions to see if we can eventually memorialize this agreement or maybe some revision to this, but so that the two sides of the state line could agree on an allocation methodology going forward. And so what's in the agreement is the arithmetic average of the 12 CP and the 4 CP for generation for generation plants, with the exception of Wolf Creek. Wolf Creek will continue to be allocated at a 12 CP, and transmission investment that does not flow through the TDC will also be allocated at a 12 CP. EKM is allowed also to Evergy Kansas Metro is allowed to continue its SIPs and cybersecurity tracker. The residential customer charge was continued, or that stayed flat at $14.25. There were again voluntary time of use rates adopted, and then several tariff revisions to align between the two utilities. So that's a pretty high level overview of what was in the document itself. I think the settlement agreement was right at 50 pages, but hopefully that was, I don't know, the right balance of overview, high level overview and details, and certainly look forward to the opportunity to answer any questions or clarify anything that I've said. So thank you.
Thank you, Justin. That was good overview of it. Committee. I see somebody shaking their head down there. Representative Carmichael, would you like to lead it off?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I hope others will jump off this diving board with me here in a moment. First, I owe you, Mr. Grady, my apologies, as well as the people sitting behind you. As you may recall, last year during session, I was in a particularly vile mood one morning, and I expressed concerns that maybe KCC staff wasn't going to do its job, and maybe they were going to rubber stamp a rate case and so on. All of those remarks were ill-advised, and I apologize. Second, the proof of the pudding was the recommendations and conclusions that the staff reached. I have not read every page, but I've read summaries, etc. And I really do believe the KCC staff more than did its job on this rate case, and I appreciate it. We wouldn't be where we are without your help. Those eating of crow being said, I understand that because of pending rate cases and your responsibility as the regulator, you have to be careful about what you say. And so please feel free to take a dodge on the two questions, substantive questions that I have. You had talked about equalization of rates. The fact that Metro and Central are separate companies under the aegis of one holding company. KG&E, I think it still is, maybe. You know, I see you nod in the affirmative. What, within what you can answer, why does it take 20 years to equalize, or what steps need to be taken? Just flesh that out a little bit with us. Why is it that Wichita always seems to end up on the short end of these mergers, and we end up with higher rates than the other company? What do I need to do differently to represent my constituents? Sort of.
Good question.
And I know it's complex. High level, please.
It takes 20 years because it is complicated, right? Now, we could do it much faster than that, but there are major vexing policy questions that you have to deal with. For instance, and just real quick before I get into that, I don't think an apology is necessary. I think what you were attempting to do is to represent your constituents and keep us honest. And you always have great questions for us. And so,
I should have been more polite.
Oh. So with regard to the question at hand, a great example is this. Evergy Kansas Central has what will be a frozen schools tariff if this settlement agreement is approved. Right? Evergy Kansas Central has a schools tariff that educational institutions take service under in a good portion of the state. And if you look at the results of the class cost of service studies that were filed in this case, I think maybe to a study, there is an understanding that perhaps the pricing of that tariff is less than it would otherwise need to be today. And so on the Evergy Kansas,
the number of participants, though, is declining because of the way the grandfathering clauses work.
Yeah, so there's a couple of those different tariffs, and One of them, I think, has been frozen for a while, but this will be the first step to freeze the much larger tariff if the settlement agreement is approved. And so Evergy, Kansas Metro does not have a schools tariff. And we recently, I said recently, within the last 3 to 4 years, completed a general investigation evaluating whether Evergy, Kansas Metro needed to have a schools tariff. And the ultimate decision was that they did not. In other words, that there was not enough differentiation of that customers within that customer class relative to other customer classes, that they didn't need to have their own separate tariff. And so if we, were to instantly consolidate the rates for these two utilities, there has to be a decision made of what do you do with the several hundred, if not several thousand customers that are on this schools tariff for Evergy, Kansas Central. And if they were to be moved to the otherwise applicable, most applicable tariff, we're talking about very significant rate increases for these customers. And so, that's one example of, probably 20 things that would have to be, identified and a mitigation plan identified. And so it's just going to take time, unfortunately. It's a very common, typical question. I had questions similar to that at the evidentiary hearing by commissioners. It's people, it's hard to explain to constituents or family members or customers that sometimes live across the street from one another why their rates are different. Evergy, Kansas Metro still has higher rates than your constituents do, and Evergy, Kansas Central customers. They have higher rates. They have higher average monthly bills. If I appear before you guys during the regular session and we talk through those things, I can show you that. So the reality is that these companies, these operating utilities do co-own some assets, and then there are entirely other assets that the other utility does not own. Iatan generating facility is a good example, right? There's different wind farms that the two utilities own. So Emporia Energy Center is owned by Evergy, Kansas Central, and not Evergy, Kansas Metro. And so there's all kinds of questions of what do we do? Do we just take one with higher rates and one with lower rates and average them together? Well, there's going to be one group of customers that's happy about that and another that's not so happy about that. So, real quick, I think the way I answered it during the evidentiary hearing was to say that, I think typically what happens is you take the steps that you can over time, and then you wait until you find a time where the rates are relatively close together, and that's when you strike.
Sure.
That's when you would consolidate the rates. So and we're quite a ways away from that right now.
May I ask a second question? Thank you. Again, I understand you need to be, and by the way, I appreciate your answer. By the way, I think my school district's energy consultant may be listening as we speak. And I appreciate receiving the other side. The second question, though, obviously, you've got to be careful. As I understand it, the Panasonic plant is physically situated in Evergy Central's territory, which is Wichita, where I live in a sense. And the neighborhood is, a lot of it is Evergy Metro. You've got an abbreviated rate case, assuming that the settlement agreement is approved. I think there's going to be an abbreviated rate case. All I ask is it correct that the Panasonic plant is in fact situated in Evergy Central as opposed to Metro, which would seemingly then follow that my constituents are going to get the bill for bringing the power to Panasonic. And that may be subject to change. And I think, in fact, there was a filing last week, or a report last week, that may suggest a different allocation. Can you tell us what you can about that circumstance, just so we understand what the playing field is without making specific recommendations, et cetera?
Yeah, I think so. So there's still a lot that is up in the air. I think there's still a lot that isn't directly known in terms of, to your point, what the cost allocation is for the transmission level investments, for instance. Is that going to be regionally allocated across, all of SPP, or what portion of that's going to be charged to the local zone versus the region? So it's somewhat in flux. I have seen a list of potential investments. One that included that would be in the Evergy, Kansas metro area, and then other investments in the Evergy, Kansas central area. I think those are transmission level investments, and again, it's just a question of, is it going to be allocated to the region? Are we going to pay 16% of that, or is it going to be a larger percentage of the zone? The other important thing that was clarified during the evidentiary hearing is that, I think there's been some differences of opinion or misunderstanding about, specific how, whether are these costs directly related to Panasonic? Are they driven or caused by Panasonic? So the tariffs that Evergy operates under, and they've been clear during this proceeding, that if there are costs that are directly caused by Panasonic coming onto the system, those are going to be paid for by Panasonic. Now, what Mr. Ives said a few weeks ago when we had our evidentiary hearing, which is still available on YouTube, you can go look at it, is, when you have a customer of that magnitude and that size, there are costs that aren't necessarily directly related to hooking them up to the system, and that they aren't directly causing, but it's regional, or it's local reliability enhancements. It's grid hardening. It's, there are changes within substations. When you add that kind of load, I mean, we're talking about over 200 megawatts of capacity, right? I mean, when we had the conversations a few weeks ago before this committee, that's equal to the entire load of Midwest Energy, for instance, or KPP. So this is a very large customer. And so when you add that kind of load in the area, and then potential follow-on suppliers and additional economic development, it's a very robust, the economic development area. So I think there are some additional reliability investments that they are going to make. Is it directly caused and directly related to the Panasonic customer addition, or is it more, it's almost like incidental to the fact that Panasonic is coming in the area and all the other load growth that's going on? So what's difficult to say right now is, how much investment will there be? Will it be, and these are just details that we don't have yet, right? How much investment will there be? How will it be allocated, either locally or regionally? What will the final size of the facility be? How many additional billing determinants will be added? So the revenue requirement is going to go up, but whether the ultimate rate that your constituents pay goes up or down is honestly still an open question. It's too, I think, too simple to say, that definitely rates are going up as a result of this additional investment. I know it's not a very satisfying answer. It's just it's just all of the information I have right now.
Mr. Grady, it obviously complicates the mix too if we end up with co-located solar generation on the same track that doesn't come online for 4 or 5 years, and we've made a big investment in in transmission getting to and from. It's complex. I understand. Final thing, Mr. Chair, I would recommend to our members that if they have time, they take a look at that Wichita evidentiary hearing. The link is cited in his materials. Near the end of that, our former House Energy Chair, Dennis Hedke, testified. And as much as Dennis and I butted heads 10 years ago or 6 years ago, I think some of his comments, some of his perspective was valuable, and I'd commend it to folks if they have time to listen. Thank you.
Senator Schellenberger.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I'm just for my understanding, not being a member of this standing committee, you had the interveners and the company. They got together and excuse me, and they formed an agreement. Is that how that works? And then the KCC still has to approve it.
So the distinction here is staff of the KCC, which is who I work for, right? So ultimately we report ultimately to the commissioners, but the commissioners are fact finders and decision makers of our filings, and so myself and my boss, the director of utilities, were very much involved in the minutia of the negotiations in negotiating this settlement agreement. And so we're a party to the case. Staff is a party to the case, and we make recommendations to the commission. If we would have litigated for a full week of an evidentiary hearing, we're a party like any other intervener. We just don't have to intervene because that's our role. And so we are a signatory to this settlement agreement, as well as CURB and KIC and the other, 20 or so entities. And then, but ultimately the commission is independent from us. And they have a statutory obligation to make a decision to approve or modify or reject the settlement agreement based on standards that they have and based on, prior case precedent and court decisions and et cetera. So.
I think I understand. I have two more questions. They should be easier. Company-owned life insurance. So there was an agreement that was due to expire in a couple of years, and you've kind of continued that in this. And so a little over $32 million for the next 3 years. And I'm assuming those are dividends for company-owned. I mean, that's a lot. That's a lot of company-owned life insurance. And if I understand how that works, when the person who that's to the benefit of the company. And so if Joe, who retired 10 years ago, is still alive, when Joe dies, that money goes to the company. So after 2 years from now, that money all goes to the company, $32 million a year. And does that get calculated into the rate then?
So
is that just
I understand your question. So so the unique aspect of company-owned life insurance is that this goes back to the days of the Wolf Creek nuclear power plant, right? And it was part of a regulatory plan at the time to help phase in the cost of the Wolf Creek nuclear power plant and to make it to keep Kansas energy rates affordable with the dramatic increase that was happening when Wolf Creek came online. And so this program has provided $800 million worth of rate credit benefit to Kansas customers over the 40 years. And that benefit was reflected in utility rates according to an actuarially determined stream of income that was originally established 40 years ago. And so that happens to be around $40 million a year right now. And so the question was, what are we going to do when this dramatically stops March 31st, 2025? What level of actuarially determined income stream do we include in rates today? Do we include $40 million in rates today and then just somehow deal with that in 18 months, or what do we do? And so what was determined was a benefit specific amount, $96.5 million. If that's the number, it's $32 million a year that will be baked in to lower utility rates for each of the next 3 years. And then once that is done, then it's done. And there are no more benefits that go to customers. And it's not just the death benefits that come from the company-owned life insurance. There's also tax benefits. The company borrows against the program. It's pretty complicated, but a couple of things that were always clear was that it was always understood that shareholders would pay for the cost of the premiums up front. There would be 40 years of benefits that would go back to customers, and then any residual benefit after that would go back to the company, in part because the company gave out $800 million worth of benefits, and they actually ended up only making about $400 million worth of proceeds from these policies. And it's exactly the reason that you mentioned. Life expectancies have gotten a lot better, since over the last 40 years.
Okay, this final question, if I can, Mr. Chairman. On your backside of your sheet, the first line under EKM talks about property tax being rebased. Can you explain what that means?
Sure. So what happens is the property tax surcharge in Kansas, I believe it's 66-117F. It is. I'm pretty sure, or 101F. But in any case, every investor-owned utility in the state has a property tax surcharge, and it is a backward-looking, fully historical surcharge in which customers pay no more and no less than what the utility actually incurs for property taxes. And so this December, we get 30 days, the commission gets 30 days to review and approve those property tax surcharges by law. And so this December, everybody, every investor-owned utility in the state will file a property tax surcharge. And it's just simply a question of, you look back over the previous 12 months and you say, this is what I was collecting in base rates for property taxes, and this is my property tax bill. And, we develop a surcharge for the next 12 months. It either goes up or down. And so what happens is, but then when they file a rate case, we rebase the amount that's included in base rates. So this netting, so to speak, of the production tax surcharge says that, yes, base rates are going up by, $126 million for Central, but $40 million of that is purely associated with the transfer from the property tax surcharge to base rates. So all other things being equal, property tax surcharge goes down by 40 million when base rates go up by 40 million. That's what's going on.
Representative Williams, did you have a question?
Yep, I'll make it quick. Thank you for the presentation. Well, going back to talking about KC Metro and Kansas Central, I have both of those in my district. So it's very confusing for me to be able to explain to constituents how that works. But just even when we were talking about Panasonic, do you know if Panasonic negotiated lower rates with Evergy than what would be in the compared area, due to the fact that they probably have to pay for the transmission lines? But is that public knowledge for us to know?
So what is public knowledge is that I do not have any knowledge of those negotiations, right? So one thing I know, I wouldn't be shocked or surprised if those negotiations are occurring, but I haven't gotten any form of update, informal or formal, from Evergy regarding the status of those discussions, or whether we're talking about a special contract or an existing economic development tariff that already exists on the books. I'm just not sure.
Will you get those answers?
Eventually, but not like right now.
Okay.
In other words, what I expect is that as Evergy and Panasonic come to close to some sort of an agreement, then that's usually when we get brought in. We'll have a meeting, usually ourselves and Curb and Evergy, and they'll say, look, here's this, here's the situation. But ultimately, that will have to be filed for approval with the commission.
Okay. Maybe just a bookmark to check back on that on a later date and have that information provided whenever you have it.
Sure.
Great. Thank you.
Representative Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. She kind of asked the same thing I was going to ask, in that you mentioned that a lot of things are still in flux in terms of the allocations of costs to serve the Panasonic plant, who would bear those costs. So I was going to ask if you knew if there were already a known rate, but apparently you don't know that there is a known rate.
No, I'm I'm just nearly certain that nothing has been agreed to between Evergy and Panasonic pertaining to what they're going to pay for electricity. I mean, if that was the case, I'm almost positive that we would know that.
Okay, yeah, because it seems like you would determine what those costs are that are going to be borne by someone and how much of those costs are going to be borne by Panasonic specifically. But okay, we don't know that. My other question was on the list of things that you're saying can be considered in that abbreviated rate case. One of them says a new renewable generating resource supported by Evergy's blah, 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 IRP. Is that the solar farm that was referenced in an earlier question?
I don't think so. I mean, the resource itself has not been either selected by Evergy, or if it has been, it hasn't been communicated to us yet. So, so they have 12 months from the date of the commission's order to file that abbreviated rate case. I assume that I think they're in short list type negotiations with the last I heard with potential renewable energy developers. But this is an asset that would come online sometime between 2024 and 2026. You know, I have heard that there may be a solar installation, or that there's possibly a solar installation in the area of that Panasonic plant. But to be honest, that's all I've heard. It's whatever's publicly available in the media or referred to. But there isn't as far as I know, Evergy hasn't selected a specific resource yet pursuant to that. Their integrated resource plan was more, you know, it's sort of directional. It's bounded. It says, you know, a resource with these characteristics would be beneficial to the long-term cost trajectory of the company, and that, you know, when they make a final decision and a final selection, as long as the asset is within those general parameters, that's what they would be seeking to recover in the abbreviated rate case.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you.
Right. And we're going to cut questions off. Before you go, I do want to reiterate what Representative Carmichael commented to earlier. I think KCC definitely stepped up to the platform here, and we appreciate you and every one of you. You did an outstanding job, and just wanted to personally say thank you. With that, we've got lunch going to be brought in, thanks to Folsken Siefken and Duke Energy for sponsoring it today. Eric Sexton is here. I don't know if Eric, if you want to take the mic for a minute or so. Maybe you're not here. Did he step outside? Okay, well, he's outside then. So, but he's representing both of them. Lunch is provided by Lauren from Al. Would you like to say anything before we break for lunch? Go to the mic, please, if you would.
Eric Sexton. I represent Folston Siefken and Duke Energy, and we're just glad to be able to sponsor lunch today, and I'll be around for lunch and to say hello, and I'll allow you to break bread for a second while we come back. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
With that, we are on lunch break until 1 p.m. Please just want to remind everybody, do not be discussing committee business while we are out of session. Thank you. I think we're going to go ahead and get this started, and the others will trickle back in as they return from lunch. Next up is an overview from the Kansas Infrastructure Hub with Vanessa Lamoro. Am I pronouncing that correctly?
Very well done.
All right. So, welcome to the committee, and you have the floor.
Thank you. So my name is Vanessa Lamoro, and I'm with the Kansas Department of Transportation. But today I'm going to take off my KDOT hat and I'm going to put on my Kansas Infrastructure Hub hat, okay? So just know that I'm talking as the hub as I'm delivering the presentation today. Sorry, we have one small technical issue that we're dealing with. But I believe in us, and I believe that we're going to get there. Sorry? That's fine. And we're cooking with gas. All right, so as I mentioned, my name is Vanessa Lamoro, and I'm here today on behalf of the Kansas Infrastructure Hub, and I'm excited to be able to provide an overview of what it is that the Kansas Infrastructure Hub, what the Build Kansas Fund is, and how it is that we are stronger when we work together in relationship to infrastructure and meeting the infrastructure needs of Kansas and our communities. So what you see on the screen right now is an interesting picture, and it's a great picture because it really describes where we're at and the journey that we're all going on together in relationship to the bipartisan infrastructure law. So what you see is an airplane in the air, presumably with some pilot. So someone has read an instruction manual and knows how to fly a plane. But there's also a car chasing along, and they're doing some kind of repairs. Not really clear. The point is that just like this picture suggests, we're all trying to come together and figure it out as we're flying the plane. We might also be making repairs, so we're learning as we go. So let's talk about who or what is BILL. First thing to know is that BILL is the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law. It also has another name, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, or IIJA. It is a national infrastructure investment of $1.2 trillion across the next 5 years. It includes nearly 400 programs across 12 federal agencies. And if you're wondering what that looks like in relationship to a handy dandy book, this is what it looks like. Each one of these pages represents one program offered by one agency. And these are pages that are printed front and back. And each front represents a program and each back represents a program. It is an awful lot for any one person to try and wrap their mind around. The way that BILL works is it's split into two distinct funding groups. First up is the formula group, which accounts for nearly 60% of that $1.2 trillion. The other part is 40%, and that's discretionary. And that is important because there is a very important distinction between formula and discretionary. Formula, which is again 60% of the program, is essentially guaranteed dollars. Now, these are distributed through both new and existing programs under the bipartisan infrastructure law. These are often state-based allocations. So super simple example here. The federal program has $50 million in it. The distribution formula says that every state gets an equal distribution. In a $50 million program, there are indeed 50 states. Congratulations. Every state gets $1 million. That is different than the discretionary side. These are earned or competitive dollars. These are also distributed via some new programs and many existing programs. These are merit-based programs. So in an example, again, where a federal agency has $50 million to distribute through this merit-based program, we're going to pretend that they got 10 applications from 10 different communities across the United States. Based on the scoring criteria that each of those merit-based programs has, only 3 of them were ultimately awarded. So $5 million went to Waterville, Kansas, shout out to my hometown, and these are theoretical examples only. $10 million went to Lincoln, Nebraska, and $35 million went to Boulder, Colorado. What happened to those other 7 applications? They received $0. Now, this is important to understand because if you write for 0 discretionary programs, how many discretionary dollars are you going to get? 0. So there is incentive, and we need to take advantage of the opportunities that those discretionary programs offer us. So next up, I want to point out a couple of resources that might be helpful for you. And you can find all of these on kshub.org, which is the Kansas Infrastructure Hub website. You can find the Bill Bible. It's actually called the Guidebook, but you can find that on the Kansas Hub website. If you are interested in learning which of these 400 programs are specifically designed to address rural infrastructure needs, you can download the Rural Playbook, which does just that. It narrows down all of those programs and provides information specific to rural communities. There's also the Tribal Playbook for our tribal communities that are out there. And then there is the Technical Assistance Guide, which provides information on what the federal government and the corresponding agencies that are delivering and developing these programs offer to communities in terms of receiving technical assistance about those programs. So $1.2 trillion, 60% formula, 40% discretionary sounds great. So what's it for? I already said it was infrastructure investment across the United States. So that means it is for infrastructure sectors, specifically transportation, climate, energy, and environment, broadband, and this broad category called resilience, which cybersecurity falls under there. It is for all types of projects in any of those sectors. It can be for dams, lead pipes, carbon capture, roads, bridges. The list is pretty much endless. And who is eligible? This is where Bill becomes very interesting and represents a significant change from what has happened in the past. Not only is it states that are eligible to receive those discretionary dollars, those merit-based programs, it also opened the doors really wide, and now communities, counties, tribal organizations, MPOs, in some cases private institutions, universities, the doors were opened wide in terms of who can apply for those programs. And each program is different. So what works for one program is not the same as all, remember, because they are distinct programs. So this is great opportunity, you're saying. So what came first, the chicken or the egg? It's an age-old question. And the good news is, in relationship to the bipartisan infrastructure law and the opportunities that it represents, you don't have to know the answer to that question. You can say, hey, my community has a project. We are ready to go. Is there an opportunity? That's a great place to start. You can also say, hey, we have this idea as a community that we'd really like to see come to fruition. Is there an opportunity to fund that through the bipartisan infrastructure law? That's also a great place to start. Or you can say, hey, I just saw that there's this grant. I think my community might have a need. Where do I go to find out more? That's also a valid place to start. The point is that you don't have to have the answer right off the top of the bat. What you do have to know is what your infrastructure needs are in your community. So I encourage communities to prioritize their list. What is most important to you? Is it a road? Is it a bridge? Is it bringing broadband to your community? Know what your priorities are for your community and then find the grants to go after them. Because perfection is not the goal when you're developing this list. Communities are dynamic just like people. Our needs change over time. So the list that a community generates today might be different than the list it generates tomorrow. After you've prioritized your projects or your infrastructure needs, then is the time to go out and identify some build timelines and different programs that are eligible to meet those needs. I always encourage communities or eligible entities, go and visit the website of the authorizing agency, whether it's FEMA, USDOT, Department of Homeland Security, Department of Energy, Department of Interior. The list is pretty long. They have tons of resources that are available, webinars, facts, Q&As, all kinds of stuff that you can look up. And last, don't forget that you have to have a grants.gov account. And this is not like flipping a light switch. It can take literally weeks to get a grants.gov account established. So if you're fighting a deadline, it's not something you want to be doing at the last minute. Now you notice that there's some caution tape on this slide, and underneath it are some words in red. The bipartisan infrastructure law, most of those discretionary programs have a local match requirement. That local match varies from program to program, but generally speaking, you're looking at about a 20% match. There's also the very real issue that in addition to being able for many of our small communities to generate that local match of 20%, they might not also have the technical and grant expertise needed to develop these proposals. And because it is a federal program and these are federal dollars, there's also additional administrative burden and eligibility requirements that need to be met. So those are some cautionary things that communities and eligible entities need to keep in mind. So up next is another resource alert. Where can you find information about what grants are open? Because remember, there are 400 programs. That's a lot to keep track of across all of those sectors. Well, I'm happy to say you can go to ks.gov and you can find a list of the open grant opportunities, those that are due in the next 30 to 60 days. So let's talk for a moment back to that kind of big picture. So we've got the $1.2 trillion. It's a national investment across 5 years. I already mentioned that 40% is competitive and 60% is formula. If you're curious as to what that looks like on the formula side, this is what Kansas is expected to receive in each of those infrastructure sectors across the next 5 years. Now, I want to say that just because it's formula programs, it doesn't mean that what works at how KDOT utilizes their formula dollars is the same way that KDHE or another agency would utilize their formula dollars. Why? Because it is not a one-size-fits-all answer. Okay? So every program is different. So this is a great quote because Thomas Edison said that opportunity is missed by most people because it's dressed in overalls and it looks like work. And that is a very true statement. My dad was a big coverall wearer, still is, or overalls as well. And he always was ready for work, but not everyone is. But the bottom line is we know that there's work to do. This represents and shows you our overall GPA according to the American Society of Civil Engineers in relationship to our infrastructure sector. The Kansas average grade was a C. We all know how averages works. That means there were some A's and there were some F's. The point is there's work to do and we have to put on our overalls and get it done. And that's part of what the Kansas Infrastructure Hub is designed to do. We're here to help Kansans find the sweet spot. What are our needs and what are the community's needs? What are the federal programs and resources that are available? And also what are the state programs and resources that are available? There's a lot to navigate in this. And so Kansas Infrastructure Hub is really designed to make the highest and best use of the opportunities that we have associated with the bipartisan infrastructure law. We are designed to operate in the sweet spot. And I will say that every state is finding their sweet spot in relationship to the bipartisan infrastructure law differently. Kansas is in a unique space in terms of how we have structured the infrastructure hub, which is the slide that you see right now. Currently, the Kansas Department of Transportation serves as the lead agency for the Kansas Infrastructure Hub. We have a sub-cabinet, and that is composed of agencies that are receiving the bulk of those formula dollars associated with the bipartisan infrastructure law or bill. That includes the Kansas Department of Commerce. Why? Broadband. The Kansas Department of Health and Environment. Why? Water. And other things, but water. The Kansas Department of Agriculture. Water. Other environment issues as well, but primarily water. The Kansas Department of Administration. Why? Cybersecurity. That's where our cybersecurity dollars are going. The Kansas Corporation Commission, who you heard from earlier today, and the Kansas Water Office. We also have the Kansas Infrastructure Hub Advisory Group, which is composed of public and private organization leaders, big thinkers, and people that are just plain old good at collaboration. Because in order to understand how we can make the best and highest use of these opportunities, we need to understand what the needs are. So the hub is designed to be an information exchange and resource center. We're here to connect people and to help them connect to the opportunities. We are a working group, we are voluntary, and we are collaborative. Here are some of the things that we've been working on. In 2022, we held the Kansas Infrastructure Summit. We are currently preparing to hold a 2024 summit that brought together about 700 people from across the state, all corners of the state, to talk about what is the bipartisan infrastructure law and how people can begin to take advantage of it. We also launched our website, ks.gov, which I encourage all of you to visit. We've been examining and trying to reduce barriers. How can we make these opportunities more accessible to communities? We're building partnerships, and we are serving as a grant and resource matchmaker. And I'm going to skip the next slide. The thing about all of this is that when we are talking about how it is that we can be successful, we have to think big. We have to collaborate. We have to not let zip codes or jurisdictional boundaries be barriers to participation. Why? Because Waterville, Blue Rapids, 5 miles apart, we both need water treatment centers. Each one of us, if we write our own grant, we're not only competing against each other, we are now competing also against Nome, Alaska, New York City, Austin, Texas, and we're talking about very small dollar amounts compared to those bigger opportunities. So if we can collaborate together, we're going to have a better chance potentially of being funded. You have to understand what the discretionary opportunities are and what the merit criteria are, so that way you can make the best grant application. We're Americans. We want it all and we want it now. But that is not the way that this program works. If you submit a grant application, it may take you 6 months to hear back whether or not you are awarded. So unless you have prioritized and know which eggs you want to put your basket in, yes, I did actually say that right. I just had a moment where I was like, did I say that right? Unless you know which basket you want to put your eggs in, you might end up chasing your tail and find out that you didn't end up with any of those opportunities coming your way. Okay. Resource allocation, we have to look at ways to leverage opportunities, partnerships, and create applications that are going to be winning. And I'm not talking about the state necessarily, although that's also true. I'm also talking about local communities going after these opportunities. We have to make sure that we share our challenges and our opportunities and our solutions with each other. So in other words, we have to communicate with each other. By doing that, it increases all of our opportunities for success. Why? Because we're learning. Think back to that airplane and the car, right? So bottom line is we have to engage and be part of the action. To that end, that is where the Build Kansas Fund originated. When we have been out talking with communities and helping them understand and other partners understand what the bipartisan infrastructure law is, what the opportunities are, and how it is that they can begin to take advantage of it, we identified 2 critical issues that needed to be addressed. And the Build Kansas Fund is designed to address those critical local needs and maximize our opportunities. So again, finding that sweet spot. What is it? It is a one-time investment that lasts throughout the life of the bill, so through fiscal year 2027, and that is federal fiscal year, even though it's a state investment, so that means September of 2027. It is a $215 million one-time investment. It includes a capacity extension allocation of $5 million per year and a match opportunity of $200 million. Go ahead and go to the next one. Yep, perfect. So what are those needs? So prong 1 is for $5 million. That's the technical assistance or the capacity extension. This allows the hub, because remember, we're all voluntary, to bring on board some folks and some staff, that consultant staff that can work directly with communities to help them identify and prioritize their infrastructure needs, help them establish partnerships, help them pull down that book off the shelf. That's all the project ideas that they have. Which ones are a match for the bipartisan infrastructure law? Which ones make sense to go after? So that's finding funding and grant opportunities. We can't write grants for everybody, but we can certainly help communities write better grants by demonstrating or helping them understand what is a cost benefit analysis. How do I do one? It's required in this grant. We can help address those needs. And then on the backside, when, not if, when Kansas communities are successful in drawing down these federal opportunities, helping them meet the administration requirements, because there are a lot of administration requirements in relationship to these dollars, reporting requirements, et cetera. Prong 2 is probably the most exciting in terms of local communities being able to access it. $200 million to help locals generate that match that's required to go after those discretionary dollars, usually 20%. It can be higher. The goal here is to leverage state funds to capture more federal dollars for Kansas community. Remember, the average local match, I've already mentioned it several times, is about 20%. With this one-time investment of $200 million as a local match for projects, that could return to Kansas as much as $800 million in infrastructure project dollars. And that does not include the long-term benefits of improved quality of life, economic development, job creation, etc. Now, here are some important notes about all of this. It is important to understand that the hub is not selecting projects when we're talking about the Build Kansas Fund. Projects will only receive Build Kansas Fund dollars if they are approved for Build Kansas Fund dollars, and, important and, if they are awarded a federal grant. Federal agencies make those determinations, not the hub. This is an additive program only. No community, no eligible entity is required to utilize either the technical assistance or ask to receive the Build Kansas Fund dollars. So when we're talking about the Build Kansas Fund, we had some guiding principles that we wanted to associate with that. And that's first off, that it's simple. It needs to be easy to understand the requirements. It needs to be easy to apply for, and it needs to be easy to access the funding. We want to make Build Kansas funds available to eligible entities, especially those without the ability to pursue federal bill programs that require a match on their own. We need to make sure that the distribution of these funds is flexible for each type of federal program without being burdensome. Why? Because every program works differently. There is no one-size-fits-all solution. We also need to make sure that we are accountable and transparent. And that means that we're utilizing grant-required federal reports and other tools to support accountability and transparency associated with the Build Kansas Fund. And you'll note that also relates to our previous goals that I stated about being simple, flexible, right? So what you have on the screen right now is the process of how it is that communities can access Build Kansas Fund, or eligible entities. I often just say communities, but it really is all eligible entities for bipartisan infrastructure law programs. So the Build Kansas Fund is designed specifically right now only to address the bipartisan infrastructure law, or bill. There are other opportunities like the Inflation Reduction Act, or IRA, and there has been some communication or some conversation about that. But currently, right now, everything that I've talked about, the technical assistance and the match fund, is specific to the bipartisan infrastructure law. So how it works is Vanessa City says, fabulous, we have a bridge that we want to get built, and there's a grant for that associated with bill. So I've identified my bill program. I know that it has a 20% match that my community, Vanessa City, is going to have to come up with. I know that I alone, based on my tax base, cannot generate that match. So I think, okay, there's this Build Kansas Fund thing. I'm going to go after that too. So while I'm writing my bipartisan infrastructure law application, I should also concurrently be working on my Build Kansas Fund application. So that way, when I get to the end of my deadline where I have to submit my bill program application, I will already know that I have access for 10, 15, maybe as much as 20% of the money that is required to generate my local match, whether some of it is supplemented through the Build Kansas Fund or I seek the full 20% from the Build Kansas Fund. After that, I submit my application to the feds, the federal agency. In this case, it would probably be USDOT. I submit my application to USDOT and I wait. That's what that big red, pink, orange bar, that's when you put on your patient hats, because remember I said it can take months before you receive notification that you are successful in receiving the federal award. Once I've received notice that, congratulations, Vanessa City, you do now have access to this bill program, and here is our plan moving forward. Then I would submit that information to the hub. That would then free up those dollars from the Build Kansas Fund in order to support that overall goal. Now, something that's not shown on here is that what we're doing is we're pre-obligating, and I'm using air quotes very specifically, when we are saying that we are making a Build Kansas Fund notification, we're pre-obligating those dollars. So $100,000, $20,000 match. Let's just use pretend dollars here. Vanessa City would receive notification that we've been approved for the Build Kansas Fund in the amount of $20,000. That $20,000 is now pre-obligated because the hub is not picking who receives the award. The federal agency is. If USDOT says, sorry, Vanessa City, you're not going to get the award, that $20,000 that was pre-obligated goes back into the fund for other people to use and access. If Vanessa City is successful and gets the USDOT award, then that $20,000 now becomes really obligated, right? Does that make sense to everybody? Just want to do a quick check in there. Okay. So, so at this point, I have a link up to the Kansas Infrastructure Hub website. And if you would be so kind as to go there, I just want to showcase a couple of things for you. So on the homepage, we've designed this to be pretty, hopefully, user, oh, awesome, thank you. Pretty user-friendly. And some things that I would like to point out for you today is that if you click on Bill or just hover over Bill, you'll see that it drops down this menu. You can go to any of those places, but I'm going to show you two today on this tab. The first is the Bill dashboard. And the Bill dashboard, sorry, I thought it might be a touch screen, but that's all right. We're just going to keep on moving here. You can see the bill dollars that have come to Kansas today by sector. Okay. The other thing, and I have to scroll back up or down as the case may be. There we go. The other thing that you can see on this one is the open grant opportunities. Again, 400 programs, 12 federal agencies, new programs open and close every single day. The turnaround time from an open grant notification to a submission deadline, 60 to 90 days. So it is in everyone's best interest that people are thinking ahead about these things. That's why the technical assistance becomes so important. So you can see that today there are 43 programs that are currently open. You can search if you know that you only care about that your priority in your community is transportation. You can use the drop-down boxes and begin to narrow these 43 opportunities down to just 11 programs. That will help you, instead of having to search through all of them, you can begin to narrow these things down, which is super helpful because that's one of the biggest hurdles that folks have. The other thing I would like to point out is the technical assistance. This is so important, and we so are excited that communities are taking advantage of this. And I have some information to share on that front. But on the technical assistance side, this is free. This is no cost technical assistance that is offered to every county in Kansas. Every county in Kansas has a designated contact. You can come here, you can discover which of the economic development districts your county is in, and then you can go up here just a little bit, and you can find out who your designated contact is. They will provide that education. They will help you match your programs and your priorities. They will engage you in those conversations and your communities in that effort. So that's all I wanted to show there. And then on the technical assistance side, I did just want to share some updated information, the latest and greatest about what's going on. Since the capacity extension team has been on board, there have been over 50 meetings that the team has hosted or participated in across the state. And this is to provide direct support to communities across every economic development district. And there have been over 20 events reaching about 700 participants. And this is not only the capacity extension team, but hub leadership and hub representatives from those other agencies out and about talking about not only the infrastructure hub, but Build Kansas. In terms of sectors, there is a great, our two highest sectors for technical assistance are water and transportation, followed by energy and broadband. That's what communities have interest in. And every single economic development district, including our tribal communities, have reached out and requested some form of technical assistance. This is a great thing, and we're very excited to be able to bring it to communities across Kansas. So again, Vanessa Lamro with the Kansas Department of Transportation and with the Kansas Infrastructure Hub. Remember, we are stronger when we work together on meeting our state's infrastructure needs. And I am glad that I had the opportunity to share with you how it is that you can help us be stronger. Happy to stand for any questions that you might have.
Very nice presentation. You've done this once or twice, haven't you?
Just a few times.
Just a few. There you go. So, committee, questions for Vanessa? Oh, we got a couple down here. We're going to start with Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Enjoyed your presentation. I'm sitting here thinking of small communities. I'm thinking of the mayor in town that's got a job, doesn't have the time and the expertise, and that's where the problem happens. So
Correct.
Step one is that they need to go to this. When it comes in for technical assistance, is there somebody that can kind of take that over? And I'm thinking like a SCAD, or your office can do this kind of thing that helps them through that, because they're a mom, they got a job. Just a thought. I want to try to get them there, but they're going to need some help, is what I'm saying.
That is exactly what the technical assistance and our capacity extension team is designed to do. I came from a small town of 800. The mayor was also the judge, was also the dog catcher, was also the police officer, right? We heard that across the state as we were out visiting with folks. And that's specifically one of the issues that the capacity extension team is designed to address. So if you have communities that don't know where to start and don't have time, identify the county, identify the capacity extension or the technical assistance contact, and reach out to them. Conversely, reach out to me. It's a simple email, bill@ks.gov. And that's BIL@ks.gov, and we'll get them connected.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Representative and Mr. Chair. So I see that the Kansas Corporation Commission is one of the agencies, and I don't know if this is for you or for them, but can you give the committee some examples of what kind of projects would fall under that agency or what they might be applying for?
I would defer to Lynn.
Lynn Retz with the Kansas Corporation Commission. So the ones that we have, the big one is the 101D, grid resiliency. We have also, you've heard about the GRIP applications, which Kansas got some awarded. There are, we've talked with some of the co-ops in the munis about some of the other, more competitive ones through USDA. We've talked about some with around cybersecurity in particular for the smaller utilities. So those are some that are hanging out there as an example.
I just want to say I appreciate the work from the Kansas Corporation Commission in helping these other entities and communities access these funds, because I know that delivery of energy and infrastructure projects, maybe it's the fire resistance, can be important.
For some of those smaller communities, it's very important.
All right.
Just to add on to that for a moment, if you are curious, this is the section of the bipartisan infrastructure law that relates to energy in terms of the number of programs. So there are lots of them out there. Eligibility varies by program. So some are state eligible, some will be private entity and or local eligible.
Mr. Carmichael, would you like to go now?
I would. You just touched on, I think, the thrust of my question. I live in Wichita. I get my electricity from investor-owned utility. I get my natural gas. I see them back there right now. Hi, guys. I told you keep your heads low and you'd get out of here safely. Investor-owned. The electricity comes to me over wires that are investor-owned. Most of the generation, not all of it, but most of it is investor-owned. I can imagine that a cooperative, being a nonprofit organization, might well be eligible. I can imagine that a municipal utility, being an entity of a municipality or a county or whatever they call their government up in northeast Kansas, that they may qualify. But what's in it for my constituents and ratepayers, because we're all investor owned? And you may have touched on something that applies to private companies. Can you help me with that? I have a bad feeling that once again my constituents are just simply out of luck, SOL.
So I can't speak to that directly.
It's obviously not a concern or an active, not concern, but it's obviously not an active part of what you all do then.
Not as the infrastructure hub. If a private entity was eligible to go after a bipartisan infrastructure law or bill opportunity, then they would follow the same process as everyone
Right,
else.
but I'm talking about eligibility.
That is not controlled by us.
I understand. The eligibility is controlled by the Congress and the president. They passed and signed the law. But as it stands under this law, is there anything that does my constituents who are ratepayers any good at all out of this?
That I can't speak to
Yeah,
directly,
okay,
other
I
than
appreciate
having
that.
improved infrastructure within the community that reduces downtime, for example, for the energy grid or et cetera.
Okay, well then let me back up. Then there must be some money coming into my community that improves the grid in my community, either through resiliency grants or otherwise. Is there anything that would improve reliability, redundancy, resiliency, capital expenditure, any of these things when I live in territory of three fine actually, investor-owned utilities?
I think there are opportunities, but the entity has to decide whether or not to go after it. And I am not an energy expert. Lynn is.
Well, no, let's set the record straight. I am no expert. Okay. Let's lower those expectations.
Education, training, and experience, counselor, you qualify as an expert, but go ahead.
There are grants out there that do not have a limit on like small communities. So the 401D, the GRIP, the investor owns would be eligible to go after some of those. I'm certain there are others out there that I am not readily available off the top of my head, but yes, there are some that IOUs are not excluded necessarily.
Okay. Is there any incentive for the IOU, the investor-owned utility, to apply for any of this money? Because quite frankly, their shareholders earn money based upon a return on equity. The more they spend, the more they make. So, I mean, I guess if I was the CEO, I'd say, why would we want to apply for any of this free federal money? We'd rather go borrow it or raise it on the stock market because we get a return on investment. So, is that making any sense?
Hear where you're coming from, and I think there are others that would more appropriately be able to answer your question.
I understand, like Joe Biden, but he's not here. Thank you.
Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your presentation here today. Vanessa, appreciate it. I grew up in and live in Johnson County, and I represent a Senate district in Johnson County, and the eastern border of my district is the state line with our neighboring state to the east. So when I see Stronger Together here, as the tagline for the Kansas Infrastructure Hub, we heard about opportunities for our rural communities in Kansas. And what about for the metropolitan areas? Johnson County in particular is growing in population quite a bit. We're having a new Senate district for the growing population in 2024, and we've added a couple of House districts as well. So is there opportunity here as our infrastructure is having additional demands placed on it for an area like Johnson County to participate or reach out and ask questions?
Absolutely is the answer. And I know that there are conversations currently going on in relationship to technical assistance. I think the biggest thing for folks to keep in mind as you're being overwhelmed with the idea of 400 programs, endless opportunities, right? Is that not every project is going to find a match to bill. It might be that it can't meet the minimum criteria, the merit criteria. It might be that it doesn't meet the minimum amount of investment required by the federal government to be able to go after it. But there are opportunities. It might also be that we have to think creatively. I had someone call me and ask me, is there money for dog parks? Well, no, not directly. But if your dog park is part of a larger reinvestment and reimagining of a corridor in your community, and it includes bike ped paths and new roads and things like that, sure, your dog park can get funded. So that think big, collaborate, and just recognize that not everything will be a match, but there are opportunities, and I would encourage your communities to reach out.
Sure. And do you reach out likewise? We've just in my area alone, there's been some repaving done to add some infrastructure for bike lanes. That's very popular in my area. We have a lot of cyclists on the road. And so you kind of mentioned dog parks. I don't know dog parks. I don't know if roadways for cyclists is included, but is there communication both ways?
Yes.
That you reach out to communities that are growing and might be in need to, and if there's an opportunity, at least educate folks about it, that maybe there might be a match.
Yeah, that is exactly what it is that we're doing by going out and speaking to economic development district leadership, by speaking at League of Municipalities, Association of Counties, you name it. If someone calls us, we're going to speak because the opportunities are there and we just have to help people figure out how to take hold of them.
Great. Well, I appreciate that communication going both ways and to help areas of our state that could benefit from this. So thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any further questions? I don't see any. One quick one here. Earlier this year, and I know we're going to hear a little bit more about it in an hour or so, but earlier this year, we put in for grant request for hydrogen hubs in the state. Was your office part of that process, or should it
Kansas
have been?
Infrastructure Hub was not part of that process.
Should it be? Is that part of your resources there?
I would say that the Infrastructure Hub is interested in making the best and highest use of the opportunities that Bill presents to us as a state. So I think it's an open-ended answer.
Okay. Well, any further questions? Not seeing it. Thank you for your testimony. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
So, we're running just a little bit ahead, but I see Ed out in the room. At least I did. He's hiding back there. So Ed Cross is the president of Kansas Independent Oil and Gas Association. And you're a little bit early, but if you don't mind taking it. Thank you for being here, Ed.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, members of the committee. Appreciate the opportunity to be here today to share my thoughts on America's energy picture and some of the state of the oil and gas industry, particularly here in Kansas, and some of the challenges and opportunities that are available for the small businesses that actually make up the Kansas Independent Oil and Gas Association. I am Edward Cross, and I'm President, Chief Operating Officer of the Kansas Independent Oil and Gas Association. And it's my honor and privilege to serve this great industry that enhances life experiences and improves the quality of life for people around the world. The Cayuga, as we call ourselves, we consist of oil and gas producers as well as allied service and supply companies from across Kansas and elsewhere. And our members account for 92% of the oil and gas produced here in Kansas. And with nearly 3,000 members across the state, we are the lead state national advocate for the Kansas independent oil and gas industry. Over my 38 plus year career in the oil and gas industry, I've seen many changes in the oil and gas industry. But at no time have I experienced a time of more dramatic and rapid change than what's happened over the last couple of years and continues today. I don't know a lot of things about the future, but I do know that the pace and complexity of change will likely increase. So I want to begin with just talk a little bit, and my testimony is I wrote a 25-page document, so I'm not reading that whole document to you, but I'm going over some things here. But When I look at some of the crude oil market dynamics, what a difference that we have experienced over the last 2.5 years. While the U.S. economy continues to recover, significant concerns exist, including high inflation, U.S. monetary policy, volatility in energy markets, U.S. trade and foreign policies, and more. But most destructive for the economy has been a historic federal spending spree. Over the last 2.5 years, the federal government has added $4.8 trillion in new spending, which the Federal Reserve has said was the main inflation contributor. The cost to heat a home, drive to work, and run a business have increased exponentially over the last 2.5 years. We now beg foreign dictators for oil, while domestic production has still not returned to the 2019 level, despite oil prices being much higher. So in 2.5 short years, we have gone from American energy dominance to American energy despair. So over the last 2.5 years, in the name of climate change, the federal government has done much to impede American oil and gas production. They blocked pipelines, delayed exports, canceled lease sales, proposed new oil and gas regulations, and slowed permits. Yet global emissions of carbon dioxide has reached an all-time high. So the world is showing no stomach for dramatic reductions in the use of oil and gas, and rising prices and demand forecasts prove that. So since 1960, the world population has increased from 3 billion to 8 billion people. So 5 billion additional people have been sustained directly and indirectly by using fossil fuels for energy, medication, clothing, shelter, and dramatically increased agricultural productivity. Some in America would loathe to admit this, but the last couple of years was a global referendum on the worldwide Green New Deal. Voting by their energy choices they have made every day, 8 billion people have given the plan to rapidly end oil and gas a massive vote of no confidence. So oil prices have, and we look at that, they have held relatively steady through the first 8 months of 2023, but fell in late September as a strong U.S. dollar and the Federal Reserve interest rates were higher, and that fueled concerns that demand would be held back. High interest rates, slow economic growth, encourage oil demand, but oil supplies remain tight as Russia and Saudi Arabia extended production cuts to the end of this year. Here in the U.S., several major oil producers have said they have zero plans to reverse production plans in response to higher prices. So oil supply is expected to underwhelm demand in the coming months. So in the past, it was literally a race to see who could get more oil out of the ground. This is nationwide. And this led to 2 price collapses. Government policies to fight climate change are discouraging oil companies from investing in new production. Some companies have said that unless the U.S. government changes course and adopts consistent policies that encourage more exploration and production, we could see $120 to $150 oil. So to produce as much as we can is not how companies generate the greatest value. Today, companies are exhibiting a lot more discipline, which is a much smarter approach to long-term survival. And just recently, you see that Exxon has bought Pioneer Resources in the Permian Basin in Texas, as well as Chevron is looking to in industry is merging together with a lot of the big companies. And so it should say that oil and gas is here for quite some time, because these companies are not making these big investments because they think they're going to be stranded assets. So they are putting those together. So now let me focus a little on Kansas. In Kansas, we are not Exxon or Chevron or Conoco for that matter. We are the small independents that produce marginal wells. And marginal wells are the Interstate Oil and Gas Compact Commission defines them as 10 barrels of oil per day or 60,000 cubic feet of gas per day or less. So the Kansas Department of Revenue says that 52% of the oil wells in Kansas are considered marginal wells. 45% of the natural gas wells are considered marginal natural gas wells. So the small independents drill and produce those wells. We don't generate or market the end products. And in the United States, independent producers drill 95% of the wells in the United States. We raise our capital through the wellhead. We're not tapping equity markets for our capital, so the money that we get from producing the oil or drilling those wells is what we use to grow the companies. And here in Kansas, most of them are friends and family. They have a lot of family companies that have lived here for a long time. So every $1 million of CapEx for independents results in $1.1 million of total taxes generated, along with $2.4 million of direct and $5.1 million of indirect contribution to gross domestic product nationwide. So in 2022, which is last year, I got some data for, the Kansas oil and gas industry generated nearly $3.6 billion in output here in Kansas, supporting over 100,000 jobs, $1.4 billion in state and local tax revenue, and $3 billion in family income. So the industry is an important element of the Kansas economy today and will be a critical part going forward. Oil and gas is found throughout Kansas, 89 of the 105 counties, and we are consistently one of the top 3 industries in terms of gross state product. In calendar year 2022, 76% of the value of the oil and gas industry came from oil production, 24% from natural gas. Now with that, our average oil well in Kansas makes 2 barrels of oil per day. Our average natural gas well makes 23,000 cubic feet of natural gas per day. So these are not big prolific producers. Direct employment in the Kansas oil and gas industry is 13,800, about 13,800 that are paid $940 million. So average salary for that worker is about $60,000 per year. And in areas where oil and gas are found, industry represents a quarter of the jobs in some counties and 60 to 70% of the property tax. So oil production in Kansas during calendar year 2022 was just over 28 million barrels, which was up 0.4% from 2021. But since 2014, Kansas oil production has dropped by over 43%. Natural gas production also dropped 3.3% in 2022. And currently it looks like Kansas oil production is staying flat in 2023 while natural gas production continues to fall. So it'll be quite some time before we get back to the 90 to 100,000 barrels a day of oil production in the state, which is what it was before COVID. Now, last year it was 76,700 or so in the state of Kansas. So as the economy began to recover in 2022, activity did increase, and as a result, tax collections to the state of Kansas and Kansas counties increased in calendar year 2022. Kansas collected about 38.6 million more in oil, gas, severance tax, and about 5 million more in ad valorem tax receipts in 2022 over 2021. However, those receipts are still 46% below where they were in 2014. In 2022, the KCC issued 1,681 drilling permits in the state of Kansas, and the industry saw anywhere from 41 to 60 drilling rigs running each month. Through October of 2023, the KCC has issued 1,135 permits. So if you put that out to the end of the year, that's roughly about 1,360 for the year projected. So it's a little less than last year. And the average number of rigs running each month in the state of Kansas in 2023 is 39, anywhere from 33 to 49. So, and during the COVID years and the pandemic, nearly 5,000 wells were shut down in Kansas in 2020, and that resulted in over $810 million lost in oil output in those years. So producers have been working over the last couple of years to optimize supply chain relationships and improve operational efficiencies and refocus CapEx. In addition, they continue to work to improve their workforce. But in Kansas, improved productivity is less about improved technology and more about better application of existing technology. So if I look at the energy outlook for 2023 and 2024 going forward, it's a lot of uncertainty is in that. After a tumultuous 2020, when Kansas crude oil prices averaged $29.79 a barrel, we saw a slow recovery in 21 and 22 as we begin. In 2021, average oil price was $57.77. In 2022 is $84.63. And through October of this year, its average is $68.44. So, as of today, the Kansas posted crude oil price is $70.75. So according to the October 2023 Energy Information Administration short-term energy outlook, tightening balances in the global oil market are expected to come in the coming months. So in 2024, the EIA expects OPEC crude oil production to continue to fall for their goal to keep global oil production lower than global oil demand. And as a result, the EIA projects Kansas oil prices to average about $83 a barrel in 2024. So I give you those numbers because you can look those up on the EIA website. But I can tell you right now, there's no producer out there that uses EIA projections as their budget. so they all have their own information. But that's and EIA, by the way, they come out with a new short-term energy outlook every month. So come the 1st of December, they'll have another projection, and it may be different. So natural gas, U.S. production in natural gas grew by 3.6% last year to an all-time high at 94.7 billion cubic feet. And natural gas is one of the preferred sources of energy in this country, not only for electricity, but mainly as a heating source for people's home. Should be noted that over 50% of U.S. homes are heated by natural gas, and even those that use electric heat pay for natural gas through the back door, as 38% of total U.S. natural gas consumption goes into providing electricity. So with that, I would say that, the prevailing view that the energy transition is a linear trajectory from oil and other fossil fuels to renewables, that is misleading and potentially dangerous to a world that will continue to be thirsty for all forms of energy. So to place expected future energy demand in some context, the most recent, the 2023 World Energy Outlook, sees global oil consumption climbing 16% over the next 2 decades, with the need to annually add an average of 6 million barrels of oil equivalent per day between the period now and 2045. So from 2022 to 2045, total energy demand is expected to increase by 23%. And population and energy demand grow together. So from 2022 to 2045, the world is projected to gain 1.6 billion people. So growing from today's population of approximately 7.9 billion to 9.5 billion. And with rising populations, that's what drives economic growth. So more people will need more fuel. So oil share, according to the World Energy Outlook, oil share of total energy in 2045 will decline from 30.9% today, is where we're at today, to 28.6% in 2045. Coal will fall further, 26.1% today to 16.6% in 2045. Natural gas will rise, as well as nuclear, hydro, and biomass. But the biggest growth area will be renewables, which is projected to go from 2.6% today to 10.9% in 2045. So the International Energy Agency, which is another energy agency, not the EIA, but the IEA, they also make energy projections. However, the IEA is a politicized group funded by countries trying to manipulate energy to impact climate goals. So IEA's energy forecasts are based on aspirational public policy announcements of the governments that fund it. So IEA changes its forecast when its sponsoring countries change their positions. Now, I give very little credence, as you might imagine, to the IEA projections. So when I look at the United States, the federal energy policy dynamics, we need all forms of energy in this country, and all have challenges. Wind industry is getting hammered by market forces that make wind projects uneconomic. Electric cars are experiencing similar cost challenges. It was reported that Ford lost $62,000 on each electric vehicle sold in the third quarter of this year. And so eliminating fossil fuels, according to a study from the Texas Public Policy Foundation, would decrease global temperatures less than 0.2 of a degree by the year 2100. So despite the aspirational policies attempting to define a transition away from fossil fuels, actions actually speak louder than words. Countries are showing every day that they are more interested in affordable energy than paying a green premium. So whether that's considering China's interest in buying Russian oil or Germany's decision to hold on to coal, we need to believe what we see and what is actually happening in the marketplace, not necessarily what we hear. Actually, Germany and California show that alternative energy is really just supplementary energy. So for us, the Biden administration gives us mixed messages. In his State of the Union address, President Biden asked, and I quote, "Where is it written that America can't lead the world in manufacturing again?" Unquote. The answer is simple. It's written in the endless anti-development, anti-energy regulation that his administration continues to promulgate. So President Biden portrayed the global energy crisis as a problem he is solving, when in fact it's a problem he has helped cause and is making worse with anti-fossil fuel policies. Increasing global demand for oil and gas will be met. So Biden's energy policies only push oil and gas production to the countries with lower environmental and human rights standards. So we have joined with other like-minded oil and gas producer groups as a plaintiff in filing legal challenge to the EPA proposed emission standards for new vehicles, the tailpipe emission standards that you see coming out. And that lawsuit challenges whether EPA has authority to force such changes. and we'll be continuing to work on that going forward. We have many other challenges and opportunities. One area where policymakers are expected to work to find a compromise is in the area of energy policy. So according to several recent surveys, the U.S. public wants the Congress and state legislatures to provide energy legislation that will help bolster the economy, protect the environment, and require very minimal personal sacrifice by the consumer. So the public sees energy policy as either an economic issue or an environmental issue. The survey showed that Republicans primarily view energy policy as an economic issue, and Democrats are far more likely to view the energy policy as an environmental issue. So the energy policy challenge is to mediate these two opposing viewpoints to create policies that are beneficial to the economy and the environment. So Republicans and Democrats will have to work together to improve energy policy. And this is difficult because of the competing interests that are out there. Environmental organizations want policy that utilizes the highest environmental standards, and industry wants policy that has a minimal impact on the economy. So the question is posed, and I would ask this, I don't know the answer to this question, but is energy policy that creates a compromise of all interested parties and public expectations better than no energy policy at all? So that's a question that all of you and federal officials will have to answer. But one thing is certain, the public places high priority on energy policy and will continue to be dissatisfied until progress is made. So when you look at Cuyahoga and what we support as far as state and federal energy policy in our position, we oppose policies that pick winners and losers among energy sources and technologies. We oppose policies that impose mandates that increase costs when sourcing energy. We encourage the least restrictive method of regulation that supports the goal of protecting the public without limiting business activity. We believe in all of the above energy sources. So when you look at a state energy plan, I know I was listening this morning when you talked some about that, developing a state energy plan and or reorganizing the KCC Energy Office to expand its scope to include energy planning, policy development, and stakeholder outreach, we don't see that as a very good idea. Proposals to reorganize the Energy Office seems to be more about promoting energy policies driven by a zero-sum game philosophy for energy that says we must have less fossil fuels so that we can have more of something else. So many state energy plans around the country have failed because they start with a preferred resource and work backwards. All too often, state proposals to establish some kind of green standard have much more to do with raising revenue than helping our government or helping the environment. The result is that average households have to pay significantly more for goods and services, and families that spend a bigger portion of their household income on transportation, utilities, and household goods are hurt, not helped by such schemes. So creating a politically influenced state energy office and or establishing a politically influenced energy plan is not the answer. I turn my attention now to emissions, which is another big challenge for our industry. There's much we can do to better understand our emissions challenge in this nation. But in the U.S., our government thinks more regulation and higher taxes are the answer. But so according to the EPA, emissions relative to oil and gas production here in the United States were down nearly 70% between 2011 and 2019. Oil and gas industry has shown over the long term it's possible to lead in energy production and environmental stewardship. Let me give you one example. That's the oil and gas methane emissions, which is one of our Cuyahoga's top federal regulatory priorities. So the U.S. EPA released their first oil and gas methane rule in November of 2021. So in that rule, the EPA said that they were going to be monitoring well sites that emit, that they were not going to monitor well sites that would emit less than 3 tons per year. So the U.S. Department of Energy did a study, a third-party study on the emissions from marginal wells, and that came out in May of 2022. And the DOE study on low production well emission profiles indicated that wells that produce less than 6 barrels of oil equivalent per day or less would emit less than 3 tons per year. So we informed the EPA of that in writing as well as in Zoom meetings, and suggested that the EPA exempt wells making less than 6 barrels of oil equivalent per day from the oil and gas methane rule. The EPA largely ignored that third-party study conducted by the Department of Energy on low production wells and instead responded to criticisms from environmental groups by strengthening their leak detection and repair requirements for small oil and gas wells. So we met with the EPA folks in July, just this last year, And we told them there's approximately 1 million existing sources of marginal wells across the United States, of which 750,000 fall below 15 barrels of oil equivalent per day, which is what the EPA defines as a marginal well. And if you want to look at ones that fall below 6 barrels of oil equivalent, over 600,000 of those wells fall there. So the DOE study, of course, says that if they make less than 6 barrels of oil per day, then they're below the EPA's threshold. But the EPA was so taken by the Environmental Defense Fund ideas that they want to set control requirement that makes it unworkable for low producing wells. So EPA also wants the new rule to be implemented by the states. So we met with the Kansas Department of Health and Environment, which is the state agency that implements air regulations here in Kansas, and offer our assistance because we want to make sure that Kansas gets delegation of the regulatory program. If not, the EPA writes the regulations and enforces them. KDHE also submitted comments saying that it would be enormous cost to do this, and there needed to be more flexibility. So we filed comments on the significant cost of compliance and the need for recognizing the low production well emission profile. We're also an active member of the Methane Coalition, which is a group of 21 oil and gas associations from across the nation, and together submitted some legal intensive comments. So the timeline for the EPA is that they're planning on coming out with the finalized methane rules sometime into this year. Most likely they'll come out right before the COP28. President Biden usually likes to come out with something like that right before a climate summit. So then once he does that, it'll probably be published actually in January. So if he does that, that would begin an 18-month planning process for the states to come up with something on existing sources. And so then 2025, the states would have to submit their existing source implementation plans, and that would begin a 3-year period for compliance with the plans, which would be roughly, these are all rough time schedules, so we'd be somewhere in 2028 when we'd have to do that. Now, we spoke with Kansas Attorney General Chris Kobach, explained all of this and more to him. He's very interested in that, and he listened to all of that. Kansas congressional delegation also engaged. Senator Marshall submitted comments urging the EPA to reconsider the impact on small oil and gas producers, as well as Congressman Estes and others from other states, I might add also. And one of the things they put in their comments was that this was in direct opposition to congressional intent. The EPA's proposal completely oversteps by seeking to override the will in Congress in terms of regulation on low production facilities. So the Inflation Reduction Act directly exempts small wells from methane. So it appears the EPA is engaged in the practice of changing, altering, and amending laws after the fact. And they are saying that their role and responsibility agency level is to improve upon a statute if they disagree with it. This creates a lot of regulatory uncertainty. So as you can imagine, there most certainly will be legal challenges as soon as that is published and going forward. Another one that we have is the lesser prairie chicken that we're dealing with. U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service listed the lesser prairie chicken as a threatened species in Kansas last March. The best scientific and commercial information available demonstrates that the lesser prairie chicken does not meet the Endangered Species Act definitions of either a threatened or an endangered species. We joined legal action against the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service concerning that listing last March. That legal challenge is being led by the Permian Basin Petroleum Association and includes Cuyahoga, as well as the Petroleum Alliance of Oklahoma, National Cattlemen's Beef Association, Texas Cattle Feeders Association, Kansas Livestock Association, Oklahoma Cattlemen's Association, New Mexico Cattle Growers Association, several New Mexico counties. In addition, the Kansas, Texas, and Oklahoma Attorney Generals also filed legal action against the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service concerning the listing of the lesser prairie chicken. The Kansas Natural Resources Coalition filed an additional lawsuit in July, challenging the 4D grazing rule and restrictions in Kansas, but not the actual threatened listing. So the federal judge then took all of those cases and consolidated all of them and transferred them all to the Western District of Texas, which is where we have our case filed and where we wanted to do that. So they put them all there, and we'll be aggressively pursuing that case throughout 2024. I provided a briefing on that lesser prairie chicken here before the Kansas House and Agriculture Committee last year, and also testified for the U.S. Small Business Committee last April. And most specifically, my comments underscored that there is no basis for action under Endangered Species Act and its implementing regulations, and that a listing as threatened or endangered will not provide any additional conservation benefits above what already exists. U.S. Senator Marshall introduced a Congressional Review Act that challenged that listing. And Congressman Tracy Mann and Ron Estes also introduced a Congressional Review Act in the House. That act passed the Senate in May, and it passed the House in July. And as expected, President Biden vetoed that Congressional Review Act at the end of September. So now let me focus on some of the state challenges that we have here. And the first one I want to talk about is electric rates. We need to find some solution to the Kansas high electric rates. Kansas has one of the lowest electric generation prices in the U.S., but by far the highest retail electric rates in the Midwest. So electric costs for oil wells are the highest operating costs for most wells, 30 to 50% of our well expenses. So what we would like to do, and it's in my notes there in more detail, is to encourage legislature to consider some recommendations for Kansas electric cooperatives, and namely, because most of our operators get their rates from the cooperatives more than the utilities themselves. But some of the ideas were develop marginal electric load riders or other economic development riders, so that when oil prices are really low, it provides some relief so that they can keep those wells on and keep the load on. If we plug a well, that well's gone, and all the electricity that would be used at that well would have to be spread over all of the other ratepayers. So that might be something that could be considered. Define oil and gas load as its own category as an industrial customer. Right now, we're considered commercial customers in a lot of those areas. Allow cooperative board votes by meter. So current boards, like we have a lot of operators that have many meters in out there, but since they don't live in the area, they are not even eligible to run for the board. So those are things that maybe needs to be looked at. Maybe all type of rate increases and fee increases should be reviewed by the Kansas Corporation Commission, like the utilities are, rather than right now. That's not the way that they have that. Other things we'd encourage the legislature to consider, some general recommendations, is we don't think there should be a central planning committee that picks winners and losers. Perhaps create incentives for backup or base load assets to be available when needed. And establish fair taxation and establishment of a cleanup fund for both wind and solar assets. We have a plug-in fund here that the oil and gas industry pays. Perhaps there needs to be something looked at for wind and solar assets as well. There's some other ones in there, but some of the bigger other considerations would include should the KCC, and these are just questions I don't know the answer to, but something that you might consider, should the KCC have authority over transmission lines in Kansas? Perhaps that, or should the KCC or Attorney General have approval rights before electric generating assets in the states are retired? Should the KCC be given approval for official policy regarding Southwest Power Pool issues? Those are things that I think that needs to be looking at. Another issue we have here in Kansas is carbon capture. I would say that we are not opposed to carbon capture in Kansas, but there are many unintended consequences that needs some better analysis on that. So carbon capture and sequestration is done in Class 6 injection wells. Most injection wells for the oil and gas industry are Class 2 injection wells. But there's significant CapEx and OpEx risks associated with Class 6 injection. Kansas operators are not likely to engage in tax credit carbon sequestration projects because they would expose themselves to excessive, uncertain, changing, confusing, or unworkable requirements. Many operators would not be able to satisfy a requirement to report the use of anthropogenic CO2, man-made CO2, under greenhouse gas reporting rules or the ISO standards. The greenhouse gas reporting rule requires monitoring long after the enhanced oil recovery operators have lost their lease rights and access. So they would be, on the hook for that for perpetuity. They also create significant operational barriers that expose operators to litigation risk. And more significantly, the EPA's Class 6 well requirements are designed for dedicated CO2 storage facilities, not necessarily oil and gas wells in which operators utilize CO2 as a tertiary injectant. So these Class 6 wells require high pressure CO2 that is not appropriate for or economic for enhanced oil recovery wells. And they also impose stringent monitoring and verification and indefinite liability for potential release. So that's the part where they would be on the hook for quite some time. For most, if not all, CO2, carbon dioxide, enhanced oil recovery operators, the risks and costs associated with the Class 6 rules would mean they would not accept anthropogenic CO2 subject to these requirements. It also appears that after some time, I think it could be 10 years or more, the CO2 injected becomes the responsibility of the state of Kansas, which should be a concern for all taxpayers in the state of Kansas. So in addition, there's always seems to be a lot of ambiguity about defining the mineral state as the dominant estate. So these are all issues that the carbon capture and utilization is a complicated issue and requires a lot of unintended consequences. So, so when we look at what powers the U.S. today, or what powers the U.S. and the world. In the U.S., last year, 36% of our energy came from oil, 32% from natural gas. This is from the Energy Information Administration. 11% from coal, and wind and solar provided 5%. So 79% of our energy is from fossil fuels. If you look at the world, oil provided 31% of our energy, natural gas provided 24%, coal 27%, wind and solar 7%. So 82% of the world's energy came from fossil fuels. So the Energy Information Administration estimates that by 2045, world energy demand will increase by 23% and 69% will be supplied by fossil fuels. 50% will be supplied by oil and gas. Renewable energy sources are projected to grow significantly, providing 10.9% of global energy needs by 2045, but they remain too unreliable and expensive to be primary energy source. So while the ambitious pledges from various international bodies and governments would suggest the energy transition is near, the gap between theory and reality is vast. Fossil fuels supplied 82% of global energy needs last year, and it will likely be decades before an energy transition can take place. So the energy transition may have begun, but there'll be a long way before fossil fuel dominance is truly challenged. So the U.S., when we look at here, the U.S. continues on a path of self-inflicted wounds. Misguided energy policy errors are oblivious to the needs of low-income families who are hurt the most. And the most pressing issues facing the U.S. economy in the foreseeable future are not those arising from climate change or an energy transition. Rather, the factors to watch are inflation, rising energy costs, and national security threats. Inexpensive energy is necessary for economic advancement of the world's poor and for economic recovery. The U.S. is in a unique position, an opportunity to show the world how energy abundance can be used as a positive force to lift people up, which is different than a zero emissions world. So we should work to ensure more people have access to safe, affordable, and reliable energy. Because to rise out of poverty and enjoy health and safety, people need more energy, not less. So oil and gas is the bedrock of our modern civilization, and humanity's not ready to forego oil and gas. Global warming is a big challenge, to be sure, but the oil and gas industry can help solve that. So in closing, let me say that the oil and gas industry shares an energy future vision with the public. And we care as much as anyone about people's needs and concerns and our environment. And we take these issues and concerns very seriously. Our mission is to empower people, improve lives, and inspire success. So thank you for your time, Mr. Chairman. I would stand for questions.
Absolutely. Appreciate you being here. Committee, questions? Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Mr. Cross, for being here. I know you've provided testimony throughout the years to utility committee members and this special committee. So I was interested in the statement that most of your oil producers are in electric cooperative territories. So some years ago, the legislature changed our statute and said that the Kansas Corporation Commission would not have the responsibility of overseeing electric cooperatives. I do see that concern about individuals having a meter in an area and then not being able to have be able to vote if they don't live in that area. So it's not by customer bills, it's by
no, you cannot run for the board unless you live in their area. And so, we've had, operators try to get maybe a worker or somebody out there run for a board or something like that. That is, so it's like we have a large load in some of those counties, low electric load, what I'm talking about. And it just feels like we think that, and by putting us into just a regular class of customers, in order to petition to go to the KCC to have a review, you have to have 5% of a customer class. All right, so the oil and gas meters aren't, no, we're in there with beauty parlors and everything else, and we're not 5%, so we can't get it to the KCC for review. That's why we think it should be an industrial load or our own category, where it could be brought for review on many of those. Because we have lots of people. We have a committee that works on that comes up with a number of solutions, and we've gone and met with the boards and different cooperatives to try to provide some of these solutions, and we just need to have a better audience to provide some of those solutions, because we're willing to work with. And so I will say this: not all cooperatives are not cooperating. They do, and they do work on that. Some of them have come up with some good programs that help us out, but others in other areas, have been more difficult to work with. So, we just feel like maybe whether it's not raising the rates but raising a fee or an adjustment factor needs to be reviewed maybe by the KCC on something like that to help us out on that. Something to consider.
So I appreciate your comments, but I'm not sure if we continue to not have any control or limited control by the KCC over cooperatives, how the legislature could take action on some of these.
Right, you'd have to give that control back to the KCC, yeah. So,
Other questions, Representative Carmichael?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Cross, I always appreciate your monographs, white papers. I will read this one.
Okay.
And I think, as you know, I'm a regular reader of your publication.
Yep.
It's a good one. It's entertaining.
Okay.
Has good pictures, and I learned from it. But I do want to follow up on what Senator Francisco was discussing. I think, as you will recall, there was legislation some years ago, and as I recall, it did not become law, but it would have allowed for membership on cooperative boards by folks who are customers, even though they were not residents of the cooperative's district. And I think that was something that you all supported, if I recall. Is that correct?
Yes, we would be supportive of that. Yes.
Right. And in your publication at the time, you were encouraging producers or others affiliated with the oil industry to run for, join, become active, etc., in their local cooperatives. And at the same time, I think you were trying to allow people who had substantial production in that district to also run for the board, even though they didn't live within the district. Is that kind of generally where you were at?
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
And today, I think I hear you say that your members would like to see the cooperatives brought back under regulation by KCC as it relates to rates. Now, that may be an overstatement, but
Well, to rate increases or fees or something.
rate
like that
increases, but not decreases. Just
Well, yeah, you can go decreases too. Just so that it can be reviewed without having to be a certain percent of a rate class, or make us our own rate class, so that we could petition that, and if that gets, we can bring it to the KCC at that point.
and so you're headed right where I was headed to next. I watch YouTubes out of Texas, okay, and there's an old boy down there who's a producer, and he's real upset because he has to pay a higher rate than he thinks he should because of his classification. Says we burn electricity all day long, 24/7 at approximately the same rate. It's predictable load. It's 3-phase power. We ought to get our own rate. He doesn't seem to think he has it in Texas. Now, maybe he does. Are we the only place in the Midwest and oil producing states where producers find themselves in this quandary? Are there other examples of places we could look to for legislation that might solve your needs, short of expanding the membership or the eligibility on cooperative boards?
Yeah, that is not the only thing that we're looking at is eligibility on cooperative boards. And what how I'm sorry, I don't know, I cannot give you an example, or I don't know other states' classifications, but
yeah, and I don't mean to cut you off, but that was the thrust of it. Is any other state doing what it is you'd like to see done vis-a-vis these classifications?
I don't. Sorry, I can try to find that for you, Representative, and get that to you. I don't know offhand if there.
Well, I probably wouldn't carry the bill. I was just curious as to whether there was a good example we could borrow from to accomplish your purpose, whether I introduced it or voted for it or not. I always appreciate your perspective, Mr. Cross, and I'm glad you have such good contacts with our congressional delegation. So I'm not going to argue today with you about the Biden administration one way or another. I don't agree with everything the Biden administration does either. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also enjoy your presentations and your points of view on things. Having a conversation recently, as you said, you use the terms picking winners and losers, but the government has, through a whole realm of their ability through different agencies, EPA regulation and subsidization with investment tax credits and production tax credits, slanted the playing field in one direction. And when I was talking to somebody about that, they said, well, how much does the oil and gas industry get subsidized? Could you help me with that?
Yeah, thank you for that question. I started to talk a little bit about that, but so whenever I talked about carbon capture, those are actually subsidies if you use that. But most of the time, whenever they say oil and gas industry is subsidized, when I think of the independent oil and gas producer, they're not. The subsidies we get are cost recovery mechanisms. They're not subsidies. Government is not writing us a direct check for that. So percentage depletion is like depreciation that other industries get, or intangible drilling costs is like R&D write-offs that some of the other companies get. You have to spend the money in order to get that cost recovery mechanism. So I would always say, by no stretch of the imagination is the oil and gas industry subsidized. And those that would say that really don't know about the type of tax provisions that we have. So they call them subsidies. They're not subsidies. In Washington, they'll always call those subsidies. Whether it's not talk about something from the larger majors, they'll have the foreign investment tax credit or the dual capacity credit. Some would call that that's nothing that Kansas operators get. But basically what it is a foreign country they have a cost of doing business there, so they have to pay that country something, and then they come back here and they take that off their taxes here. Oh, I mean, what I always say is I know our producers would love to be able to take their royalty payments off as tax write-offs. That's basically what that is. If we were doing it, we don't do that here, but some would call that a subsidy. But that's a major company issue, not an independent producer. Our cost recovery tax provisions are in no way a subsidy.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Other questions? Okay. In your testimony, the comment is made here: approve a few pilot projects to encourage retail competition. McPherson and Midwest Energy are good examples. Can you expound on that?
Yes, and I'm sorry I didn't mention that in my notes, but it is in the written. That's the other ideas that we could have here. We have some members that would, look at retail wheeling, if you will. Where it's they would allow free competition on electric rates, and I think Midwest Energy has done some really good things for not only the oil and gas industry, but others. They've done some good things. McPherson, I think, is the other one that has done some of that. And those are something that perhaps, if we have some operators that would say, maybe you need to look at a pilot project where we put one out there to see if that is going to actually work or not. But not let's make the whole state, deregulate the whole state, but let's try a pilot project to see if that would work or not.
So again, with either one of those, but are you saying they are currently doing some wheeling? I'm just looking for an example I can grab my hand on.
Yeah, so I think I'm not sure if I would call it wheeling or not. Maybe somebody else in the crowd knows better about it than I do. But they have some type of program at Midwest that is very good for keeping their electric load and helping the oil and gas operators. I'm sorry, I can't give you better. I can find that for you and get that for you.
Just intrigued with it.
Yeah.
So, do you have any idea? And I know you're dealing with a lot of independents, but what's typical return that your members see?
Return, you mean like
investments or?
Yeah, it's different for every member, of course, but you know, you know, whenever you're talking about the return on profit or or something like that. Yeah, you know, I don't know exactly what the average break even point for folks out there now. It's gone up over the years. It used to be, you know, roughly around 28 to 30, but it's higher than that now, dollars a barrel. So they have labor costs have gone up. Certainly, material costs have gone up. So has service costs. So that's gone up significantly. So they're always concerned about that because I can tell you right now that you might have others out there saying oil could be $120 to $150. Nobody's making a budget based on that out there. So you know, because they're always worried it's going to go the other direction. And so you know, they are, you know, right now today $70. You know, that's something that most of them can probably make a profit at. Not that, you know, that they have some real problems there with their cost structures, but so I don't know really what the average profit margin is.
I was just curious because here it said cap the rate of return for utilities 3%. I know, having been in business myself, you don't operate at 3%.
No, you don't. No, and I think that was put in. I put that in there at the request of one of my members who was looking at the Evergy case, I think, and so, but yeah.
Is there any other questions before we? Go ahead, Representative Carmichael again.
Mr. Cross, would your members be better off getting out of the oil business and just investing in Evergy where they would get pretty much a guaranteed 9% or better return?
I've had some that say that, you know, I wish I could be guaranteed a 10% return or 9% return.
Well, I was just thinking I might ask my wife to sell her royalty interests, out of state royalty interests, and put it in Evergy, and maybe we'd be better off at my house. Thank you.
You have another one, Representative Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just, another one of your suggestions was talking about creating incentives for backup or baseload assets to be available when needed.
Mm-hmm.
I think we're lucky in Kansas to be all within the Southwest Power Pool. And so some of the testimony that we heard earlier in meetings was that the SPP did set capacity requirements, which indeed required that assets be available. Are you thinking we need to go beyond that? And how would the state do that if we don't have a central planning committee to pick winners and losers?
Yeah. Well, you know, I am not a Southwest Power Pool expert, okay, but I do know that we have a lot of baseload assets. I'm talking about, you know, coal and natural gas that can be there whenever you know, the wind's blowing or sun's not shining, or whenever storms come through, winter or summer. That's there, and we need to make sure that those are available and upcap so that they can come online whenever they're ready. And Kansas has plenty of those here in this state, and so we need policies to make sure that they're available and ready. I don't know if that really answers your question, but
I think from my understanding of the previous testimony is that from both Evergy and SPP is that capacity has been established, and there is an understanding that we need those baseload and recognize that there are going to be, at this point, fossil fuels needed to create some of that baseload.
Any further questions? If not, we are going to recess until 3 p.m. Thank you, Mr. Croft.
Thank you.
Next up, we're going to start hearing from Kimberly Savati on the Advanced Power Alliance and some renewable energies. Kimberly, would you like to take the floor, please? Is your business associate with you or just watching?
Oh, I don't know. What are you?
Thank you for being here. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to be here before you this afternoon. My name is Kimberly Ginter-Swati, and I'm here on behalf of the Kansas Advanced Power Alliance, representing the advanced power industry. And alongside me is Josh Swati, my partner and husband. And he also knows a great deal about this space as well, so can field any questions that you all might have too. Great. Okay, well, with that, let's go ahead and get started. So I kind of want to just take a moment real quick and following off something that was previously said. Based on our membership and who we are and what we do, we work really hard to make sure that a lot of times there's discussions about is it this source or that source, and we don't believe at all that when it comes to energy policy, it's a zero-sum game. We believe wholeheartedly, particularly for the period of time that we're living in right now, that we do need a diversified energy portfolio. We do need all of the above. We're going to use that horribly overused catchphrase right now, but we do need a very diverse power supply generation. And we try very hard to recognize the role that all forms of generation play with one another. They're complementary with one another. So many of our members are some of the largest, oil and gas companies that operate in the United States. We work very, very closely with our brethren in Texas and in Oklahoma. And so we believe very much in cooperation and working together and being complementary, not only as a resource, but just in how we try and come together to craft good energy policy. So on my next slide, I do have a listing of who many of our members are. And as I mentioned, some of these are the largest energy companies in the world. Many of them are the largest in the United States. They all have several things in common, but the main one being that they are very diverse power suppliers. And the other is that almost all of these have interests here in the state of Kansas. Okay, then our next slide is just a picture of Josh and I, not together, separately. But just a little background. This session will be my 25th session in the state of Kansas. And it's my 25th session in the state of Kansas, my 29th session overall in between time in Kansas and Washington, D.C. and other states. I focus largely on energy and water policy and economic development and local government, but I spent a lot of time. I literally remember the first meeting with Carl Dean Holmes when we set out to craft legislation to introduce KETA. And now I look around the country and I see, several different states that have similar entities to KETA. Some are designed just for transmission, as KETA was designed for. We modeled KETA off of the Wyoming Hospital Authority. It didn't even have anything to do with energy. But the Wyoming Hospital Authority, and then we have RETA in New Mexico, which was modeled after KETA in Kansas. So we did a lot there. The Kansas Energy Council that was mentioned earlier today and all of the different iterations. So I've spent a lot of time in energy and ag. I'm always happy to answer any questions, pull files, as Senator Francisco and I were talking about. Our basement is full with, almost 30 different boxes from policy discussions and testimony from the last 30 years. So happy to answer any of those questions. The Advanced Power Alliance, we began almost 15 years ago. And really our focus at the time was Texas, Oklahoma, and Kansas. And actually, initially it was just Texas because that was really where the wind boom was in this particular region of the United States. It was Texas, California, and Iowa. And then as the industry began to grow, it began to expand northward from Texas. Texas had a Republican governor in George Bush W. and he was very pro clean energy. They also passed legislation that created a big transmission collector system to move energy from the Texas Panhandle into the large markets in Texas. And so that was really where our hub and attention was focused. But now you can see that we've expanded so much across the entire Southwest Power Pool region, as well as our focus on ERCOT, which is Texas, except for the Panhandle. The Panhandle is in Southwest Power Pool. We also work in the southeast portion of the United States. And as the Southwest Power Pool itself, as an RTO, has looked toward westward expansion, many of our companies and our utility organizations are also part of that westward expansion. So APA is looking west as well. We spent a lot of time in the previous 2 days of conversation talking about SPP and decision making and the different subcommittees and policy committees. And just for this group to know, the Advanced Power Alliance, we have 2 tremendous experts that literally live and breathe Southwest Power Pool. So one of them was Steve Gaw. He was the former chairman of the Missouri Public Service Commission. He was also the former Speaker of the House of Missouri. And I've listed on here, he is an actual voting member of all of these different incredibly critical committees on Southwest Power Pool. He is a fountain of information, absolutely fabulous. And I would love to bring him here to Topeka sometime to have him talk about the various different policies that are being contemplated. And then Maya she's been with us for a while as well. She too is an expert in her own right. And then all of our member companies, not all of them, many of our member companies do have staff that also live and breathe SPP. So they go to all of the meetings and they're part of the decision-making process, along with all of the other utilities in the state. So many of them are voting members of SPP. So we are very involved in that process and are always happy to provide information. So next slide. And sorry, I'm actually freezing, so I feel like I'm shaking a little bit right now, and it's just because I'm cold. It's not because I mean, it's always intimidating, but I'm not shaking because I'm really nervous because you all. It's just because I'm cold. So if you see that. Okay, going back to the slide, if that's possible. So several Wall Street tycoons have recently said that the next 1,000 unicorns, so a unicorn being a startup with $1 billion valuation from the outset, the next 1,000 unicorns will be decarbonized oriented companies that are focused on sustainability, scalability, and they're innovators. So the next 1,000 unicorns. So, I mean, think of all of the different unicorns. There aren't actually that many, but the fact that they are identifying 1,000 of them and they're all in this space tells you that energy is where the discussion is centered. And when we think about data centers, when we think about AI needs, I have a counterpart that does a lot of work in AI, and she was talking to me about how the AI, just kind of the first iteration of AI, is looking at the equivalent of power needs that we already have in the United States. So imagine having to double our existing power fleet just to address the first generation of AI. That means we need more power, and that's got to come from all variety of resources. So that is the conversation that we have, and that we have a great deal. And that is one of the reasons why we're so focused on energy storage. We're focused on hydrogen. We're focused on nuclear. We're focused on solar, wind, and we're focused on transmission. Not only on transmission for build out, but transmission as generation. And so we'll talk a little bit more about that. I know that I'm talking largely about hydrogen, but I do just want to take a few moments to talk about wind and solar just a little bit before I move into hydrogen, because I think that that helps tee up the hydrogen conversation. So as you all, many of you know, Kansas is second in the nation for its percentage as a share of total electric generation. More than 47.4% of all of our electricity in the state comes from clean energy. In Kansas right now, that's largely wind. There is some solar and there's a little bit of hydro. That totals more than $16 billion in private capital investment. We have about 3,800 active wind turbines at 45 wind farms in the state. It's actually about 12,000 direct and indirect jobs specifically related to wind. But when you add in clean energy, we're between 20 to 25,000 of direct and indirect jobs. About 12 billion gallons every year in state water consumption savings. And I think it's important to note from the state standpoint, there's never been a penny of state general fund dollars that have gone into this industry. Not a penny. So there have been, a variety of other industries and whatnot that have received funding packages to incent development or to incent people to come here. And that has not been the case in the state of Kansas. The legislature passed in 2009 legislation creating a renewable portfolio standard. That standard was met by January of 2015, right around the time that the legislature was coming into session. And there was a broad discussion in the legislature, and we agreed to move that policy from a mandate of 20% by 2020 to a voluntary policy because we had already met it. So why should we continue to fight over something that we had already met? We also, in that piece of legislation, moved from a life of the project tax exemption to a 10-year tax exemption, thus creating parity among other forms of generation. So if you build a transmission line, you have a 10-year property tax exemption. If you're building a new coal unit, there's a 10-year property tax exemption. Natural gas units are a little bit different. Some have a 6-year exemption, some have a 12-year exemption, but we felt that a 10-year exemption for a clean energy project was fair and it was on par with other existing statutes. What is different is that when developers pay a payment in lieu of taxes or a donation agreement to the county, whereas as pipelines and things of that sort, they do just have the property tax exemption. So we have the property tax exemption plus the donation agreement. And those donation agreements are discretionary funds to be spent as the county commission best determines. And we can spend time talking about how county commissions do make that determination. It's pretty interesting, although we won't do that here today. A big part of the conversation in day two, the afternoon of day two, related to the right of eminent domain. And so I think it's important for everyone on this panel to know that if you're building a wind farm or solar facility or hydrogen facility or a generation interconnection line, there is no right of eminent domain. These are all private contracts between willing landowners and the companies themselves. No right of eminent domain for wind, solar, hydrogen, or for a generation interconnect line. Now, transmission and transmission utilities, that's different. They go through the process with the Kansas Corporation Commission, and that is a very long, extensive process for them to be vetted to determine whether or not they are worthy of being deemed a public utility in the state of Kansas, and therefore that sovereign right of eminent domain that the state enjoys can be passed to that utility. But none of the companies that are in the wind, solar, hydrogen space or the build generator lead lines are a public utility, with the exception of one, and that is a completely different business. So NextEra Energy Resources is one of the largest developers in the state of Kansas. They, for wind, solar, hydrogen generator lead lines, no right of eminent domain. For their transmission business, they did, which is a different business entirely, they did go through the public utility process. They were deemed a public utility from point A to point B on that transmission line that they received that public utility status to build. They have the right of eminent domain. But just for that route, nowhere else do they have the right of eminent domain. And even off that route, they do not have the right of eminent domain. So I hope that clarifies any discussion or any questions, but I'm always happy to answer more. Light mitigation, you all worked with us last legislative session to pass, frankly, nation-leading legislation related to light mitigation technology. So all of the new wind farms operating in the state and there is a glide path for the existing wind farms to go to the Federal Aviation Commission and make a request to install light mitigation technology. So then the red blinking lights, which are mandated on towers above taller than 50 feet, in the case of a wind farm, if that light mitigation technology is approved, that technology can be installed, thus negating the need for the red blinking light to be on all the time. Instead, the red blinking light would occur only when the sensors detect something hopefully an airplane. It takes about a year in order to optimize those sensors for them to not declare see a flock of birds or whatnot and turn on the lights. But typically it takes about a year to optimize that. And then those red blinking lights will significantly diminish the amount of time that they're operating. We've also worked on the Tallgrass Heartland, which set aside about a good third of the state of Kansas from development of wind. And that was done in 2005 with an expansion in 2011. And then we do a great deal in land conservation. And then Ms. Lynn Retz spoke earlier today about KidWind, and I cannot speak to you all more about this program. We are so proud to invest in it, and not this year, but last year we got to have a great event with the governor and with all of the students from across the state to celebrate the successes. Every year, Kansas produces the highest caliber teams at all different age divisions, from elementary to middle school to high school to the collegiate team. And we did get to dedicate a new wind farm in Kansas on September 28th. And we did have those students there and got to celebrate them. And they were all blue ribbon winners at the national level. So we are really, really lucky to have them. And I would encourage the legislature maybe to bring them up and honor them one day on the House floor, because these kids, what they design on their own and they build on their own time, it's phenomenal. It would blow you all away. You would be so proud. And so we're very proud to support KidWind. Okay, so that's a little bit about wind in Kansas. I will say we don't make federal policy. There's no one in this room that makes federal policy. We all just get to live with it, whether we like it or we don't like it. But as policymakers and people involved in the process, we try to make sure that the policy that does exist at the federal level, that when it's rolled down to the state level, works as good as it possibly can for Kansans. I'm proud to get to be part of the Infrastructure Advisory Hub, where we try to do exactly the same thing. Take the federal money that comes down and try and make it work for Kansans. The work that I get to do with the Advanced Power Alliance, we take the federal policy that comes down and we try to figure out how we can grow the Kansas economy, create new jobs, do all of the things that we want it to do and that you want federal policy to do without any of the consequence, of increasing costs. Or so we want, affordable housing, and we need, access to good quality healthcare and all of those things that you just want to take that federal policy and make it as positive as possible. So that's what we try and do, whether it's wind, or now we'll talk about a little bit about solar energy storage. This next slide, this first picture is actually not of an energy storage project in Kansas, as you can tell, because we don't have mountains. But the smaller project is. We actually are home to the first energy storage project in the nation, and that project is in Minneapolis, Kansas, and it's behind the meter. So the Southwest Power Pool it's not part of the SPP grid per se, but it is been producing a lot of benefit for Minneapolis, Kansas, and specifically for the Kansas Power Pool, particularly during the summer when prices, are higher, when they're hitting peaks. They can use their battery storage to help deploy energy that has been stored at periods of times of low cost production. So that's been very helpful. It's also been very helpful for them from a resiliency standpoint, because they do have access to that stored energy, so they can bring it online whenever it's needed. So those are some of the benefits that we're seeing and we're testing on an energy storage basis here in Kansas. Communities, well, from a solar standpoint, we have a couple of different iterations of solar, and we'll walk through those here. So there's community solar, which Midwest Energy has a community solar project. Kansas City Board of Public Utilities has a community solar project. And that essentially just allows, you as customers to purchase panels in a community solar project. So then you're purchasing access to that clean energy. You're not having to install it on your home. And that is different than distributed generation, which I'll explain here in just a second. We also have a string of about 16 different 1 megawatt solar projects dotting around the United States, or around Kansas, that's been done by the electric cooperatives. And then we have examples of larger scale solar projects, none of which have come online though yet. So we have two solar projects that are proposed in Johnson County that were talked about earlier this morning. One project is actually on site at the Astra facility, which is where Panasonic would be. It's not necessarily associated with Panasonic. It just has always, the project was proposed and was considered by the Johnson County Commission before Panasonic was even announced. So that project was looking to go onto the Astra site long before. It just may have the coincidental benefit of being a provider of power. Not a provider of power. Evergy is provider of power, but a generation resource that could be used by Panasonic, and that is on site. Not a handful of miles down the road, there is another large-scale solar facility that was also under consideration by the Johnson County Commission. So both of those are just kind of finalizing their long-term power purchase contracts and finishing those details, and then hopefully those projects will come online in 2026, 27, 28 timeframe. We also have a proposed project in Douglas County, one in Sedgwick County, and these are all much larger scale solar facilities. But to date, Kansas does not have a large scale solar facility. And that is largely because of two reasons. One, the power pricing for wind is so inexpensive in the state of Kansas, and our resource is so good that it makes solar, while attractive, not always the most attractive resource. But solar fits a different niche. And then the other thing is that solar likes to be much closer to load than a wind project. So a wind project, we can put that 100, 200, 300 miles away from a load center, or even 800 miles away, and we can transmit that power. Solar likes to be closer. And so that is another reason, closer to load. So that's another reason why we don't have quite as many, well, we just don't have really any large scale solar yet. So moving along, just a little quick take about the attributes of solar. We've talked a little bit about it, that it likes to be close to load, that solar is great for what we call peak shaving. So, that can really help with that. We also view it a great deal as land banking. So when I think about, my old stomping grounds in Johnson County, which is an area that's growing at a rapid pace. And you think about, essentially the loss of that ground to the next logistics facility or to the next large storage facility of any kind. And that ground is forever changed. Whereas with a solar facility, that ground may only be out of ag production for 25 or 30 years. And when that contract expires, you still have all of that acreage in pristine condition. That can be, it's more valuable land at the end of that period and can be addressed or dealt with at the end of that life period. And maybe it fits a need that the community needs at that point, but that didn't need 30 years before. So we view it as a real wonderful land banking option. And then of course, the same for solar as with wind, it's the opportunity to buy fixed price power. And then the permitting process for solar is similar to wind, about 3 to 5 year timeline. And of course, the generation interconnection process, which is in itself about a 5-year process. And then the permitting is, like I said, about a 3 to 5 year process to go through the local, state, and federal permits for a solar facility. We're seeing more and more solar facilities be combined with energy storage. We're seeing wind and energy storage. We're seeing so that's a hybrid project. We're also seeing wind, solar, and storage projects on site. So that's just kind of the next iteration that I think that we'll see a great deal of, is these hybrid projects. And as wind projects are repowered or retooled, if you will. You heard a gentleman this morning from Iowa say that after this next tranche of build in Iowa, which they're building a lot, and after this next tranche, he felt that maybe they wouldn't have room for much more. What we will see probably in Kansas is more solar built, and there will be some new wind farms built, but not at the same pace that we've seen wind be built in the last 20 years. We will see those existing projects be repowered. So new technology will be installed, new software, some new component parts. So you'll have a smaller footprint for a more productive project. So we really view repowering as the next generation of what we'll see here in Kansas. So then the key question is, how do we, knowing all of the energy needs that we have going forward, I mean, aside from our own personal individual energy consumption increase, what do we as an economy do and as a society do? How do we meet the power needs going forward? And so that is going to require us to be more creative and build a more efficient system. So part of that is, do we use the batteries from EV charging? And we can use that as a storage capability. Do we have data centers as storage And then transmission as generation, and the next iteration of that is hydrogen. So we will now shift to hydrogen, if that's okay. But before I do that, I just want to see if there's any questions so far.
Go ahead, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Kimberly, for coming once again to talk to us. So you might have said this in previous presentations, but I don't remember the comment that solar likes to be closer to load. Can you help me with that? Because we're having discussions in Douglas County and wondering, why can't it just come from another place?
Like further away? So that's just a different attribute than wind. For whatever reason, wind it can function just fine going across the system, and the value proposition is still there for wind from much further away than for solar. I think also part of it from solar, the margins are smaller, and so you want to be literally hundreds of feet to the load center, or maybe. Yeah, I mean, just far less than the number of miles that you can build for wind. And I think a big part of that is just the attribute.
So it's not that the electrons are different.
It's not the electrons. The electrons are no different from whether it's coal or nuclear or natural gas. An electron is an electron is an electron. It's just where it's coming from on the solar facility itself.
So you again reiterated that there are no state general fund dollars going to the wind industry here in Kansas. But when we heard about how much development that there's been in Iowa, I understand they have a production tax credit that's state money, and that's on top of the federal?
Correct. And Oklahoma had a production tax credit. They did away with that a couple of years ago, but and so it did make it a little bit difficult for Kansas wind projects to compete. When a company or a business or a utility issues an RFP for new generation, we're competing with projects all over the country. So Kansas wind projects are competing with projects from all over the country, and particularly all over the region. And so when you have a state production tax credit, I mean, every day of the week and twice on Sunday, Oklahoma was beating Kansas projects. Just because of that state production tax credit. But even though our resources is equal, if ours is not better than theirs, but that state incentive. And we've never come to the legislature asking for that at all.
Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to pick up right where Senator Francisco left off, and that is this concept that solar likes to be closer to the land. I too had never heard that. But what I did hear 10 years ago was that solar was not spinning generation, that it therefore did not create or support reactive power to the same extent that conventional generation did or does. There were some who contended that wind power provided spinning generation, but others who said that no, there's inverters between the top and the bottom of the tower. And I'm sure our chairman can tell us about that because he's been there. And the general thrust of those remarks was that solar would never be able to fully replace or even effectively replace so-called spinning generation, which provides electrical momentum to shove those electrons up and down the line. I was convinced for quite some time that that was baloney, that was made up by people who didn't like the solar industry and or the wind industry. Is there anything you could comment on this? Because this idea that solar likes to be close is important, and I'd kind of like to know the why. Is it important? Is it related to those things, or is it related to something else?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Josh.
We'll definitely get Representative Carmichael. We'll get you the engineer's answer to that. All the specifics there, but you have some additional information.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And for the record, I do appreciate I am not wearing a name badge. A month ago, in Kansas City, my truck was broken into, and it was a quick smash and grab, but they grabbed everything in my little place where all my coins collect, which also included all of my name badges. And we're close enough to next session that what's the point of getting old ones? So anyway, I am Josh Swati.
They'll issue a temporary over at the SOS.
I know they're going to issue a temporary.
Inadvertently commit a misdemeanor entering the building without it.
I know. That's why I'm making sure I'm making sure that I am self-declaring here. That's why I don't have a name badge on me. Joshua Swati with the Advanced Power Alliance. We can get the engineering. I think, Representative, it is largely a function of economics. And just so that the rest of you understand, when we talk about distance to load, when a wind farm is built, wind is so cheap in the state of Kansas that it can justify sometimes a 30 or a 50 or even a 70-mile generator lead line. And this gets into the definition of what a transmission line is. That's still not a transmission line. It looks to any average Kansan that that's a transmission line, but it's not. It is the line connecting the wind farm to its point of interconnection where it goes on to the load center. And the economics of wind are such that they can justify spending, and I don't know what it is. It's probably upwards of $1 million or $2 million a mile. So, if you have a 70-mile line, it's at least $100 million to put that line in. If you know the history of renewable pricing, as I'm sure you do, Representative, you would know that wind historically has been cheaper than solar, which has been coming down. As solar comes down, those economics become cost competitive in places like Kansas, but particularly if you are basically on top of the substation into which you want to interconnect. And so I think that's what's driving it. They want to be next to the substations that are next to those load centers.
I understand what you're saying, Mr. Chair. I don't want to belabor this, but I do have a couple other what I think are important questions.
No, go ahead. Go ahead, Reverend.
Thank you. Earlier this morning, I made inquiry about voting memberships at SPP and whether KETA had one or not. I know the commissioner sitting back there would probably know much better than the rest of us. But I came to the world of energy, if you will, thinking the Southwest Power Pool probably voted by states, that every state got an equal vote. Or maybe it was based on load or generation, but I think it's really just based on who all the members are. Is that you explained the Power Alliance is a voting member of this, that, and whatever. My presumption is, in essence, they bought their membership. Explain to me who gets to be a voting member, because it's sure not a representative democracy from ratepayers.
No, absolutely. And so I will speak to our particular portion of that, and then the specific question I think would be best answered by Paul Susky or Bruce Rue or someone from the Southwest Power Pool specifically. So there are, you've all seen the SPP membership map where they talk about the various members and the composition of SPP, however many percentages of them are IOU members and co-op members, municipal members, and then other members, and then clean energy generator members. So we can all be members of SPP, but then the key committee would be the regional state committee, and that is all done by the states and the state public utility commissions. So KETA was, if I recall, was never a voting member. There was no, we weren't officially a member of the Southwest Power Pool, but they allowed KETA to come to all of the meetings and provide comment, as they are public meetings, so anyone can attend them. And so that was really KETA's role. But in the case of the Advanced Power Alliance, many of the member companies are extremely involved in the market. They have a lot of assets in the market, like the actual market that's run by SPP, and therefore to have your assets in the market, you have to be a member of Southwest Power Pool.
But there's no seat for example, CURB people who represent utility ratepayers. Is there a seat for them over at SPP?
That would probably be best answered by Southwest Power Pool itself.
I'll call Paul, and I'm sure he'll set me straight. I can withhold or withdraw the rest of my questions. The hour is late, Mr. Chair, and I do appreciate your answers. Thank you.
Committee, anybody else questions? Go ahead, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's a quickie, but you talked about development of these things on agricultural land and how it can be, only taken out of production for a few years and then it's put back. So
solar.
Is that the norm? I'm sorry?
For solar.
Yeah, for solar. So is that the norm that they can build these on agricultural zone land, or does it need to be rezoned for these massive solar projects to something other than agriculture?
So with wind and solar, the projects can be built on any type of ground necessarily. Typically, it is agricultural land or land that is zoned agricultural. For wind turbines themselves, if once the project is operating, the county appraiser has the ability to rezone the actual pad site of a turbine, just like they rezone the pad site of an oil and gas well or a telecommunications tower. From ag land to commercial, therefore being taxed at the commercial rate. So, and then the question, if a solar facility is put there, if then that would change the tax classification, that would be left up to the county, but it would be taxed at a different rate, obviously at that point. And so it would be at the discretion of the county.
Okay, thanks.
And then the landowner would not be subject to the additional payment. That would be the developer that would be subject to the additional property tax payments incurred.
Okay, thanks. I mean, I know the wind tower takes up a very small footprint. Solar takes a much larger. That's why I questioned that. But thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just based on my understanding of planning and zoning and assessments, the county appraiser can't rezone. They can just apply a new use. So you can have residentially zoned property and use it as a community garden. But I believe the regulations in a county that has zoning are established by each of those counties. Just wanting to.
No, that is correct. Yes, thank you.
Sure. Go ahead.
Yeah, just to follow quickly, I think counties like Sedgwick, for example, have essentially banned major solar farms through zoning. And I hear other counties that do the same thing. Does that happen? Is that an impediment to the industry? Or am I just imagining that?
No, you're not imagining. Many counties in the state of Kansas do have bans, moratoriums or bans on commercial wind development and some on solar development. There actually isn't a county that is straight up banned solar yet, although there are counties that have moratoriums.
Effectively, some have because of distance from airport regulations and the like, I think. But at any rate.
Yes, and Sedgwick County has a moratorium right now on solar as they are reconsidering the regulations that they just put in place in 2019.
Earlier today, we were told that I believe the oil and gas industry would like to see solar and wind have mandatory set-asides for the cost of reclamation. Now, my recollection is that when there are, in fact, funds that are set aside to do what to do with the pad after the wind farm is gone, could you just elaborate on what sort of requirements are already in the law that your clients have to comply with?
And I appreciate the question. It's related to decommissioning. And so when a wind project is built or a solar facility is built, there are two elements of what we call decommissioning. And there is an element with the county itself, whether the county is zoned or unzoned, there are decommissioning requirements. And then there are decommissioning requirements also in the lease agreement. So in no way, shape, or form is the landowner or as a county or community ever on the hook for decommissioning a project. So in the case of a wind farm, for example, an escrow account must be set up, funds set aside to ensure that when the project does come down, whether it's in 25 or 50 years, that then the money is there and is able to be used fully to reclaim that site. And also in the case of a wind farm, extensive pictures are taken prior to construction to ensure that when the project is at the end of its useful life and it is decommissioned, that the ground is returned to that original state. So even so far as to going down 5 feet to 6 feet below the pad site and reclaiming all of that ground. So that process already is in place in the state, not by state statute, but just as it has been set up in practice with the counties and the landowners. The decommissioning agreements are already there with the funds required to be set aside in order to gain access to county roads or to get that conditional use permit.
I appreciate that because I know none of us on this committee are in favor of unnecessary regulation, and none of us in the room, especially Cuyahoga, would want to see unnecessary regulation. Thank you.
Senator Fagg, did you have a question?
Mm-hmm.
Senator, yeah, there you go.
You know, I'm going to learn that when everybody starts doing that.
Just start the question over.
Yeah.
Good, thank you.
This is on solar energy, and I'm talking about where we are at 46th and went to 43rd, if I'm not mistaken. And then you look at the bottom, which says in the next 5 years, I'm going off the top of my head, we're going to 34. My question is, what's going to drive that? Is there other states that's having trouble with regulations, or why do you think we're going to move that direction, that magnitude?
So this information is pulled from the Solar Energy Industry Association's materials, and they do a great job of tracking all of the industry trends related to solar development nationally. And Kansas, they are perceiving Kansas as to be a state that is strong for business. We have good regulations in place, good opportunities to grow and to develop. We have a fabulous solar resource, even though we're not part of the desert in New Mexico or in California, but we have really great radiant energy. So that in itself is part of the reason. And then I think just the plans that different companies have on the horizon for development of larger scale solar in the state makes us attractive. Now, I will say part of this information, and thank you for bringing me back to this, there is a statistic in here about the number of solar companies in the state of Kansas. There is a different type, there are three different types of solar. There's community solar, which we talked about a bit ago. And then there's distributed generation, which would be, more of your smaller scale solar, what you see on homes or businesses. That's really where those solar companies in the state, that's really where that number is coming from. Those are companies that are selling distributed generation systems to businesses or homeowners across the state. And then there is what we would call utility scale solar, which are the companies in our organization. They're building the larger scale solar facilities. So we do anticipate seeing significant growth in the solar space, being driven largely by customer demand that companies invest in renewable energy, and by the businesses themselves that want to have access to fixed price power. And then there is demand on the distributed side, but that's not my space, so I won't speak to the distributed side of generation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I got a little follow-up question on Advanced Power Alliance. When you have our states, I notice Texas is in there.
Mm-hmm.
Texas kind of stands by itself, on other things, but it's in the group with this. And it seemed like this group is all the south part. There's nothing north. Just wondering if there was any particular reason for that. It was just kind of caught my eye.
So that's a great question. The heart of the renewable energy and the heart of energy in the United States is Houston. So that's really where most of the energy companies in the U.S. are based or have very large offices in Houston. So that's then also a lot of that growth in the renewable space started in Houston, started in Texas. You had governors that were very bullish on all forms of generation in Texas, including renewables. So even though you had a lot of growth in California in the 80s and 90s, well, more in the late 80s and 90s and 2000s, just due to the number of people. And then in Iowa, because Iowa was very experienced with renewables by way of biofuels and such, Not as much population, but they were very bullish on, again, diversification for their producers and new economic growth. But the heart of just an energy investment in the United States is in Houston, and we'll talk about that a little bit in the hydrogen hub space too. So most of the developers that came back to the United States and began investing in the 90s first began investing in Texas, and then we grew up from there. So, and Texas is divided in two. Part of it is ERCOT, and then, like I said, the Panhandle is Southwest Power Pool, and we focus, the Advanced Power Alliance, we focus on both ERCOT and SPP.
Yeah, we've got two questions, and then I want to get moving on to the next part there, but Representative Schlingensief, you have
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here. I just have two kind of, one is a comment. The Germans are thinking about putting solar panels on all of their rail network between the tracks. Are we doing anything like that? We have over 8,000 miles of railroad tracks in Kansas that we could theoretically, a third of it belongs to BSNF, we could theoretically coat with solar panels. That's question one, and it wouldn't take up any additional land that isn't already being used, and it would also run along a track that also has probably electricity and other resources that might be able to be utilized at the same time. Question two is, why couldn't a company like, let's say, Evergy, go up to Townside Plaza and take a look down at the city of Topeka and look at all those flat roofs in town and say, you know, that's one big solar field if we just covered every roof with solar panels. I mean, I bet there's more roof surface in Topeka's downtown than there is in some of the solar fields in the photographs we've looked at. What would it take to make deals with homeowners as you do for wind farms with landowners to say, hey, this is what we want to do, and then make those building owners and so forth part of whatever this process is to figure out how to get it done? Why do we need to use any additional land when we've got all these rooftops that are already doing nothing?
Yeah. No, I mean, they're excellent questions. And I can't answer the specifics about, you know, what different companies are doing what, but we were literally just at Townsite over the noon hour and had the exact same conversation. And I know that our industry looks very closely at how we continue to develop and deploy in areas that also don't take additional space. Now, you know, I know my sister develops for another company, and they were developing a project in New York City. They needed to build a new transmission line. Can you imagine trying to build a transmission line in New York City? And so there was the cost and then the permitting and everything. That was just probably not going to happen, but they really needed that transmission line. And so the utility went to a series of developers and said, can you provide us an alternative solution to this transmission line? And so my sister and their company, they came up with a series of different, essentially small storage units in every apartment in a couple of different apartment complexes and solved the problem. And so part of it is that in certain areas of the United States, we have population density and land use issues, and then in other portions of the nation, you know, we have greater access to land, and so there isn't that push to really, you know, put solar on rooftops. But did you want to say something there?
Thank you, Mr. It is just, it does come down to a matter of cost, and these are ballpark figures, but let's say a large scale, utility scale installed solar on a flat field is maybe 3 cents a kilowatt hour. If you're doing rooftop solar on the top of your house, it's probably $1 a kilowatt hour. I mean, there's a gap. And that's construction and everything else. And so if you're a homeowner and you're willing to do that, that's fine. But when you start talking about, well, why can't we put the big flat fields up on the roofs? There is a cost associated, and back with, you know, how do we make this as cheap as possible for people? It's balancing those issues.
Is that it for questions on? Okay, I'm still hung up on the solar being close. So I just wanted some information back from you when you get a chance. I'm going to take a stab. I think coming out of the photovoltaics is probably DC, and it instantly is converted to AC, and AC isn't that great beyond about 300 miles. So I'm guessing that's it.
That is absolutely part of it.
That to be the case
I mean, no different than wind, though. I mean, wind is generated at DC and then it's converted to AC and moved across the power. Moved across the grid.
Back. And
Yeah.
I haven't heard too much on how the solar does the conversions and the inversions. So anyway, other question I've got. You'd mentioned, you were talking just briefly on the eminent domain. Can a wind developer seek a certificate of convenience and suddenly have right to eminent domain? Has that ever happened in the state that you're aware of?
That has never happened in the state. Now, I have to caveat that because NextEra they are an energy company and they do develop wind, but their wind business has not sought anything of the like. Their transmission company has. So two separate businesses. I think that, and I don't want to speak for the Kansas Corporation Commission, but just working when myself and two others founded ITC Great Plains, we had to go before the Corporation Commission to become a public utility in the state. And, part of that comes, the right to, right of eminent domain, but you serve customers or you own utility assets that are involved in like the bulk wholesale transfer of power. They're in that utility space. And so in order for us to actually, when I was with ITC, in order for us to become a utility, we had to purchase some utility assets. And that then helped with the process of us becoming a utility, but it didn't give us the right. So there has been no wind developer that has ever sought to do business in the state. And they've not sought to serve retail customers either.
Any comments, Nick? If you would.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to remind the committee that in public utility law 66-104, there is a specific prohibition on the use of eminent domain for wind development. And the prohibition says that a public utility, so an entity that has public utility status that typically can exercise eminent domain, shall not include any activity for the siting or placement of wind-powered electrical generators or turbines, including the towers. So that is specifically excluded from the right to exercise eminent domain for that purpose under Kansas law.
Thank you. So with that, please move ahead because we're running out of time quickly here.
So we'll talk about hydrogen and the value chain of hydrogen. We talked about how we now have to really begin to maximize the system because of all of the, not perceived, but all of the future load growth that will exist. So why are we looking at hydrogen? And so first, when I say we, it's kind of the global we in this sense about hydrogen. So we know that it's a very flexible molecule. It has a lot of different uses. It can be used in agriculture and power generation, heavy transportation, rail, other industrial processes. So it has, decarbonization kind of continues to be one of the key buzzwords in a lot of different sectors. And so hydrogen is considered to be the fastest way to help decarbonize a very industrial processes. And I think it's not necessarily to do away with fossil fuels at all. I think it's also to find fossil fuels are very unique. They have very unique attributes, and many of those fossil fuels could be put to greater high value uses rather than like, for example, in North Dakota, they were just flaring off a lot of the natural gas. And so now that natural gas flare is going to be part of their new hydrogen ecosystem. So they're creating a higher value chain for otherwise flared off natural gas. This graph I did not do on my own. This is a DOE graph. This is the Swiss Army knife of hydrogen. These are all of the different views that are uses for hydrogen that we see here in the United States. And when we talk about hydrogen, I think that the Hydrogen Hub program was announced by the federal government, and it was really, no one's told me this necessarily, but I feel like that the way it was announced, it was designed to really spur the entire hydrogen economy in the United States all attributes of the economy, the entire supply chain, to then really seed the industry and then spread that knowledge and information out around the world, as opposed to what happened with wind, which was we really grew the wind energy industry here in the United States in the 70s. Our federal energy policy completely reversed course and wind fell out of favor. But the concept was still strong. The Europeans took it, they experimented with it, they perfected it, and then they exported it back to the United States. And so the largest developers of clean energy in the world are largely European companies, because they took the technology that we began seeding with. And so I think that we want to make sure that we do with hydrogen very similar to what we did with essentially fracking and horizontal drilling specifically, which was that we do the R&D, we see the industry, we grow the industry, we have all attributes here, and that then we can export some of that technology around the world. So I'll just do an introduction to Harvest Hydrogen, who we are, what we were thinking. But it was literally 18 months ago on February 8th, 2022, and I came before the House Energy and Utilities Committee, and I said, Oklahoma, the state to our south, they had this task force, and the task force was, how do we try and attract the hydrogen economy to the state of Oklahoma? And so then several different companies that are interested in hydrogen, they then went to Oklahoma, and there was a series of announcements of different hydrogen projects in Oklahoma to the tune of a couple $2 billion. And I thought, well, I mean, we don't even need a task force necessarily, but if we need a task force, then we can have a task force here in Kansas. And at that time, the federal government began this discussion about the hydrogen hub effort. And so that seemed like the perfect opportunity to maybe dovetail the two. And so I went to Republican leadership in the House and the governor's office and some folks in the Senate, and they all said, yes, go for it. We're not going to give you any money. We're not necessarily going to support it in any way. We won't get in front of it. But, if you want to try and bring this new industry to the state of Kansas, go for it. And so from there, we began trying to raise some money in order to just do some basic engineering. We very much appreciate the Kauffman Foundation. They gave us about $50,000 in seed money to get started, and we twisted some arms kindly, asked all the favors to come in possible from Black & Veatch and some other engineering firms to help us begin with initial studies to see what would be the best fit for us when it came to the hydrogen economy. Where would be the areas that we could grow the hydrogen economy the fastest and make the most sense for our state? And so out of that came the Harvest Hydrogen effort. And so we'll talk a little bit more about that. But to the National Clean Hydrogen Strategy and Roadmap, this was all happening simultaneously as far as us trying to see the hydrogen economy and the federal government trying to figure out what they wanted in this overall kind of hydrogen earth shot, as they then began to call it. So I won't go through all of their slides, but you can see some of the target high use impact of hydrogen, where they were looking at using hydrogen in transportation and biofuels and industry, blending. So can we blend on pipelines? They really wanted to focus on building a series of regional hubs that then again would create a fully interconnected ecosystem across the United States related to hydrogen. So you could see the 3 pillars that they focused on when it came to the clean hydrogen hubs. And then where they were initially kind of envisioning some of these hubs to go. Again, they were focused on establishing through a $7 billion, actually it was an $8 billion program, but $7 billion were to go to the hubs, and then $1 billion of the 8 was to go to just the research and development of lowering the cost of essentially what was coming out of electrolyzers, the offtake from electrolyzers. So you can see where Kansas fit in this. And we felt that we would be unbelievably well aligned to participate in this hydrogen hub endeavor. We knew that we had a very diversified generation fleet and that we had wind, and we had natural gas, we had some coal, we had nuclear. We also have some of the best salt deposits in the United States. And we believe that there were strong, again, after going through a lot of our engineering studies, we really did begin to see a lot of economic impact to the state. We also saw real community benefit to the state. And then we also saw the opportunity to develop a very stable, domestically built ammonia feedstock supply here in Kansas that could hopefully offset some of the price volatility that we were seeing coming out in the fertilizer market, largely as a result of the war in Ukraine. So again, this was all happening simultaneously. And Harvest Hydrogen was born, H2, as in the same molecule as hydrogen. And Harvest is really focused on, just as our name says it is, we're focused on hydrogen, agriculture, renewables, vehicles, storage, and transportation. So that was the focus of what our hub was seeking to do. But beyond trying to just take advantage of the hydrogen hub opportunity with the federal government, I personally believe very much in some sort of clearinghouse, envisioned Harvest to be that clearinghouse that would help organize the capital investment in the state and the hydrogen economy. So, we've had a lot of success with wind development and growth, but we need more of a workforce, and we are workforce constrained right now. So how do we work with businesses and companies to really grow that workforce? We do wonderful things with KidWind, and KidWind really is a workforce development program. So how do we make sure that literally on day one, we have something already built in for the hydrogen economy, which is different. How do we, safety requirements, we need to deal with water issues. We need to deal with, again, ingraining more in the hydrogen space with our ag community. So, and transportation and storage. So there was much more connective tissue that we needed to make sure that would come together at the outset. And then also from a business standpoint, the capital that was coming in, we wanted to deploy it more efficiently than, because we just felt if you were more efficiently deploying it, then that frees up more capital to, again, be redeployed in the state. So we viewed Harvest as really a way to help streamline investment, focus investment, and then make sure that we were taking care of the various sectors that we needed to take care of as we were seeding and growing this whole economy that doesn't exist right now. So Team Harvest, we had no budget, which was, truly, we had no budget. Every single hour of my life that I gave up for Harvest was completely dedicated and volunteered. We had that $50,000 grant, but that went straight to an engineering firm to help. Other states had their legislature, had their governor, had their secretaries of commerce writing letters to various businesses and industry around the state saying, please invest. So a minimum investment in one of the hubs to the south was $100,000. So right at the outset, one of our competitors had an immediate, and they only took 24 companies. They had an immediate $2.4 million budget to build their hub program. We did not have that. We had 2 individuals at the University of Kansas and then myself. We had huge support. We built amazing support for our hub effort around the state. Most of the federal delegation was either part of a letter of support or they wrote a separate letter of support. The Speaker of the Kansas House, Governor Kelly, and Lieutenant Governor Toland, every member of the trades and labor unions, they all supported our hub effort. The community colleges, the universities, the Board of Regents independently, economic development groups across the state, health foundations, transit authorities. So this was all stuff that I was working on last legislative session, trying to build all of that support for our hub application. And it was well noted, very well noted. Many of the tribes, we reached out to many of the tribes as well with their encouragement. We also, through this process, worked with the Department of Transportation, KDOT here, and we submitted an application for the state of Kansas and our various highways to be declared a hydrogen fueling corridor. So Colorado was already a corridor, Missouri was a corridor, and obviously a gaping hole in Kansas. So we did get to work closely with KDOT, and now you can see all of I-70 was approved to be a hydrogen fueling corridor. I-135 and then I-35, all three of those major highways are now declared by the federal DOT as hydrogen fueling corridors. And we worked to position many of those large petroleum marketing companies and convenience store owners to be able to take advantage of this new hydrogen fueling corridor designation. So very pleased with that. So on the hub process itself, there were 79 initial applications made around the country to this hub endeavor. 33 of those 79 applicants were encouraged to advance, including Harvest Hydrogen. 22 of those entities made the full application, and I will tell you, I can understand why 11 didn't. Looking back in retrospect, my stack of materials related to the hub is about this tall. It was an unbelievable endeavor to go through that 250-page detailed technical scientific business plan, community benefit plan, workforce plan, Justice 40 plan, and file all of that on Good Friday. That was an unbelievable effort. And there was a handful of individuals that spent a tremendous amount of time writing, and they're unbelievable. From the 22 that made the application, 12 or 13, we're not totally clear whether it was 12 or 13, were interviewed by the DOE in late July. We were included. So a group of 20 of us, even though there was really only like 5 or 6 of us actually involved, but a group of 20, we went to DC and we had the interview process, and it was frankly an unbelievable afternoon. It was a 6-hour interview of the most detailed scientific and technical information ever. They asked specific questions, though, also about if you all were selected as a hub, what would the state legislature do for you all? What would the state legislature do to grow the hydrogen economy in the state? Would they stand in support? Would they seek to block? And they had clearly done their research, so there was no moving around that answer. They had a pretty decent idea. So they were exceptionally detailed and focused in their questioning, and it was an unbelievable 6 hours. What was announced was 7 hubs, and they were announced on October 12th. We were named the alternate. So we were not given an official hub designation. We asked the night before if they could at least say Harvest's name as the alternate. And they said no, which is fine. But if any point during the next 6 to 9 months of the negotiation process, one or more of those hubs falls out, then we would have the opportunity to enter. 4 of the 7 hubs will produce hydrogen, blue hydrogen. So that's hydrogen made from natural gas, but combined with carbon capture and storage. 5 are going to produce hydrogen from green hydrogen, like us, which is hydrogen electrolysis using green energy, whether it's wind or solar. 2 are going to use pink hydrogen, which is electrolysis generated from nuclear capabilities, nuclear power. In total, the hubs will have the announced hubs had a $40 billion direct investment, and then with other ancillary benefits, about a $50 billion cumulative investment. Our hub investment was $4.7 billion, ours. Harvest Hydrogen's was around $4.7 billion. It was larger than Panasonic. It is a really exciting proposition, and we look forward to that particular hub concept moving forward. The business that we envisioned in Harvest, we look forward to that moving forward. It may not happen on the timeline that we put forth to the federal government, since we won't have that multiple $100 million kind of incentive to grow quicker. But I do think that it will happen. We already have companies that are interested in Kansas, that are interested in doing that which we proposed in our hub application, which was largely focused on the development of green ammonia and a lot of salt storage capability. We were looking at sustainable aviation fuel and then also using hydrogen for transit. So both over the road and like buses. So I'll pause there and then I can go through some of the announced hydrogen programs if you'd like, although we certainly don't have to.
Yeah, I'd like to kind of wind it up because we're in 3 days of testimonies. You're the only one that has gone over.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Don't want to start a precedence here. If we've got a few questions, would you mind that? And just a few questions here, and then we can wind it up. And we've got a little discussion we've got to do too. So, Representative Carmichael.
It's not the conferee's fault that she's over time, it's the questions. But that means we're interested in what the conferee has to say. This is important. Let's talk about water.
Yeah.
When I learned about these proposals, frankly, it was on a KGS tour. KGS had just hired new scientists who specialized in that storage type procedures. My question to him then was, where are you going to get the water? The new state geologist came, had a strong emphasis on this. He told us in committee that he was going to get the water. It sounded like he's due projects west of 81, and I didn't know where the water was coming from. Then I heard that it was going to move down southeast Kansas because they had plenty of water down in the Verdigris River Basin. But as we know, Caney's out of water now. Sedan is about out of water. Elk Falls, Frontenac, I can go on and on. The cities that literally may not have any water for the shower by Christmas. How much? I talk about OxyChem. They've already got their water right in Wichita. Where's the water going to come from? How much water is it going to take? I want to see this be successful, but my constituents have to be able to take baths first.
No, absolutely. So when we were this was a part of our proposal that we were really excited about because we felt that it really hit on a lot of the different attributes that DOE was looking for, particularly when it came to the environmental attributes and Justice 40. We were really proposing to use brackish water that had already been stored underground that was used in fracking, and we were going to pull that up and out. We were also looking at remediating against the Burton chloride plume. So those were largely our sources of water, which we had confirmation, lots of studies run, and then confirmation that would provide an adequate supply. And then we also sought to retire. So whatever we used in supply, then we would retire an equal amount.
I'm not persuaded. Let's visit some more. Time is short today. Thank you.
Representative Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know if that's a
Senator Warren
promotion or a
used to be a Representative Warren.
Yes.
My bad.
We served on House Energy, Utilities, and Telecommunications together. Sat right next to each other. So good to be again on committee with you, sir. Just a quick question. Thank you for your testimony today, Kimberly, and all the information. I think a few minutes ago you said when the project went to Washington, D.C. to be interviewed, to be considered, one of your comments was that those who were doing the interviewing had a pretty good idea about what the Kansas legislature would do.
They had done their homework across the board on all of our details in our application. We had submitted at that point more than 350 pages worth of material, and they had gone through and read all of it. So there was no skimming. It was all very detail oriented. But then they also asked questions about the legislature as well and our governor's office, because a lot of these consortiums were multi-state consortiums, and they had letters of support from their legislatures or letters of support from their governor's office. So those were some of the questions they asked.
And at the time you went for the interview, was this something that had been proposed to the Kansas legislature for comment or review? Or I'm just curious where the ideas came from, because I'm just curious about what the good idea was about what the Kansas legislature would do. But it doesn't really matter, because we'll be able to consider things before us as they're presented in a bill or whatnot. And who was doing the interviewing? Was it the Department of Energy?
It was. There was a slate of, 18 or so from the Department of Energy officials, longstanding officials of the Department of Energy. And the way we responded to that question was that, we aren't a consortium of multiple states. Kansas, we stood on our own as our own applicant, and we also built a different type of application. We said when we were looking at the hub itself, we said, what are Kansas's most competitive advantages? What are our strategic benefits and strengths? And let's build a hydrogen economy off that, rather than having a bunch of companies come to us and say, well, we've got this idea, we want to do that, and we've got this idea and we want to do that, and we've got this idea and this idea, and then trying to build a quilt of an idea around what other people wanted to do. So we took a different tact in how we built our hub effort, and it was not funded by the state. It was not pushed by the state. It was pushed kind of by a group of, KU and myself, and then the developer that came along with us. And so our response to DOE and their questions about the legislature was, this was a very much a living, breathing proposal, and it took us months to build, and we were building it all during the legislative session. There was no ask. We couldn't make an ask at the time for the legislature to do X, Y, or Z, because we were building it as we were going along. And so if we are selected as a hub, these are some of the things that we would seek from the legislature. And it was not state support or anything like that. It was just work with us on how we build out the workforce, or making sure that we have timely siting, or working with us on DOT rulemaking related to pipeline safety and PHMSA, things of that sort.
Sure. I was just curious about your comment that they had a pretty good idea about how the Kansas legislature felt about it, when I don't think that's been an issue that's been before us. But thank you for your answer.
I may have misspoken. I was meaning that they had a pretty good idea about everything that we had put in our proposal, was what I was meaning, and not necessarily about what the Kansas legislature said. I'm sorry if I spoke too fast.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. With that, we need to move on to the committee discussion, but I appreciate your time and effort, especially on this project. I know how hard you guys worked on it, but appreciate you being here today. So, all right. Committee, I can run through what we've done on the last few days, or do you want to do it? Or because there was a note on here about having Kevin Research do it, KLRD. Where I can hit on some highlights while you're looking it up. Okay, let me just run through some things and then you can jump in on anything I've forgotten. But committee, we had overall 3 days of meetings. Day one it was mainly transmission focused. We heard from the SPP, we heard about plans, trends, and reliability issues. We heard from the Department of Energy and some national interest on it. We set the stage for FERC, SPP, and KCC roles as with the different levels of the transmission and who paid for what. Day two, we got into reliability and siting. We heard from the KCC, from Evergy, SPP, Midwest Energy, Sunflower Energy, and how SPP actually, how their orders affect local grid. I want to say local grid owners, but it's a grid, but as it goes through different territories, how it affects them and where the revenues do come from or don't come from. There was a good discussion we had on eminent domain with Nick Myers. I learned a bunch on that, so thank you for that, Nick. There was a couple panel discussions with, including those who are affected by the siting issues. Day three, now we got into energy focus and plans. We heard the state overview. We heard from the Kansas Energy Office, the infrastructure hub, the future of Kansas fossil fuels and some of their needs and what's affecting their production overall. We just heard from where we're possibly heading and some of the newer renewable type fuels, and we talked about hydrogen here. I found it interesting. This past week, there was three of us sitting up here, other than Carmichael's still here. Three of us there that ended up at SEMA out in Las Vegas, and it was a conference. And part of the discussions we heard out there was it was about internal combustion engine vehicles. But do we move toward electric vehicles, or do we move toward renewable alternative fuels to power the combustion engines moving forward? It just got kind of interesting to me on it, but we got to hear a lot on it. And then we've had testimony from the state energy office here, where it was dealing with 1 to 2 FTEs. And is that the right size? Is it the wrong size? Is it, where do we need to go with that from at this point? Kate, if there's anything I've missed, or you want to throw in anything, or Heather? Okay. So the question I've got is, we tied up 3 days here. Where are we going with this? What needs to come out of this? Any comments? Marcy or Senator Francisco, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I really feel that this was a good overall view. The one place that I was hoping we would get more information about, and I understand it was because of the ability for other states to appear, was on the state energy plans. So I think that is one opportunity we have in Kansas. And I think because we didn't get a robust look at other states' energy plans, we're focusing on what is the generation mix, which I'm not sure in this case would be what our energy plan would do. So I heard that Wyoming had a very good plan. I'm wondering if staff could at least send committee members a link. So if we don't get that out of this set of days, we at least might have an opportunity as individual legislators to review that before the session starts. Because one of my questions has been, what are other states doing with their energy plans? What opportunities are more available for accessing federal resources, which are abundant right at this time, if you have an energy plan? So.
Sorry, I'm just taking some notes here.
Okay.
Any other comments, Marcy?
Not right now.
Okay. I know there's going to be questions. I'm just going to work down the line. I'll turn around here. Looks like Carmichael, Representative, you have your hand up.
My distinguished colleague to my right had his hand up before mine.
That's so. Just
okay.
Go ahead, Representative Carmichael.
No. I'm not sure what type of a committee report we anticipate putting out here, whether we anticipate putting one out at all. My presumption is that we would. We've spent taxpayer money and our own time. And I think the best thing for it to do is to summarize information that we have received. Now, and that's in part up to our staff because they have other responsibilities in life. I don't see us coming forward today with specific recommendations. It would be nice, but if we were going to talk about an energy plan, we'd have more concepts of what it ought to look like probably today than we had before we started, but probably don't have a real consensus. That doesn't mean members, though, shouldn't be free to prepare legislation based on what they've heard. And I think a lot of us could work together in a very cooperative fashion. What has really impressed me about our work here has been this is about as bipartisan an event on an important issue as I can recall in my time in the legislature. And I thank the chair for doing that. And I thank the members. And I know I'm as bad about breaking that rule of partisanship as anybody. But I really think that we've done good work here. But I think the best we're going to be able to do is probably summarize in some fashion what we've heard and hope that it can be the springboard for further discussions, and members can bring legislation or whatever as we need to. But I do want to extend my thanks to the chair for all the effort that he and the staff and the vice chair, et cetera, have put in, because I think this has been a worthwhile expenditure of our time and the taxpayers' dollars. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Question to the staff with the summary. Is that something, if you'd like to respond back, I'd love to hear what comments you have on it.
Sure, Mr. Chairman. Kate and I were just chatting that we wish a committee report was optional, but it is not. We were required to put that together. It will summarize everything that you've heard over the 3 days. The front page of the report has a box that says the committee made the following recommendations. So if you're looking to make a definitive recommendation to the legislature, because this report is to the 2024 legislature, you feel free to do so. Not every committee does. Most make comments about certain things or thank people, thank staff. No, I'm just kidding. They don't do that. But anyway, yeah, I mean, we will have that report for you. It's going to take us a while to write it, but we will get that to you. And you all will have a chance to look at it and see and comment back to the chair whether you're happy with this or that. And it's the chair's ultimate responsibility to approve that.
Okay. Any comments from Kate? Or are you good with that? Or? Okay. Is other comments?
That's exactly what I was anticipating and advocating for. For me, one of the most valuable things about committee reports is it's a chronological index in some ways to the YouTube video where you can hear the actual testimony for yourself.
Representative Berquist.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to ask that the chair accept our thanks for pursuing this for the last few months. You've been very patient to do that and working with the staff to orchestrate these people coming, spending their time. 3 days, most of them have been here for all 3 days, our conferees and our guests. I just want to say that in these years of being on this committee, I've never seen more of a bipartisan open discussion. And I think what really helps in this kind of extra committee work is that we're not pursuing the next day's vote on a bill. And a lot of times when you're working 1, 2, or maybe even 3 days towards a particular bill, you're already focusing arbitrarily, you're focusing on what decision you're going to make rather than what information you're going to receive. We're receiving good information, and in a national issue of energy, we're developing, whether we're developing a Kansas policy or not, we're developing a picture of what a Kansas view of energy needs is. And the more I hear that people are not convinced that one part of energy is more important than the other, but the whole package deal is still an important thing for us to pursue. And I think we can do that, and we can have an open discussion. If one particular vein of that line of discussion comes out, we can reasonably discuss it in 2 committees in the Senate and the House without saying, oh, somebody's trying to do something to us. We need to work towards a policy that works for the state of Kansas, for the SPP, and for the country. And we can be a big part of that by having a reasonable discussion like this. People should probably see it from other places as a positive thing that we've done. So thanks.
Representative Schlangensieben.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, the takeaway for me of these 3 days is that we are incredibly lucky in the state of Kansas to have the kind of talent that we have here. And we are very lucky because I think what we've been presented with here, both overtly and between the lines, is a vision of our being able to contribute to a cleaner energy future with the entire mix of energy at our disposal, and that can be coupled with immense economic opportunity for our state. I think we've seen both of those things demonstrated by all of those who have come before us. And I think we should be very excited about figuring out how we can promote mechanisms that will get all of the various actors in the field thinking about how to get there together. So thank you for this opportunity.
Absolutely, thank you. Any others? Mr. or Representative Turner, go for it.
Mr. Representative. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I will also want to thank, I know you put a lot of time and thought into putting together the structure of this interim committee, and I thought it was very valuable. I think most folks I talked to in those first days, it was educational, and a lot of the folks even in various aspects of the business were listening to the other aspects that they don't often get to hear testimony on. It was educational for me. You know, I think, as Representative Carmichael said, this isn't a partisan issue. It shouldn't be. And, you know, it's really the customer bill that's the focus that started this. And we started in committee last year, kind of looking at what are those components. We looked at transmission quite a bit and did some things with that. But through this process, you know, we've heard the energy component of the bill, how the SPP market works. You know, so there's a lot of dynamics that go into the number that eventually people have to write a check out for at the end. Well, check, I'm showing my age. They have it Venmo'd. How's that? But anyway, that's the pain point for folks, and that's what we all hear a lot about. And, you know, we keep chipping away to try and understand, but I think we made good progress here and a lot of things to think about in terms of, you know, we've looked at energy now, we talked about transmission. There's a lot of issues around all these things, but it's been very valuable, and I've got some thoughts, and I'm continuing to talk to people and try to refine those thoughts into some proposed legislation. So my thanks.
If I could comment, Representative Turner and I had a little bit of a conversation during one of the breaks about maybe looking into eminent domain a little bit more. I'm intrigued that that statute was written originally in the 1800s. The last time updated was 1964. And some of the things in it, I'm thinking, aren't even relative anymore. But it's something we may want to take a look at. You know, how do we look at the transmission corridor? If somebody shows up from Cuyahoga and says, "Hey, there's oil under your ground. We want to drill." People are out there breakdancing in their driveway, but they show up with transmission lines, and it's just the opposite. How is there an answer to that? You know, maybe there is moving forward. Maybe we do something with royalties or so, where the people are welcoming it versus, you know, fighting it off. You know, do you, instead of taking the land, do you lease it on long-term lease or something? It's just one of the things one of many things I want to look at here. So, any other comments? Okay. Yeah, go ahead, Senator.
If I can come back, thank you. So I appreciate this, and I think it has been a robust discussion. So in addition to the state energy plans, I just thought I might mention some things if no one has objections that the staff might address in that. And so in addition to what we've mentioned already about transmission, I want to make sure that we include concerns regarding allocating transmission costs, especially for some of those cooperatives. I thought that was a really important piece of our discussion. Certainly, if they could provide a summary of the role of the Southwest Power Pool in addressing both capacity and affordability. I think that was an interesting discussion to see how in their changes for requirements, they're trying to balance both transmission to make it more affordable, but also requirements for capacity production, and how they're like lowering what renewables might get. And also understanding the capacity of coal and other fossil fuels. We had a lot of good information from the Kansas Corporation Commission, so an overview sort of their role. And then finally, I think the one suggestion we really got that was positive for a change was talking about the idea of a state building code. So I know that staff was also going to look into possibilities for addressing building codes in our state housing investments. So both those opportunities for a statewide building code or for how that could be included in our program for taxpayer money in housing investments.
Okay. Anyone else? How many times am I allowed to call on him? Go ahead. Go ahead,
Chair,
Mr.
you are the chair. You don't have to call on me at all. I do want to mention, though, with respect to what Senator Francisco said, state building codes are a very treacherous thing to get involved in because they have so many implications beyond just energy and local control. I hope that we're not taking a position one way or another. I think what we're saying is it's certainly something that is out there that ought to be given some consideration. But man, when I was on the Commerce Committee, whew, I remember fights about building codes and fire sprinklers and a bunch of things that would keep us from getting anywhere good. Thank you.
Go ahead, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to thank Representative Carmichael for once again being a moderating force.
And before I get to you, the gentleman to my left has been pretty quiet. He's got something to say here. So go ahead, Mr. Senator Peterson.
I appreciate the fact that here in these 3 meetings and at the Southwest Power Pool, people are recognizing the fact that we need a diversified power mix. The energy mix needs to be diversified. We need to make sure we have the reserves to support our renewables, and I really appreciate that.
Representative Berquist, you had your hand
I was just going to say I have nothing else to say. Thank you.
Well, in that case, we'll go to Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with everything that's been said here. It's been a great team effort, I think, and I appreciate the staff and everybody that's been in the room with their presentations. The one thing that we might want to make sure we add to the minutes, and I was trying to remember from the other day, was I think it was with the KCC that there was a 90-day deal that we needed to move to 180. That's one recommendation we could probably put in there that we'd all agree to. Now, I can't remember what the details of that was, but
Staff, do you know what he's talking about? Okay.
I think that would help KCC and would be the right thing to do, if I remember right.
Go ahead, Representative Carmichael.
Mr. Chair, I do appreciate the senator's suggestion, and I understand why the KCC recommended what they recommended. But at the same time, expanding that time delays the implementation of necessary projects. There was a reason for those short time deadlines. And certainly, I think we ought to point out that it is something for the legislature's consideration. But I think before somebody recommended it, you'd really want to actually kind of have a bill and let other people come in and explain to them the impact of lengthening that deadline on their operations. That's just kind of my observation there.
Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, since everyone's giving their kind of roundup of the 3 days, I guess I'll join. Having served on the House Energy, Utilities, and Telecommunication Committee and now the Senate Utilities Committee, it's been nice to see for the 3 days lots of aspects of energy use, how we generate, how we transmit energy here in Kansas, what it costs my constituents, what it costs Kansans, and what the future might look like. It's good to have those state level discussions from all across our state here on this committee. And so thank you to those who have presented. Thank you to our chair and vice chair who have put that together. Thank you for those who have followed along in the committee meeting room and those following along online as well and who go back and look at it. So I'm looking forward to seeing if there are legislative proposals that come out of this in bill format where we can continue these discussions and have good back and forth debate. These are big issues because we've got to keep the lights on in Kansas. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And I don't know if Ed Cross is still in the room or not, but he may be listening out there. But he provided a page that had a list of just different items. There's several on here that do really intrigue me, that I might be worth looking into this next year. So if you're listening yet, I plan on just looking through this and seeing what we can do. Something for you, anybody hear this with the co-ops, just think about it. And I'd like feedback of if there's a way we could have a rate class for the oil producers that would throw them into something other than, more of a, like an industrial type rate class. I don't need an answer now. It's just something to think about, and we'll visit before we get into 2024. Yeah. Sure. And I don't expect anything right now. It's just, they throw out some legitimate concerns. I don't know if there's anything we can do or not, but it's worth taking a look at. So, okay. Any other comments? Going once, going twice. I appreciate everybody being here for the 3 days, even though they were split up a little bit, and we are dismissed.